Yang Heng had just emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau. This was not due to his employment there, but rather because he had just finalized his divorce from his wife. Now, this man in his 30s stood alone by the roadside, smoking a cigarette, his face etched with sorrow. Throughout his life, Yang Heng had been regarded as a model child, seemingly destined by his parents' plans from the moment he entered primary school. His educational path, primary school, secondary school, and high school, was all meticulously arranged by them. Even when it came time to choose a university major, his parents made that decision for him. Upon graduating, securing employment remained under their influence, and ultimately, even his marriage was orchestrated through an introduction arranged by them. To the average observer, Yang Heng was merely a mama's boy, utterly incapable of achieving anything without his mother's assistance. After their marriage, his wife, Li Wan, initially tolerated these circumstances, recognizing that despite his shortcomings, he was a decent man who worked diligently. However, their marital discord intensified after the birth of their daughter, Yang Fong. As their daughter began to grow, a fierce conflict arose between the parenting philosophies of Li Wan and Yang Heng's mother. Caught between these two formidable forces, Yang Heng found himself in a precarious position. Eventually, the relationship between Li Wan and Yang Heng deteriorated to the point of necessitating a divorce. Yang Heng had hoped to secure custody of their daughter, but Li Wan's dismissive remark, "With your meager income, you can barely support yourself, let alone a child," silenced any further discussion on the matter. In comparison to Li Wan, Yang Heng felt somewhat insignificant. Though she was merely a high school graduate, her vivacious personality and efficient approach to tasks propelled her to rise from a hotel attendant to the position of lobby manager within a few years, earning a salary that far exceeded Yang Heng's own. For over half an hour, Yang Heng sat on the curb outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, uncertain of where to go next. Home, due to financial constraints, had always been a shared space with their parents since their marriage. He could only imagine the incessant scolding he would receive from them if they learned of his unilateral decision to divorce. Reflecting on his situation, he pondered that if he had possessed the means to purchase a home, thereby creating a physical and emotional distance between Li Wan and his parents, perhaps they would not have reached such a tragic conclusion. As Yang Heng wallowed in his thoughts, the sharp ring of his phone interrupted his reverie. He glanced at the screen. It was the workshop director from his factory. "Hello, Director Wang. Is there something you need?" He answered. "Where are you right now?" Came the curt reply. "I am at the Civil Affairs Bureau." "Please, go ahead," Yang Heng responded. "There are some matters the leadership wishes to discuss with you. You need to return to the factory at once," Director Wang instructed before promptly ending the call. This abruptness from the director left Yang Heng feeling anxious. With no further time for lamentation on the curb, he resolved to head back to the factory. When Yang Heng hurriedly returned to the factory and encountered Director Wang, the usually amiable workshop chief doused him with a bucket of cold water. It turned out that the factory was experiencing poor performance, and management had decided to commence personnel reductions, targeting individuals like Yang Heng, who straddled the line between essential and expendable. Furthermore, being a rather naive individual, Yang Heng found himself at the forefront of this unfortunate decision. As he exited the factory, despair washed over him. Love was unkind, and now his career seemed doomed as well. Honestly, Yang Heng was deeply troubled and had no desire to return home to endure his mother's incessant nagging. Instead, he opted to call his family briefly before heading to a friend's place to drown his sorrows in alcohol. As the saying goes, even Qin Hui had 3 friends thus. It was no surprise that despite Yang Heng's earnest nature, many were eager to befriend him, knowing he would never harbor ulterior motives. His closest companion was Yang Kong, with whom he had grown up in a communal courtyard. Due to his name, Yang Kong endured ridicule throughout his life, but it was only Yang Heng's sincerity that fostered their nearly 3-decade-long friendship, making them closer than brothers. In contrast to our protagonist, Yang Kong had fared considerably better. He had established a successful folk custom shop in T-City, a second-tier city, supplying various temples and Taoist shrines in the vicinity, demonstrating the extent of his connections. Yang Kong had often invited Yang Heng to join him at his shop, promising a salary several times greater than what he currently earned. However, despite his honest disposition, Yang Heng was too proud to accept a subordinate position under his friend, thus declining the generous offer. This refusal had led to numerous arguments between Li Wan and Yang Heng prior to their divorce. When Yang Kong received a call from his good friend inviting him out for drinks, he immediately set aside his tasks and made his way to their usual gathering spot, a quaint little restaurant. Upon meeting, Yang Heng began to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Typically reserved, Yang Heng found himself unable to contain his words after a few drinks. Clutching the bottle with one hand and draping an arm around his friend with the other, he unleashed a torrent of grievances about his misfortunes. What could Yang Kong do? As a loyal friend, he could only accompany him until Yang Heng was thoroughly inebriated. Eventually, Yang Kong helped him into a car and secured a hotel room nearby, unceremoniously depositing Yang Heng onto the bed before taking his leave. The following morning, Yang Heng awoke with a splitting headache, incapable of recalling the events of the previous night or how he had ended up in a hotel bed. Leaning against the headboard and massaging his temples, he pondered whether he had said anything inappropriate during his drunken escapade. Suddenly, the hotel room door swung open, and Yang Kong entered, carrying a pile of breakfast that he casually tossed onto the table. "Are you awake? If so, eat something." "You really overdid it last night, down a bottle without touching a single dish," he remarked. Yang Heng, however, did not engage, merely sitting at the edge of the bed, his face clouded with gloom. Yang Kong approached Yang Heng, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "My dear friend, why worry about lacking a wife? Besides, if love eludes you, success in your career may soon embrace you. Who knows, you might be on the brink of a promotion and fortune." Yang Heng, sitting there in a sullen mood, replied, "I was just laid off." Yang Kong was momentarily taken aback by this blunt response, rendered speechless. Finally, he scratched his head and said, "Isn't it just a dismissal? It's hardly a catastrophe. What kind of job are you looking for? I can help you find something that guarantees better prospects than your current situation." Yang Heng took a cigarette and pondered seriously. "Ideally, a job with no pressure, one that won't lead to another dismissal, pays well, offers flexible hours, and if possible, provides housing as well." Upon hearing this, Yang Kong nearly lost his composure. "What kind of job exists like that? I'm no longer running my business, you might as well just sign up somewhere." Yang Heng felt a twinge of embarrassment and offered a sheepish smile at Yang Kong. "All right, enough of those futile thoughts that I will take care of your job situation. Just stay at home for a few days and await my news." After contemplating for a moment, Yang Heng asked, "Could I perhaps stay at your place for a few days?" Yang Kong immediately grasped Yang Heng's intentions, understanding his reluctance to face his parents without a plausible explanation. "No problem at all. I happen to have an empty room. You can stay there for a few days and consider it a favor in house sitting." Yang Kong then paused and added, "As for your parents, don't fret. You'll visit them today and speak a few kind words on your behalf." Yang Heng exhaled a long sigh of relief, grateful that Yang Kong would advocate for him, which might mitigate the inevitable nagging he would face upon returning home. After breakfast, Yang Kong led Yang Heng to his residence on Jiefeng Road. This property, intended for investment, was modest, only 50 square meters, a one-bedroom apartment. However, it was exquisitely decorated and fully furnished. Yang Heng wouldn't even need to purchase bedding, he could move in right away. Once Yang Kong settled Yang Heng in, he hurriedly departed. Unlike Yang Heng, Yang Kong was a businessman with numerous responsibilities. Thus, Yang Heng remained in Yang Kang's apartment for several days. One evening, Yang Kong arrived with an array of delicacies, brimming with excitement as he sought out Yang Heng. Upon their meeting, Yang Kong joyfully exclaimed, "I've found the job you desired, one that aligns perfectly with the criteria you mentioned last time." "What criteria did I mention? Don't feign ignorance. Didn't you say you want a job with no pressure, one that wouldn't lead to dismissal, pays well, offers flexible hours, and provides housing?" Yang Heng was taken aback. He had merely been venting his frustrations. Could it be that Yang Kong had genuinely found a job matching those standards? "I must tell you, I went to great lengths and pleaded with my uncle for quite some time to secure this position for you." Seeing the earnestness in Yang Kang's words, Yang Heng felt a flicker of hope. Could such a splendid opportunity truly exist? "What kind of organization is it? What is the salary?" Yang Kong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately mustered the courage to speak. "Isn't there a Sanqing temple in the suburbs? I've arranged a position for you there." Upon hearing this, Yang Heng immediately objected. "What kind of job is this? Are you suggesting I become a Taoist priest? You know as well as I do that I have both elderly parents and young children to support. What will happen to my family if I become a priest? Don't be hasty, allow me to explain in detail." Yang Kong calmed Yang Heng down and proceeded to share his thoughts. It turned out that the Sanqing Temple has a history of nearly 1,000 years and is one of the few remaining Taoist temples in the city. As long as Yang Heng hold a position there, he would receive a certificate and a formal salary. Most importantly, the work is exceedingly relaxed, free from business pressures as long as there are no major issues. Dismissal is unlikely. Yang Heng sat in contemplation, realizing that this could indeed be a viable path. Compared to the harshness of the outside world, where one faces relentless struggles, becoming a pseudo-priest at the temple seemed a rather appealing option. Noticing Yang Heng's lingering hesitance, Yang Kong, eager to seize the moment, pressed on. Moreover, I should mention that Sanqing Temple is a lively Taoist establishment where the priests are permitted to marry. As long as you don't bring your wife to the temple, you can maintain a family outside without any scrutiny. This revelation completely dispelled Yang Heng's doubts. If what Yang Kong said was true, then becoming a priest at this temple was hardly different from securing a regular job, the only distinction being the attire. Now, Yang Heng's eyes began to sparkle with interest. What is the salary like? Seeing Yang Heng's enthusiasm, Yang Kong continued to embellish the offer. The salary is 4,500 a month, with additional commissions at the end of the month. If all goes well, one could earn 6 or 7,000. Upon hearing such a lucrative salary, Yang Heng's reservations vanished entirely, and he eagerly inquired, "Are there any days off? If I want to visit my parents, will I have the time?" Yang Kong regarded Yang Heng with a hint of exasperation. "You are far too naive. If you wish to take leave, it's simple, just say you're going out to perform a ritual. The temple will even provide 450 in travel expenses." With this delightful prospect, Yang Heng's worries faded away. "All right, it's settled then. When do I start?" "Anytime you wish." Yang Heng decisively stated, "They'll begin tomorrow." "Have you discussed this with uncle and aunt?" "While we know this priesthood is merely an ordinary job, outsiders may perceive it differently." Upon hearing this, Yang Heng's expression dimmed. Throughout his life, he had lived in the shadow of his parents. Yang Kong, observing Yang Heng's lack of ambition, felt a pang of frustration. "Very well, I will accompany you home to speak with your parents." Yang Heng's face brightened at Yang Kang's willingness to take charge. "Let's do it that way. When we return, you can tell them that my parents treat you better than they do me. They generally listen to you." Thus, the two brothers hastily partook of their breakfast, after which Yang Kong drove Yang Heng back to their home. Upon entering, they were immediately met by Yang Heng's mother. Madame Wang Gillen's eyes lit up at the sight of her son, but her expression soon darkened, and she abruptly hurled the basin she was holding onto the ground. "So you've finally chosen to return? If you have the audacity, then never step foot in this house again." Faced with his mother's wrath, Yang Heng instantly shrank back, hiding behind Yang Kong, too intimidated to utter a word. Yet, Yang Kong, being resourceful, quickly stepped forward to support the elderly lady, donning a cheerful demeanor. A few exchanged words soon transformed her frown into a smile. Only then did Yang Heng cautiously follow them into the house. When noon arrived, Yang Heng's father, the elderly Yang, entered and, upon seeing Yang Heng, bore an expression equally grim. However, with Yang Kong mediating, the situation was kept from spiraling out of control. After lunch, Yang Kong took the opportunity to introduce the notion of Yang Heng becoming a Taoist priest to his parents. Contrary to their expectations, a storm of discontent did not ensue. Yang Heng's father, Yang Hongwei, upon hearing Yang Kang's suggestion, contemplated it carefully and deemed it a viable option. Unlike others, as a father, he had an intimate understanding of Yang Heng's character. Yang Heng, in truth, had been overly sheltered by them. Proving ill-prepared to face the world, perhaps it was indeed better for him to lead a tranquil life as a faux priest. Thus, Yang Heng and Yang Kong navigated what they had anticipated to be the most challenging hurdle with surprising ease. In the days that followed, Yang Heng remained dutifully at home, and his mother, Wang Guifeng, softened her previously stern demeanor towards Yang Kong. With her son soon to embark on a journey for work, Wang Guifeng, despite maintaining a facade of toughness, felt an underlying sense of anxiety. When the appointed day arrived, Yang Kong personally drove to collect Yang Heng. Accompanied by an array of luggage and his parents bidding him farewell, Yang Heng reluctantly departed from their home. As they journeyed away from the city, Yang Kong drove towards the outskirts, continuing for about an hour until they reached the base of a modest hill. At this point, the road ceased, compelling them to park the car and ascend the hill on foot. While following Yang Kong up the incline, Yang Heng observed their surroundings. Although the hill was not particularly tall, it was densely forested with verdant bamboo. The pathway was bustling with people, indicating that many sought divine guidance, hence the need for recruits. Upon reaching the summit, they discovered a sizable Taoist temple, enveloped in fragrant smoke, with devotees bustling about. Numerous vendors lined the entrance, selling trinkets and souvenirs. Contrary to Yang Heng's initial expectation of a deserted temple, he found the atmosphere quite lively. Yang Kong introduced Yang Heng to a Taoist priest at the entrance before they seamlessly entered the temple. They entered the front yard of the temple, not proceeding to the main hall, but rather slipping through a side gate adjacent to the hall and making their way to the back courtyard. Subsequently, They navigated a few twists and turns to arrive at the abbot's chamber of this Taoist temple. In contemporary discourse, the term abbot is often associated with Buddhism, however. This is a misconception. The Taoist scriptures state, the abbot is the master of human and celestial teachings, a guide for the world's practitioners, expounding the proper laws of long men, steering the compassionate vessel through the sea of suffering, serving as a model of the complete reality and the framework of the discipline. Without a master of the way, one cannot be established. The complete reality school of Taoism has further enriched the connotation of the term abbot. One who possesses a space of 10 feet devoid of distractions is indeed a sage. Therefore, the leading Taoist priest of the complete reality school, as well as the Zhengyi school, is referred to as the abbot. Upon reaching the door, Yang Kong knocked and called out, "Uncle, are you there?" In response to Yang Kang's call, a voice came from within, "Come in." With that, Yang Kong pushed the door open, and I, accompanied by Yang Heng, entered the abbot's chamber. Once inside, Yang Heng dared not move about recklessly. Instead, he quickly surveyed the room while holding his luggage, standing obediently behind Yang Kong. At that moment, seated on the earthen Kong in the abbot's chamber was an elderly Taoist, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, with a rosy complexion, albeit a slightly protruding belly. Yang Kong, feeling at ease, took a seat on the Kong and addressed the old Taoist, "Uncle, this is my good friend Yang Heng, whom I have brought to you. Could you arrange a suitable position for him?" The old Taoist scrutinized Yang Heng with a discerning glance before responding. "Our Sanqing temple is currently at full capacity with Taoists. We cannot accommodate anyone else." Here, Yang Kong, upon hearing this, grew somewhat anxious. "Uncle, just a few days ago, you did not say this to me. Why are you in such a hurry? Allow me to finish." The old Taoist stroked his beard and continued, "Although we cannot accommodate anyone here, there exists a small temple that is in need of a host. Why don't we assign your friend to be the host there?" Yang Heng, upon hearing that he could leapfrog over the position of a regular Taoist and ascend to the esteemed role of a host, instantly beamed with delight. However, Yang Kong was not easily deceived, having navigated the business world for some time. He understood that good fortune does not simply fall from the sky. "Uncle, what is the actual situation? We are all family here. Please give me the honest truth." The old Taoist, hearing this, could only respond with a wry smile. "Originally, we were short a caretaker for the scripture depository, but the host of that small temple caused a scene here a few days ago, insisting he could not remain there. I had no choice after all. He has been with us for many years, so I could only fill this vacancy for him. Isn't being the host of a temple a good position? Why would he abandon such a fine role to return and become a mere librarian?" Yang Kang's inquiry aptly voiced Yang Heng's own confusion. "Ah, I visited that temple a few years ago. Aside from smaller scale, the facilities are quite complete. The only drawback is its remoteness. Few people visit throughout the year, and the incense offerings are even scarcer. In that case, why not simply abandon it entirely? Were you saying a child should not neglect the family estate? Although this small temple is modest, it is indeed the place where our sect's founder once resided. Regardless of my shortcomings, I cannot allow this temple to fall into disrepair." Yang Kong found himself in a predicament, realizing he had arrived too late, and thus could only strive to secure some benefits for Yang Heng. "My friend is going to serve as the abbot, though the salary should be higher, correct?" "Indeed, taking on a role of abbot, there comes with numerous privileges." The old priest paused, seemingly in contemplation, before finally stating, "Let your friend assume the role of abbot at that small temple. I shall personally take him as my disciple and grant him the Taishan Sanwu Duheng Lu. As for the salary, there's not much profit to be had there, but I will directly provide him with 7,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Yang Kong nodded in satisfaction, while Yang Heng, standing beside him, remained oblivious to the significance of the matter. Setting aside the financial aspect, the granting of the talisman is not something one acquires merely by becoming a priest at in Taoism. The granting of a talisman signifies that one has officially become a master, capable of establishing a connection with the celestial deities. As for the strength of that connection, it depends on one's own abilities and the closeness of their relationship with the deities. If the deity you connect with is closely related to your sect, such as the founder, establishing that connection becomes significantly easier, thus increasing the success rate. During rituals, conversely, if you attempt to contact a deity you do not know, they may very well disregard your efforts. It is akin to calling a stranger. If they see an unfamiliar number, they might simply hang up. Nevertheless, once the talisman is granted, it is tantamount to possessing a phone number, enabling one to reach out to others. After finalizing the arrangements, Yang Heng settled comfortably at the Sanqing temple for the time being. With the talisman ceremony approaching in a few days, he needed to memorize the rituals. Additionally, he had to hastily review various scriptures and texts to avoid appearing ignorant when questioned. However, this was merely a formality. Once Heng received the talisman and moved to the small temple as abbot, he would enjoy the freedom of autonomy beyond the reach of oversight. On a morning 3 days later, Heng donned a pristine Taoist robe and cap, arriving at the main hall amidst the envious gazes of young acolytes. Subsequently, under the guidance of the priests, he underwent an intricate series of rituals. For brevity, I shall refrain from detailing them, lest I risk prolonging the narrative unnecessarily. In summary, following the ceremony, Heng pledged himself to the old abbot of the Sanqing Temple, Qing Su, who bestowed upon him the Dharma name, Shitan. To Heng, a novice priest, the meaning of this name remained a mystery. At the conclusion of the ceremony, the venerable abbot presented Heng with a copper seal, signifying his official title. With this talisman-granting ceremony, Heng had established a name and identity within the heavenly realm. His official title was Tai Chi Left Palace Master of the Celestial Officials, Supreme Clarity Registrar of the Thunderous Decree. According to the formal regulations of the Taoist heavenly realm, this indeed qualifies as a 7th rank official. Perhaps considering Yang Kang's influence, the venerable abbot directly conferred upon Heng an official status of Dengqian, bypassing the usual 7th rank. Once all these formalities were completed, Heng left his bank card number and, armed with the certification document provided by the abbot, set forth toward the county town, situated over 100 kilometers away. During the journey, Heng traveled by bus, where the fellow passengers and staff exhibited a profound respect for him as a newly initiated Taoist priest. Upon arriving at his destination, the bus owner astonishingly refused to accept Heng's fare, even going so far as to assure him in person that should the esteemed Taoist Shitan need to travel to the city in the future, he could simply mention his name, and all long-distance buses would waive the fee. Grateful beyond measure, Heng expressed his heartfelt thanks, promising that should any matters arise, he would directly visit the small temple and offer his utmost assistance. After bidding farewell to the bus owner, Heng turned and ventured down a rural path into the village. He had presumed that the small temple would be located within the village, yet after searching thoroughly, he found no trace of it. Eventually, he had no choice but to seek out the village committee, where he approached the village secretary to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Heng was there to take over the small temple, the secretary scrutinized him from head to toe. It was evident that Heng's honest appearance, coupled with his Taoist robes, inspired a sense of trust. Taoist priest, the small temple you seek has been closed for nearly a month. If you wish to take it over, you will need to complete some formalities, the secretary explained. Hastily, Heng retrieved a letter of introduction from his master, Qing Su, along with the governmental documents, and respectfully presented them to the elder secretary. Esteemed secretary, this is a letter of introduction from my master, along with official documents. Please see if they are of any use. The elder secretary took the documents, and upon perusing them, a smile spread across his face. You are Qing Zu's disciple. Indeed, then we are kin in spirit. Qing Su once emerged from that small temple behind the mountain. We have known each other for decades. With this, there was no need for further formalities, and the elder secretary personally guided Heng towards the back mountain, all the while recounting tales of the village. In the temple, our village is called Su Jia Fort originally. Most residents bore the surname Su. However, due to turmoil and migrations, only about half the population retains that surname now. As for the small temple behind, it is said to have existed for 1,000 years, though the truth of that is uncertain. It is a widely held belief. Heng nodded in agreement as he followed the elder secretary up the mountain. Upon reaching the mid-slope, they finally beheld the small temple. Standing before its entrance, Heng took a moment to observe. Though modest in size, the temple appeared well-maintained, suggesting recent renovations. Upon arrival, the elder secretary produced a key from his pocket and handed it to Heng. This is the key entrusted to me by the previous abbot upon his departure. Well, I shall not intrude any further. After the old party secretary finished speaking, he waved his hand at Heng and ambled down the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. Heng, holding a key, was panting heavily. The journey had not been short, compounded by the uphill climb, leaving him quite exhausted. However, observing the old secretary's nonchalance, Heng suddenly began to doubt his own physical condition. Having traversed this distance, the old secretary showed no signs of fatigue, while Heng was breathless Could there be something amiss with his health? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and approached the door with the key in hand. It was only then that he glanced up at the plaque hanging above the entrance, which bore the 3 characters Dingtian Temple. He pushed open the temple door gently, and to his surprise, the heavy wooden door creaked open with ease. Entering the temple, Yang Heng surveyed his surroundings. The front courtyard of the small temple was merely around 50 square meters, yet a towering tree stood majestically in the center. Behind the tree lay the main hall of the temple. Now, a Taoist himself, it was only fitting that he pay homage to the deities upon his first visit to the temple. Thus, he placed his luggage outside the main hall and unlocked the door with the key. Upon entering, he raised his gaze and found the hall's deities no different from those in other temples. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, Shanqing Lingbao Tianzuan, and Taiqing Daod. Tianzuan. Yang Heng first performed a respectful bow before approaching the offering table, where he noticed some sandalwood incense. He hurriedly lit 3 sticks and reverently placed them in the incense burner, then knelt to bow 3 times. After completing this ritual, he rose to observe the 3 deities once more. Initially, he felt no sense of disquiet, but the more he gazed at the central figure, the more he sensed something was amiss. There was an oddity about this Yuanshi Tianzuan, distinct from those in other temples. Standing there, he scrutinized the statue of Yuanshi Tianzuan for quite some time before finally uncovering the peculiarity. To his astonishment, he discovered that the deity's finger adorned a stone ring. Explaining his earlier discomfort, at this moment, Yang Heng surmised that the previous abbot, out of sheer boredom, had placed the ring on the statue. With a sigh, he realized that the temple must indeed be quite desolate otherwise. Why would the former abbot engage in such antics with a statue? Reluctantly, he decided to remove the ring otherwise. If his master were to visit and find the statue in disarray, he would not care whether it was the doing of the former abbot. Yang Heng fetched a chair, positioned it before the altar, and carefully stood upon it, bowing repeatedly to the 3 deities. Esteemed ancestors, please forgive me, it is not my intention to offend. After completing his prayers, he ascended the altar, approached the statue of Yuanshi Tianzuan once more, bowed again, and with trembling hands, carefully removed the stone ring. Once Yang Heng removed the stone ring, he took a step back and bowed again, preparing to descend from the altar. However, he forgot that he was wearing a Taoist robe, and the hem of the robe unexpectedly tripped him. In an instant, he lost his balance and found himself tumbling towards the ground below the altar. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. It was over. He had offended the divine and would face retribution. His head struck the offering table with a resounding thud, and his body fell to the ground, plunging him into unconsciousness. Yang Heng slipped into oblivion. The blood, trickling from his head slowly, made contact with the stone ring he held in his hand. Upon contact with the blood, the ring gleamed with a brilliant red light, which upon subsiding was followed by a cascade of colorful glimmers. This radiant light gradually enveloped Yang Heng, culminating in a dazzling flash. When tranquility returned, Yang Heng's figure had vanished from the grand hall of the Temple of Ascension, leaving only the 3 pure ones observing the unfolding events. Time passed, and Yang Heng gradually regained consciousness, only to be immediately struck by an overwhelming chill. This compelled him to rise, tightening his robe before opening his eyes to survey his surroundings. Upon realizing his location, Yang Heng was left utterly dumbfounded. Even a bit panicked, he discovered that he was no longer in the small Taoist temple, but rather in a desolate wilderness. The surrounding vegetation was withered, and a biting cold wind swept through, indicating that it was deep autumn. Yet just moments ago, he had been basking in the heat of midsummer, leaving him bewildered and fearful. "Who's playing tricks on me?" Yang Heng shouted into the void. "Is that you, Yang Kong? Stop hiding, I can see you." After yelling for 7 or 8 minutes without receiving a response, despair began to set in. Suddenly, a fierce roar from a beast echoed from the distant mountains, causing him to tremble with fright. The sound suggested that this creature was no ordinary beast, prompting him to hastily retreat and seek someone for guidance. With this thought, Yang Heng quickly tightened his robe and sprinted towards the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, he encountered no beasts along the way, and by the time he reached the base, he spotted a small village about 10 miles away. This discovery filled him with joy, and disregarding his fatigue, he pressed on towards the village. However, despite the proximity he perceived from the mountain's base, the distance felt daunting as he approached. After approximately an hour of walking, he finally arrived at the village entrance. Yet, upon reaching this point, Yang Heng hesitated to venture further. It was not the presence of any malevolent creatures that deterred him, but rather the peculiar attire of the villagers. Each individual was clad in ancient garb, their hair styled in traditional topknots. This left Yang Heng somewhat perplexed. He had built the shed himself and glanced around, yet he found no sign of a camera. Nevertheless, having perused several novels about time travel, he swiftly concluded that he must have traversed to another realm. After hesitating at the entrance of the villa for a considerable time, Yang Heng ultimately resolved to venture inside and ascertain the situation. Once he had made up his mind, he tidied his attire and adopted a nonchalant demeanor as he gradually approached the village gate. At that moment, several villagers passing through the gate cast curious glances at the unfamiliar Taoist. Yang Heng felt his cheeks flush under their scrutiny, but maintained a facade of composure. Upon reaching the gate, he noticed a group of elderly men engaged in a game of chess beneath a large tree. He hurried over and, with a respectful gesture, addressed the venerable men. "Greetings, esteemed elders. May I inquire as to where this place is?" Upon hearing his question, the elderly men lifted their heads to appraise him. One, appearing to possess considerable authority, stood and returned Yang Heng's greeting. "Reverend, you are in Kuaishan village. I presume you intend to travel to the county town?" In truth, Yang Heng had no such intention, yet he feigned agreement with a nod. The elder promptly gestured towards a path and informed him, "If you follow this road southward for over 50 miles, you shall reach the county town." Yang Heng frowned upon hearing this. Bereft of money and suffering from hunger and thirst, he feared he would perish before even reaching the town. At that moment, another elder, noticing that although Yang Heng's robe was decent, he was covered in dirt and lacked any belongings, realized the Taoist was likely in distress. Being a kind-hearted individual, this elder rose to invite Yang Heng to his home for a meal. Yang Heng, who had no inclination to refuse, expressed his gratitude profusely at the elder's invitation. Thus, the elder led Yang Heng into the village. Along the way, Yang Heng inquired about the elder's name. It turned out that despite his appearance of great age, the elder, surnamed Wang, was actually under 50 years old, known as Wang Erden. He owned about 7 or 8 acres of modest land and had 2 sons who had already established families, with grandchildren who could walk. Due to his modest savings, he felt able to host Yang Heng, unlike others who merely rented land from the wealthier villagers. Upon arriving at a reasonably nice residence in the village, the elder knocked on the door and called out, "Wife, open the door." "Why the rush?" came the voice from within. As the door swung open, an elderly woman appeared. Yang Heng, observing from behind, could not discern her age. Initially, he had assumed Wang Erden was at least 70, yet she appeared to be under 50 to wife. "This is Reverend Shitan, please prepare some vegetarian fare." The elderly woman appraised Yang Heng, but refrained from speaking further, simply acknowledging her husband before heading to the kitchen. Wang Laozhang escorted Yang Heng into the main room, inviting him to take a seat, and personally poured him a bowl of hot water, setting it beside him. Since awakening, Yang Heng had not consumed any food or water, and after traversing such a long distance, his throat felt parched. Upon seeing the bowl of water, he did not hesitate, lifting it and downing it in swift gulps. With the water finally quenching his thirst, Yang Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his robe, rose to his feet, and deeply bowed to the elder. "Thank you, Wang Laozhang. There is no need for such formality, Taoist," came the elder's gentle reply. Shortly thereafter, an elderly woman entered, carrying a bowl of mixed noodles, lacking any elaborate seasonings, merely adorned with a few condiments. With a hint of shyness, the woman placed the noodles before Yang Heng. "Taoist, please do not take offense. Our humble farm offers little in the way of hospitality. I apologize for the simplicity of the meal." Yang Heng, far from being offended, stood to show his respect to the elderly woman before eagerly picking up the noodles and slurping them down. Wang Laozhang, seated beside him, observed with a smile as Yang Heng savored the meal. Just as Yang Heng was relishing his noodles, a voice called from outside the courtyard, "Old Wang, are you there?" Upon hearing this, Wang Laozhang immediately stood and addressed Yang Heng. "Please remain seated. Taoist, I shall be back shortly." Yang Heng quickly set the noodles down on the table and returned the gesture, saying, "Old sir, please attend to your matters." With that, Wang Laozhang exited the main room. Left alone, Yang Heng resumed his meal, hungrily devouring the noodles. Perhaps driven by his hunger, he was thoroughly satisfied, finishing the entire bowl in a short while. Sitting back, he rubbed his stomach and let out a long sigh of contentment, feeling grateful for his fortune. He had anticipated enduring hunger, but to his surprise, upon entering this small mountain village, he had found a hearty meal. As Yang Heng sat there digesting, Wang Laozhang returned. leading in a middle-aged man dressed quite respectably. Upon the man's entrance, Yang Heng quickly rose to his feet. Wang Laozhong performed a bow and introduced, "Taoist, this is Steward Lu from the esteemed Wang family of our village. He has some matters for which he seeks your assistance." Hearing this, Yang Heng felt a twinge of anxiety. He had discerned that Steward Liu's request likely pertained to a funeral. One might wonder how Yang Heng, merely a mortal, could grasp such matters so keenly. Despite his respectable attire, Lu was clad in white, a clear indication of mourning. Upon being introduced, Lu approached and bowed, saying, "Taoist, I humbly request your assistance. A minor concubine of my master has unexpectedly passed away. We ask that you recite some scriptures for her peaceful rebirth." Yang Heng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of uncertainty. Having only recently taken on the role of a Taoist, he had merely read about the rituals surrounding death and had yet to experience them firsthand, leaving him feeling quite apprehensive. Upon encountering Yang Heng, Butler Lu refrained from speaking, presuming that he sought some form of advantage. Thus, he initiated the conversation, stating, "This time, I shall ensure the Taoist priest does not labor in vain once matters conclude. I shall present 5 taels of silver." Upon hearing the promise of 5 taels, Yang Heng immediately cast aside his initial reservations, but he found himself in dire need of funds. This journey into the unknown left him uncertain of his ability to return. Should he truly be unable to go back, he would have to secure a livelihood, else face the grim prospect of starvation. The 5 taels of silver would grant him a reprieve, allowing him to comprehend the circumstances of his current predicament. "Given these terms, I shall not decline. Or shall we set forth?" he inquired. "Reverend, we can depart at once," Butler Lu replied. "Then I beseech you, lead the way," Yang Heng responded. Butler Lu bowed respectfully to Yang Heng before stepping outside. Yang Heng expressed his gratitude to the elder Wang, who had previously hosted him, and followed Butler Lu into the open air. As they traversed the path, Butler Lu remained taciturn, guiding Yang Heng forward in silence. Yang Heng had intended to inquire about the deceased, yet observing Butler Liu's reluctance to engage further, he chose to remain silent. Before long, they arrived at a spacious courtyard, which was now draped in white cloth. Yang Heng was taken aback by the sight in his understanding of ancient customs. The passing of a concubine typically occurred in a secluded courtyard with minimal rites, not with the entirety of the courtyard enveloped in white. Butler Lu exchanged a brief greeting with several servants stationed at the entrance before escorting Yang Heng into the main hall. There, he found the space had been transformed into a mourning hall, with a coffin placed at the center and an offering table before it. Various offerings adorned the table, and the air was thick with the scent of incense, indicating that the rituals had been ongoing. A young maid knelt before the coffin, diligently burning paper offerings that ate tea. This juncture, Butler Lu addressed Yang Heng with a respectful gesture, saying, "Reverend, due to the haste of the situation, my master was unable to summon other esteemed practitioners. Thus, you alone shall preside over this ceremony." Internally, Yang Heng's heart raced, yet he maintained an exterior of composure. "Do not worry, for I have conducted many such ceremonies before. You may entrust everything to me." "What do you require?" Butler Lu inquired. "Please prepare an offering table with fresh fruits, as well as some gold ingots, candles, and tiles. Tonight, I shall perform the rites," Yang Heng instructed. "Very well, Reverend. Please take a moment to recite scriptures for the deceased while I prepare," Butler Lu replied. Yang Heng nodded and seated himself at the lower end of the offering table, resting on a cushion and beginning to chant softly. Observing Yang Heng's earnest demeanor, Butler Lu felt reassured and departed the morning hall at this moment. While appearing to recite prayers, Yang Heng discreetly squinted his eyes, watching Butler Lu until he was satisfied and left, allowing him to exhale in relief. It must be noted that Yang Heng had only recently donned the robes of a Taoist priest. To expect him to recite scriptures was indeed a formidable challenge. The Taoist text Du Ren Jing had indeed been perused several times by Yang Heng. However, his intellect was insufficient to retain the entirety of such a voluminous tome. Now he could only feign understanding, his lips moving while his mind wandered in uncertainty. Moreover, Lu the steward, upon departing from the morning hall, did not proceed to prepare anything for the evening's ritual. Rather, he made his way to the back courtyard. Upon entering the rear hall, Lu the steward respectfully bowed to an elderly gentleman seated there. "Master, the Taoist has been summoned, and he assures us that the ritual can be conducted this evening." It appeared that the venerable Wang, renowned for his benevolence in the village, occupied the prominent seat. Upon hearing the steward's words, Wang nodded, then sighed, Let us hope that Xiaoyun does not cause any further disturbances otherwise. Life will become truly unbearable. As Wang uttered these words, Lu the steward felt a chilling gust sweep past, causing him to shudder involuntarily. While others remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances, Lu the steward was acutely aware of the details surrounding the demise of the concubine Xiaoyun. In truth, Xiaoyun had not merely passed away the previous day, she had been deceased for 5 or 6 days, with that evening marking the 7th day since her untimely departure. What weighed heavily upon them was the tragic nature of her death. Consequently, in recent days, the housemaids and servants frequently heard wailing emanating from the back courtyard, instilling a pervasive sense of dread among the household. It was in light of these events that the benevolent Wang felt compelled to engage a Taoist priest to perform a ritual for Xiaoyun, hoping to grant solace to the tormented spirit of the wrongfully departed. In the present moment, Heng stands before the morning hall, ostensibly reciting sutras for the deceased, yet his mind is preoccupied with the enigma of his own transference. Previously, within the Three Pure Ones hall, he had merely taken a stone ring, only to be met with swift retribution. Reflecting on this, he wonders if his journey to this unfamiliar realm is somehow linked to the stone ring worn by the primordial celestial being. With this thought, he immediately begins to search his person for the ring he had removed. Since awakening, the incident involving the stone ring had slipped from his memory. Now, having searched himself thoroughly without finding it, a sense of unease settles within him. Without the stone ring, would he be condemned to remain in this strange world for eternity? As despair envelopes him, he clenches his fists tightly. This very action rekindles a flicker of hope within him. To his astonishment, he discovers that, unbeknownst to him, a stone ring has once again graced the fourth finger of his left hand. The realization that the ring had not been lost fills him with an indescribable joy. For with its presence, the prospect of returning to the modern world reemerges. Although he has endured hardships in contemporary society, the thought of being severed from it and remaining forever in this ancient world is unbearable to him. Squinting his eyes, he casts a furtive glance around the morning hall and finds it deserted save for a young maid diligently burning paper offerings. Cautiously, he shifts his gaze to his left hand, where the stone ring now rests. Strangely, while it appears similar to the original, it possesses an ethereal quality, as if it were not a tangible object, but rather a mere apparition. Intrigued by this peculiar phenomenon, Heng reaches out to touch it. Upon contact, he is struck by a profound difference. Although he can still feel the ring, it now resembles a mass of vapor rather than the solid stone he once knew. Bewildered by this transformation, he questions how a once tangible ring could now manifest as a mere illusion. Anxiously, he grapples with the knowledge that this ring is indeed a treasure, for it has facilitated his traversal between worlds. Yet, he is plagued by uncertainties regarding its usage and whether it would be rendered useless after a single application. Such concerns weigh heavily on his mind. But he recognizes that he lacks the luxury of time for contemplation. He must first secure a means of sustenance, lest he starve before he can return to modernity. Thus, Heng feigns normalcy, lost in his thoughts until nightfall, when Steward Lu reappears to escort him to a relatively clean dwelling, where a simple meal has been prepared for him. After dining, Steward Lu leads him to the front courtyard, where a table has been set with an array of fresh fruits, candles, and paper offerings. Lu addresses Heng, inquiring if anything is lacking. Yet, Heng remains oblivious to the customs surrounding such matters. In an effort to project professionalism, he approached, feigning casualness as he surveyed the surroundings. Then turned to butler Lu and remarked, "Indeed, everything is in order. Pray, when shall the Taoist commence the ritual?" Heng glanced upward, estimating that it was already past 7 o'clock, a suitable time to begin. "You may place the deceased's spirit tablet and the offerings in the center, and kindly invite the family of the departed to witness the ceremony." Upon hearing this, butler Lu hesitated, expressing, "Taoist, my master is overwhelmed with grief and may not be able to attend the ceremony. I wonder if this will affect the proceedings." Heng, unaware of the implications, was compelled to perform the ritual due to his prior studies at the Sanqing Temple, where he was made to read several texts, including various rites for the souls of the departed. Most of these rituals were too intricate for him to recall, but he did remember one simple rite known as breaking the hell. Although this ceremony was straightforward, its significance was profound. Those who committed sins in life would inevitably descend into hell after death. The breaking the hell rite was intended to offer merit through fasting and rituals, utilizing divine light to dispel the darkness of the other shore, awakening the deceased to relinquish their obsessions and ascend to the celestial realm, thus escaping the torments of hell. Heng, maintaining an air of expertise, asserted there is no cause for concern. Should the family arrive, it would be beneficial for them to accompany the departed on their final journey. However, their absence will not hinder the rite. He added, feigning greater proficiency. With my spiritual power, even without family present, I can guide the spirit to the other side. Satisfied by these words, Butler Lu nodded in agreement. Taoist. Time is of the essence. Let us prepare. The urgency in Butler Lu's tone stemmed from the encroaching darkness. While the sky was still dim, there was little activity. But once night fell, the restless spirit of the deceased Lady Qiaoyun might well emerge to cause disturbances. Yang Heng found Butler Lu's insistence puzzling. There seemed to be no need for such haste, especially after just having dined. Surely he should allow for digestion. However, these were his private thoughts, which he refrained from voicing. Recognizing that the timing of the ritual was dictated by the family, completing the rite promptly might afford him a restful night, so he merely nodded in acquiescence. Upon seeing Yang Heng's agreement, Butler Lu promptly inquired, Taoist, how shall we proceed? Feeling a touch of apprehension, this being his inaugural rite, Yang Heng mentally reviewed the contents of the book he had studied days prior before articulating. Place the spirit tablet of the deceased in the center of the altar, encircled by offerings, and lay 8 tiles surrounding the offerings. I shall attend to the remaining details. Hearing this, Butler Lu found the instructions simple and directed the servant behind him, follow the Taoist instructions and proceed swiftly. With Butler Lu's command, 3 or 4 servants sprang into action, and within a mere 15 minutes, all preparations for the ceremony were completed. As the travel steward prepared everything, he addressed Yang Heng. Master Shitan, shall we begin? Yang Heng nodded hesitantly and approached the offering table. He first picked up a brush and inscribed a message on a piece of yellow paper, essentially reporting to the underworld that a spirit had been sent and requesting them to receive it with due respect. However, Yang Heng was not accustomed to writing with a brush, and his characters appeared crooked and unsightly. Fortunately, those present remained at a distance, oblivious to the proceedings. Otherwise, they would have quickly discerned his shortcomings. Upon completing the document, Yang Heng pondered for a moment and felt that mere writing was insufficient. To be prudent, he retrieved a copper seal given to him by his master upon his ordination. After dipping it in ink, he affixed the seal to the bottom of the document. Once everything was in order, Yang Heng instructed his assistants to ignite the pile of gold ingots on the ground. He then circled the burning ingots, reciting incantations as he turned. Yet, in truth, Yang Heng was unaware of the content of his own recitation. He was merely mimicking the motions. While others would chant specific scriptures while performing rituals, Yang Heng, being a novice Taoist, had yet to memorize them. Consequently, he could only feign the act, believing that the ritual served merely as a form of psychological solace for the deceased family. As Yang Heng's ritual progressed, a sudden chill swept through the courtyard, escalating into a gusty wind that morphed into a small whirlwind, swirling incessantly before the altar. The intensifying wind rustled the leaves, producing a cacophony that eventually resembled a woman sobbing. Observing the scene from outside, Steward Lu felt a shiver run down his spine. Suspecting that it was the work of concubine Qiaoyun attempting to cause a disturbance, albeit arriving earlier than expected. Meanwhile, Yang Heng, engrossed in his ritual, shivered from the cold gusts, oblivious to his surroundings, mistakenly attributing the chill to the evening breeze. Dressed lightly, he felt the biting cold and wished to complete the ceremony swiftly to return indoors for warmth. Thus, he ceased his circling and returned to his work. Grasping a peachwood sword to re-enter the space, he pretended to recite a few incantations before approaching a prearranged tile, thrusting the wooden sword down to break it. In the ritual's intended symbolism, each broken tile represented alleviating the torments of the soul in the underworld. Once all 8 tiles were shattered, the spirit would be liberated from hellish suffering and reincarnated. However, Yang Heng lacked such power, and as he broke the 8th tile, the winds intensified rather than subsided. The previously faint sobbing had now become strikingly clear, echoing in the ears of all present, as if the mournful wails were emanating from within the gathered crowd. At that moment, Butler Lu, standing nearby, trembled with fear, feeling a chill in his lower region. Regret began to wash over him. Originally, Mr. Wang had instructed him to seek a capable sorcerer in the county to perform a ritual. However, driven by the allure of the promised reward, Butler Lu, upon hearing of a sorcerer in Wang Erden's household, decided to investigate. Upon meeting Yang Heng, he noted that despite the dirt on his garments, his Taoist robe was crafted from fine fabric. Coupled with Yang Heng's honest demeanor, he felt a sense of reassurance and reluctantly entrusted him with the task of conducting the ritual. Now, it seemed that this sorcerer was merely a fade of silver, lacking true substance. He fervently hoped that no calamity would befall them. Otherwise, instead of delivering the souls of the departed, they might provoke them further, endangering their own lives. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Yang Heng and the others, a female ghost, her hair disheveled, howled incessantly as she lunged towards the gathered crowd. A radiant red light emanated from Heng's embrace, creating a barrier that prevented her from approaching, keeping her at bay. Chapter 006. The document. The individuals present were utterly oblivious to the ominous threat posed by the female specter. As the specter could not approach Heng, she directed her malevolent intentions toward the attendants who stood at a distance, observing his rituals. Just a few days prior, although the specter possessed certain abilities, she would have found it impossible to confront the robust and vigorous attendants. However, today was unlike any other. It marked the 7th day since her demise, a time when her powers were at their zenith. Thus, the specter lunged forward, enveloping one of the attendants in her embrace. The attendant, caught unaware, felt a chilling breeze sweep past him. Moments later, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. His sudden fainting spell sent shockwaves of terror through the remaining onlookers, especially the steward Liu, who, upon witnessing the attendant's collapse, immediately jumped aside several paces. The other spectators scattered in fright, retreating to a safe distance. At that moment, Heng, having just completed his ritual and shattered all 8 tiles, was preparing to conclude his work. However, upon noticing the fallen attendant and the panicked crowd, he felt a twinge of reflection. Who claimed that ancient society was characterized by simplicity and sincerity? Here appeared his colleague, struck by an ailment and lying unconscious, while those nearby fled in fear, as if he were a harbinger of doom. Meanwhile, from a distance, Steward Liu shouted towards Heng, "Hey, Taoist, are you capable of performing this? If not, we shall seek assistance elsewhere." Heng was puzzled. Was it not merely a matter of conducting a simple funeral rite? What could possibly render him incapable? Did his ceremony contain flaws that Liu could perceive? Contemplating this, Heng recalled the steps of his ritual and suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. Oh, that explains the steward's rudeness. I indeed overlooked a crucial procedure. If I were to conclude it this way, I would surely be looked down upon. With urgency, Heng returned to the altar, retrieved the document he had previously prepared, and pretended to recite incantations with great solemnity. Finally, he ignited the document over a nearby candle, thrusting his peach-wood sword forward to pierce it through the center. He then began to enact his performance within the courtyard until the document was entirely consumed by flames. The onlookers, including Heng himself, were mere mortals. They could not perceive that as the document burned away, it did not reduce to ashes but rather emitted a radiant golden light. This luminescence lingered momentarily in the air before transforming into a resplendent golden scroll. A seal, glimmering with an unusual crimson hue, adorned the lower corner of the scroll. With the emergence of this golden document, a portal seemed to open in the void, and a swirling black vortex gradually took shape. In an instant, the golden scroll flickered and vanished into the passage. Unaware of the extraordinary events transpiring, Heng believed his ritual had concluded. He placed the peachwood sword back upon the altar and turned to Steward Liu, saying, "Steward Liu, I have completed the rite. What do you suggest we do next? This implies that my task has come to an end. It is time for you to settle the payment." Steward Liu stood at a distance, observing the audacity of Heng, who shamelessly sought his due. He felt an urge to spit in his face. Initially, this Taoist had confidently assured that there would be no issues, yet midway through the ritual, one of his servants had succumbed to the allure of a ghost. Now, as he approached for payment, one had to wonder about the audacity of his demeanor. While Steward Liu was gathering his thoughts, preparing to confront Heng, a sudden change unfolded in the scene. From the abyss emerged wisps of dark smoke, which gradually dispersed to reveal 2 indistinct figures. Upon observing the mortals in the courtyard, these figures exchanged looks of curiosity. It was known that the decree had been presented directly to the city god. Thus, the individual who issued it must hold a significant status, making the presence of mere commoners perplexing. As the 2 figures pondered, Heng noticed that the steward remained stationary, presuming he was reluctant to part with the funds. This could not be permitted. Having ventured into this unfamiliar realm, it was crucial to earn some money from this ritual. If the steward were to withhold payment, how would he sustain himself in the future? Resolutely, Heng approached the steward without further hesitation. As he passed by the ill servant, who was possessed by a ghost, a flicker of revival seemed to manifest, prompted by the crimson light emanating from Heng. This disturbance unsettled the ghostly presence. Although others were oblivious to the situation, the 2 shadowy figures before the abyss observed everything with clarity. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison, offering a silent acknowledgement to Heng. Then, one of the figures waved his sleeve, causing a black iron chain to soar forth, targeting the servant. This chain, appearing both tangible and ethereal, effortlessly traversed any physical barriers, as if they were non-existent. However, upon reaching the servant, it struck downward, binding him securely. The shadowy figure then pulled forth a clawing specter from the servant's body. This ghost, though tightly bound, writhed in defiance, its malevolent energy intensifying. Seeing this, the shadow that held the chain appeared incensed, admonishing the female spirit, "Wretched being, a Taoist master has come to aid you. Why do you not comply and present yourself before the city god? Should you continue this ruckus, I shall cast you into the depths of hell, from whence you shall never return." Strangely, the ghost seemed momentarily paralyzed by fear, ceasing its struggle. The shadow figure then flicked the chain, which coiled around the female ghost like a living serpent, drawing her back to its side. The two figures then bowed once more towards Yang Heng before vanishing into the abyss, as the dark vortex gradually dissipated, leaving no trace of the preceding events. Meanwhile, Yang Heng was still fervently demanding payment from Steward Lu. "We had an agreement, 5 taels of silver. You cannot simply disregard our arrangement after the ritual has been performed." "What kind of ritual are you performing? It is utterly ineffective. I perceive you as nothing more than a charlatan feasting off others." Yang Heng felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing these words. Although he possessed a certification in modern society, he found himself in an ancient era devoid of such credentials, rendering him, in truth, a false Taoist. However, admitting to such a claim was out of the question. "What are you saying? I am a genuine Taoist, certified by the authorities, with credentials. If you wish to dispute the payment, let us visit the officials together." At that moment, the servant possessed by the spirit finally began to awaken from his stupor. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed his usual companions had distanced themselves, leaving him isolated. "What is happening? Why are you all standing so far away?" In the distance, another servant, observing the man regain consciousness but still hesitant to approach, called out, "Are you the old Marquis or a female ghost?" The servant, attempting to rise unsteadily, felt a surge of anger at this remark. "What nonsense! Who is a female ghost? Your entire family are the ghosts." Seeing the servant's tone return to its former state, the other servant felt a wave of relief and cautiously approached, touching his hand to confirm it was warm, assuring him that the servant was indeed fine. Meanwhile, Lu, the steward, who had been in a heated argument with Yang Heng, noticed the situation and ceased his quarrel. He swiftly approached the awakened servant. "Young Marquis, are you well?" "I am fine. What on earth just happened?" Lu had no time to explain, merely stating, "It is good that you are unharmed. You fainted suddenly. Let us assist you back to rest, and we shall discuss this matter later." He then signaled to the other servants, who reluctantly approached to help the Marquis's servant depart from the front courtyard. Lu now realized that the Taoist indeed possessed some skill. Initially, when the ritual commenced, the courtyard was filled with chilling winds and ghostly wails. At one point, even a robust servant had been ensnared by the sorcery. Yet, upon the completion of the ritual, tranquility returned. The once howling winds had vanished without a trace, and the intermittent ghostly cries had ceased. It appeared that the Taoist was not devoid of ability. Rather, the ritual had simply not been completed. Now, with everything calmed, Lu adopted a more amicable demeanor. "Master Shitan, I must confess my ignorance earlier. Please do not take offense. Regarding the payment, I shall add an additional 2 taels, totaling 7 taels of silver." Upon hearing the steward acknowledge his fault and promise an increased payment, Yang Heng swiftly discarded his earlier displeasure. In this unfamiliar world, he felt acutely insecure, and the presence of silver in his possession granted him a semblance of peace. Seeing that Yang Heng had calmed, Lu hastily instructed a young servant present to escort him to a guest room for rest and to prepare a late-night meal. Once Yang Heng had departed, the steward exhaled a long sigh of relief. In recent days, their household has been thrown into disarray. The butler let out a sigh and then proceeded to seek out their master, the benevolent Wang. At that moment, Wang was still awake, awaiting the butler in the main hall. As soon as the butler entered, Wang impatiently inquired, "Well, my lord, the Taoist possesses some skill." "The cries of Aunt Xiaoyun can no longer be heard in the courtyard," replied the butler. Upon hearing this, Wang's once restless heart finally found some semblance of tranquility. "Alas, what misfortune has befallen our home, leading to such a calamity?" Standing beside him, Butler Lu was at a loss for words. In truth, he too felt a twinge of discomfort, for Aunt Xiaoyun had met a most tragic end. If not for the need to uphold his position serving Wang, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved in this affair, as it weighed heavily on his conscience. Chapter 007, Retention. Speaking of the charming concubine, Xiaoyun, she was greatly favored by the benevolent Wang. Ever since he brought her into his household, she had become the sole recipient of his affection. However, given Wang's advancing age, his vigor had waned, and aside from the initial fervor, he rarely spent the night in her quarters thereafter. As time wore on, an unexpected incident occurred. Xiaoyun found herself with child. Wang was immediately engulfed by a wave of jealousy, feeling as though a green cloud had settled upon him. While he might have been able to tolerate various matters, he could not abide the thought of being cuckolded. In a fit of rage, he entrusted Xiaoyun to the hands of his legitimate wife, Madame Lu. Madame Lu had long awaited this moment, and now Qiaoyun was finally within her grasp. It was predictable that, despite enduring severe torment, Qiaoyun refused to reveal the identity of the child's father. Enraged by her silence, Madame Lu resolved to ensure that Qiaoyun would never speak again. In a cruel twist, she personally stitched Qiaoyun's lips shut and blinded her with needles. Ultimately, after enduring such harrowing torment, Qiaoyun breathed her last. Many believed that this grim affair would conclude there. After all, she was merely a purchased concubine, a mere object whose demise would pass unnoticed. However, the very next day, the household was beset by supernatural occurrences. Particularly, Madame Lu was haunted by the weeping spirit of a woman outside her window each night. In just a day or two, the incessant crying drove her to the brink of madness, and she attempted to take her own life with a pair of scissors. In desperation, Wang had no choice but to bind his wife and send her back to her family for respite. Yet the vengeful spirit was not content to let the family be. Unable to find Madame Lu, it roamed the house nightly, wailing and creating chaos. Ultimately, it was the steward Lu who proposed a solution: to give Qiaoyun a grand burial and invite a Taoist priest to perform rites, ensuring her passage to the afterlife and preventing further mischief within the household. Thus, the preceding tales unfolded. Turning our attention now to Heng. He sat alone in a guest room, contemplating how to navigate his life after receiving 7 taels of silver the following day. The more he pondered, the more troubled he became. Despite being in ancient times, he had already inquired with the servants, discovering that housing prices remained steep. With merely 7 taels, it would take multiple times that amount to acquire a decent residence. The prospect of purchasing land seemed even more extravagant, as the price per mu had soared to over 10 taels. With his scant funds, he could barely afford half a mu. Heng, increasingly agitated, found himself gazing at the stone ring on his left hand. This glance momentarily stunned him, only to be followed by overwhelming joy. The once ethereal stone ring now seemed to have taken on a more tangible form, no longer merely an illusion. Being a frequent reader of novels, Heng analyzed the situation through a narrative lens and concluded that this stone ring was akin to a key. Once it became fully solidified, it would likely bring about unforeseen transformations. Whether this stone ring served as a key to return to the modern world or as his proverbial golden finger, it promised to secure his existence. As his mental tension eased, fatigue swept over him, and after a brief supper, he lay down and fell asleep. The following morning, after completing his morning rituals and enjoying a modest breakfast delivered by a servant, he felt invigorated and set out to request funds from Steward Lu. However, as he stepped outside, he spotted Steward Lu hastily approaching him. "Taoist, you are awake. Did you rest well last night? By the blessings of the infinite celestial, I had a peaceful night's rest, thanks to your kindness." Very well, Steward Lu replied, glancing around to ensure they were alone before leaning closer to Heng. He then produced 2 silver ingots from his robe and pressed them into Heng's hands. The weight of the silver nearly caused Heng to fumble. A quick glance revealed that the ingots appeared substantial, far exceeding the 7 taels Lu had promised. "What is the meaning of this, Steward Lu?" "I cannot accept rewards without merit," Heng remarked, though his grip on the silver tightened. If we truly intended to reclaim them, he would likely face Yang's ire. "Taoist, our master recognizes your formidable abilities and has graciously awarded you a total of 20 taels. Please accept it." "Such generosity feels inappropriate," Heng replied, yet he had already stowed the heavy ingots in the inner pocket of his Taoist robe. "Taoist, our master has been quite distressed and was unable to meet you yesterday. He has since found some solace following the burial of Aunt Qiaoyun last night and wishes to see you, knowing you conducted the rites for her. Might you honor him with your presence?" Upon hearing this, Heng felt there was no reason to decline, especially after receiving such a substantial sum. "Please, lead the way, Steward Lu. I shall pay my respects to the esteemed elder." "Certainly, Taoist Shitan, please follow me." Steward Lu guided the way, with Heng trailing behind into the inner quarters, where he encountered the benevolent Wang Das Hanren, who had remained unseen until now. Heng lifted his gaze to behold the elder, whose kind and gentle demeanor instantly instilled a sense of familiarity. Upon Heng's entrance, the elder rose and took a few steps forward in greeting. "Taoist, I apologize for any rudeness I displayed yesterday. I beg your forgiveness." The old gentleman was overly concerned. The humble monk had not taken it to heart at all. "Thank you. Daozhang, please take a seat." The two then settled into their respective places, and a maidservant presented fragrant tea. At this moment, Wang Das Hanren inquired, "Daozhang, are you merely passing through, or are you visiting friends and relatives?" Heng felt somewhat embarrassed by the question. Apart from the 20 taels of silver provided by Steward Lu, he was practically penniless. Nevertheless, being an honest man, he answered truthfully, which elicited a chuckle from Wang Laoxian. "To speak candidly, I currently have nowhere to go." Upon hearing this, Wang Dashanren's face brightened with delight. "If Daozhong truly has no place to stay, why not settle in our village? But how could I? There is no need for hesitation. If Daozhong could remain, I would be immensely grateful." Observing Yang Heng's peculiar expression, Wang Dashanren smiled and continued, "Perhaps Daozhong is unaware that our village once had a land temple. However, the temple's caretaker recently passed away, leaving it unattended. If Daozhong is willing to stay, you could temporarily take on the role of caretaker. What do you think?" This proposal was like a pillow offered to one in need of sleep for Yang Heng. He had nowhere to go, and here was a perfect refuge, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Thus, he quickly rose, bowed deeply to Wang Dashanren, and expressed, "Thank you, old sir. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to summon me." Wang Dashanren's smile grew even brighter upon hearing Yang Heng's assurance. "Lu, come here," he called, prompting Lu, who had been waiting outside, to hurry in. "What is your command, my lord?" "Go prepare the land temple, bringing over some daily necessities, as well as rice, flour, oil, vegetables, and other provisions. Daozhong will be residing there temporarily." "Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it immediately," Lu responded and exited promptly. Following this, Wang Dashanren engaged Yang Heng in conversation, discussing various topics. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Heng subtly inquired about the fundamental circumstances of this world. To his surprise, he learned that this realm was not reminiscent of any historical dynasty he was familiar with. The current era belonged to the Great Zhou dynasty, yet it had no connection to the Empress Wu of legend. The ruling surname was Qian, and the dynasty had been established for over 200 years. The current emperor was considered wise. Although there were some disturbances, the overall situation remained relatively peaceful. Presently, Yang Heng found himself near Kaifeng in Hunan. Wang Dashanren's status was also remarkable. Despite being a mere country landlord, his eldest son served as a governor in the south. Therefore, even the county magistrate would show him respect, addressing him as old sir. After grasping this information, Yang Heng couldn't help but marvel at his own fortune. Had it not been for his fortunate encounter with the ongoing rituals at the house, coupled with the lack of time to seek a priest in the county, one might think that merely securing a meal would be a stroke of luck, let alone a place to call home. Wang Dashan conversed with Yang Heng for approximately half an hour when steward Lu hurried in with news. "Sir, the Earth Deity Temple has been prepared." Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan promptly turned to Yang Heng and said, "Reverend, shall I escort you to see the temple? It is quite suitable for habitation. Pray do not trouble yourself." "Esteemed elder, a servant will suffice to guide me," Yang Heng replied. This time, Wang Dashan did not hesitate and instructed steward Lu to send a trustworthy servant to accompany the reverend to the Earth Deity Temple. He added that, from now on, Yang Daozhong would receive a monthly stipend of 2 taels of silver. After giving his instructions to steward Lu, he turned back to Yang Heng, saying, "Upon your arrival, should anything not meet your expectations, do not hesitate to have them rearrange it. If there is anything lacking, simply send word and I shall ensure it is provided for you." Yang Heng rose, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Soon, steward Lu returned with a reasonably honest servant. Yang Heng once again thanked Wang Dashan and followed the servant out. Chapter 008. The second young lady Wang Dashan personally escorted Yang Heng out of the door before returning to the main hall, where he settled himself comfortably in the center. Beside him, steward Lu hastily presented a cup of fragrant tea, standing by with an expression that suggested he was hesitant to speak. As Wang Dashan sipped his tea and observed steward Lu's awkward demeanor, he directly addressed him. "Speak your mind. Keeping it bottled up is burdensome, isn't it?" Steward Lu, upon hearing this, felt somewhat embarrassed. It was fortunate that he was related to Madame Lu, Wang Dashan's wife. Otherwise, he would not have dared to voice his thoughts. "Master, isn't the temple priest supposed to receive only 500 when each month? Why has so much silver been given to this Taoist? You lack discernment." The previous caretaker, though he put on a fierce front, possessed no real talent. This Taoist is quite different. At this point, Wang Dashan felt a twinge of fear. He had come to understand the recent events. It was undoubtedly that cunning concubine seeking revenge. It was truly perilous. Had he not encountered this Taoist, the lives of his entire family might have been at stake. Individuals of Yang Heng's caliber, whom Wang Dashan mistakenly perceived as high-minded and capable, were rare to meet, let alone solicit their assistance. The current Taoist, Shitan, appeared rather naive and inexperienced, likely having just descended from the mountains. Such individuals were precisely those one ought to befriend. For if they gained worldly wisdom, they might regard people like Wang Dashan with disdain. Having contemplated this, Wang Dashan turned to steward Lu and instructed, "From now on, whatever that Taoist requires, you may procure directly from the storeroom without consulting me." "Yes, I shall remember the master's orders." Meanwhile, Heng, accompanied by the servant, exited Wang Dashan's residence and made his way to the central village shrine. Along the way, he encountered Wang Erden, who had treated him to his first meal in this world. They exchanged a few words, and Wang Erden, delighted to learn that Heng had been left to guard the shrine, promptly declared that he would bring his family to offer incense once Heng had settled in. After bidding farewell to Wang Erden and walking a few hundred more steps, Heng arrived at the shrine. The shrine, though modestly constructed as a single courtyard, occupied a considerable area. Most importantly, Heng observed that it appeared well-maintained, showing no signs of disrepair, which greatly relieved him. On his way, he had feigned calmness, but inwardly he had feared that the shrine might be a dilapidated structure. Upon entering the main hall of the shrine, he found it to be a spacious and elongated tiled room, at the center of which stood a benevolent statue of the earth god. On the offering table below, an array of fresh fruits was displayed. Heng gazed at the shrine, puzzled by its opulence compared to others he had encountered. Accompanied by the servant, he toured the shrine, thereby formally accepting stewardship of this sacred space. After dismissing the servant, Heng finally let out a sigh of relief. He stood in the courtyard of the land temple, glancing around, and a smile returned to his face. He had finally found a place to settle in this unfamiliar world. Heng chuckled to himself for a while before realizing it was time to attend to some serious matters. He first entered the main hall of the land temple, took a stick of incense, lit it, and respectfully placed it in the incense burner before stepping back to bow to the altar dedicated to the earth god. This was his way of greeting the deity of the temple upon his arrival. Next, Heng moved to the east wing, which he had chosen as his future bedroom. The bedding and furnishings here appeared nearly new, indicating that Steward Lu had not been negligent in preparing the living necessities for their master. The first day of life in the land temple was quite uneventful. Perhaps the villagers were aware of his recent assumption of the temple's duties and understood he had matters to attend to, as none came to offer incense. However, on the following day, villagers began to arrive in succession to light incense and make wishes. At this point, Heng's role came into play. He had to stand beside the altar, putting on a show and uttering auspicious phrases to reassure the villagers. As noon approached, Heng pondered how to resolve his lunch situation. Although he possessed several taels of silver, and Mr. Wang had promised him a monthly allowance of 2 taels, along with an ample supply of rice, flour, oil, and vegetables, he had always been accustomed to having meals prepared for him in modern times. Even with these ingredients before him, he had no knowledge of cooking. He had already skipped breakfast that morning, and if he did not eat lunch, he feared he would be faint by the afternoon. At that moment, Wang Erden arrived with his elderly wife to offer incense. Heng had no choice but to endure his hunger while waiting for them to finish. Unlike the other villagers, however, Wang Erden did not leave after offering his prayers. Instead, he pulled Heng aside under the eaves to chat. "Reverend, will you be residing in our village from now on?" he inquired. "The kind Mr. Wang has entrusted me with the land temple, so at least I have a place to stay and a means of livelihood." Wang Erden nodded before continuing, "Reverend, I suppose you haven't eaten breakfast yet?" Heng felt a flush of embarrassment, but replied honestly, "Mr. Wang has indeed prepared rice, flour, and oil for me, but I am clumsy in the kitchen and have yet to learn how to cook or light a fire, so I had to skip breakfast. This simply won't do. One must eat to sustain oneself. Skipping one meal is manageable, but for someone like you, I believe a caretaker would be beneficial." The elderly man then proposed, "You see, I have a granddaughter who is quite diligent and adept at managing both household and outdoor tasks. Why not allow her to assist you here? You would only need to provide her meals." Heng initially felt delighted at this suggestion, but he soon remembered that he was in ancient times, where strict boundaries were maintained regarding matters between men and women. The young girl, if she were to serve in her own temple, alongside a solitary man, might find her reputation compromised after prolonged interaction. Thus, Heng hastily declined, stating, "Esteemed elder, this is quite inappropriate. Though I am a Taoist priest, I am still a man, and living together with a young girl in the same temple could lead to unfavorable gossip." Upon hearing Heng's refusal, Wang Erden merely sighed and replied, "I do not wish to conceal the truth from you, revered Taoist. My granddaughter possesses a robust fate. The village's Wang Xiangu advised us that keeping her at home might bring misfortune to our family, suggesting we send her to a monastic life." Heng found himself stifling a laugh. The ancients seemed rather superstitious, so easily swayed by the words of a diviner to abandon their kin. If this girl were indeed sent to the temple as Wang Xiangu proposed, her life would be irrevocably altered. "Old sir, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and nobility are decreed by heaven. Such is the destiny. How could others interfere?" Heng continued. "There is no need to heed the nonsensical ramblings of that diviner." However, Wang Erden shook his head vigorously in disagreement. Taoist, you do not understand. Wang Xiangu is truly gifted, and her words are undoubtedly accurate. After a moment of pause, he sighed, if you refuse to take in my granddaughter, I shall have no choice but to send her to Wang Xiangu. At that moment, Wang Erden's elderly wife suddenly knelt before Yang Heng, imploring, Taoist, I beseech you, have mercy and take in my granddaughter. If she stays in our village's land temple, we can visit her anytime. But if she is sent to the distant Wang Xiangu, it will be difficult to see her again. Wang Erden, too, gazed at Yang Heng with pleading eyes. Faced with their earnest entreaties, Yang Heng felt he had no option but to relent. He nodded, saying, in that case, let her stay in the west wing for the time being. If you come to a resolution later, you may take her back at any time. Upon hearing Yang Heng's consent, Wang Erden was overjoyed and urged his still kneeling wife, quickly return and fetch Arya. His wife, her face beaming with joy, hurried away. Before long, Wang Erden's wife returned, leading a girl of about 12 or 13 years. Approaching Yang Heng, she patted the girl's back, saying, Arya, quickly bow to the Taoist. The girl timidly glanced at Yang Heng before following her grandmother's instructions and kneeling down, repeatedly bowing her head. Yang Heng quickly stepped forward to assist her to her feet, finally having the opportunity to observe her more closely. Arya was clad in a patched, coarse cloth garment, yet remarkably clean, indicative of a tidy and diligent young girl. To Yang Heng's surprise, Arya's appearance was not that of an ordinary rural girl. Rather, she possessed an exquisite beauty, resembling a refined young lady from the city. Tears streaked her delicate face as she timidly regarded Yang Heng. Yang Heng let out a sigh. This little girl was scarcely older than his own daughter. In modern times, she would be joyfully attending school, yet in this ancient era, she was destined to leave her family and live alone in a temple. Yang Heng gently ruffled Arya's hair and spoke kindly, from now on, you shall reside in the temple. It is merely a few steps away from your home, and should you feel homesick, you may return to stay for a few days at any time. Upon hearing Yang Heng's comforting words, the girl's eyes brightened, but then she seemed to recall something. Casting a timid glance at Yang Heng before softly inquiring, is that truly permissible? Of course, he replied. Consider this temple your second home. You may freely alternate between the two. With Yang Heng's assurance, a smile finally graced the little girl's face. She then turned to her grandmother, seeking her approval. Arya's grandmother first glanced at the head of the household, and, seeing him silent, smiled at Arya, saying, since the Taoist priest has said so, there is no harm in it. It is perfectly fine to return every now and then. Hearing her grandmother's endorsement, the little girl's smile blossomed even more brightly. Chapter 009. The return. Wang Erden and his elderly wife exchanged a few more words of advice with Arya before hastily departing. Now, only Yang Heng and Arya remained in the courtyard. Without her family, Arya felt somewhat reserved, standing beside Yang Heng, uncertain of what to do. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Yang Heng sought to alleviate it with a question. Arya, do you know how to cook? Arya cast a furtive glance at Yang Heng, then nodded vigorously. Very well, from now on, you shall be in charge of our daily meals. I shall follow your guidance, she replied earnestly. All right, let me show you the kitchen. With that, Yang Heng led Arya to the kitchen of the Earth Deity Temple. Upon entering, he pointed out the locations of the rice, flour, oil, and vegetables. Arya immediately demonstrated her industrious nature, eagerly beginning to prepare the meal once Yang Heng had indicated where everything was. Yang Heng, satisfied with her diligence, nodded approvingly before retreating to his own room. Not half an hour had passed when Arya's voice rang out at Yang Heng's door. Master, the meal is ready. Hearing this, Yang Heng rushed out to find a spread of food laid out on the stone table in the courtyard. An enticing aroma wafted toward him, intensifying his hunger. He hastened to the table, grabbing chopsticks and eagerly shoveling food into his mouth. It was only after a few bites that he noticed Arya standing nearby, not partaking in the meal. Arya, hurry and get a bowl. Come eat. Master, it's all right. I can wait until you finish, she replied. Yang Heng, upon hearing this, set down his bowl on the stone table, looked up at Arya, and said, since you are in my temple, you must adhere to my customs. We eat together here. Go fetch a bowl and join me. At his words, Arya darted away like a startled rabbit, quickly returning with a large, coarse porcelain bowl filled to the brim with rice, topped generously with vegetables. Seeing this, Yang Heng's lips twitched. It seemed his concerns were unfounded. Well then, let us eat. With Yang Heng's command, Arya promptly settled beside him and began to eat heartily. After the meal, Arya took it upon herself to clear the dishes. Meanwhile, Yang Heng offered incense to the Earth Deity in the main hall before returning to his room to rest. As Yang Heng spent more time at the temple, he gradually became more acquainted with the villagers. The temple's business flourished, with visitors coming daily to offer incense. If only the impoverished families came to pay their respects. It would suffice, but those with some savings often brought offerings as well. These offerings typically remained for a day before Yang Heng collected them, sharing the bounty with Arya. Thus, several days passed, and the stone ring in Yang Heng's possession grew increasingly distinct. This very morning, the stone ring had become nearly indistinguishable from a genuine artifact. At that moment, Yang Heng sensed as if a passage was opening before him. With a mere flicker of thought, he could escape this realm. Consequently, he resolved to settle matters at the land temple during the day and return to the modern world that evening. After dining, he informed Arya that he would be entering a period of secluded cultivation for a few days and requested not to be disturbed. He then confined himself within his chamber, concentrating his mind on the stone ring. As soon as Yang Heng focused on the ring, a sense of clarity enveloped him, revealing a golden passage. This shimmering corridor exerted an immense gravitational pull, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself irresistibly drawn into it. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered he had returned to the grand hall of the ascending heaven temple. A wave of joy washed over him, quickly followed by a surge of anxiety. Having spent 6 or 7 days in another world, would he be considered missing in the modern realm? The thought of his parents potentially panicking was alarming. Without further deliberation, he rushed out of the hall in search of his belongings. To his surprise, he found his luggage undisturbed at the entrance, which left him perplexed. Had no one visited the temple in all that time? It seemed the temple indeed possessed an air of tranquility. This realization eased his worries slightly, alleviating his concern for his parents. He approached his belongings, unzipped the bag, and retrieved his phone, intending to call home and reassure his family. However, upon switching the device on, he discovered it was completely drained of battery. Swiftly, he located a nearby room, fetched a charger, and connected his phone to the power source. Once the charging was complete, he sat beside it, instinctively reaching for the stone ring. This touch rendered him momentarily speechless. Contrary to his expectations, the ring had not reverted to an ethereal state, but remained remarkably solid. Furthermore, he sensed that he could still access the other world through the stone ring. With a mere thought, he could return. While this revelation left him bewildered, it was ultimately a minor concern. His immediate priority was to reassure his parents. In no time, the phone powered on, inundating him with notifications. Upon glancing at the screen, he noted that he had missed 7 or 8 calls, all from his close friend, Yang Heng. This alleviated some of his anxiety, as long as his parents remained oblivious. Everything else could be managed. To err on the side of caution, Yang Heng promptly dialed his parents' number. The call connected swiftly, and his father's voice resonated through the receiver. "Hello, how are things at the temple? You haven't caused any trouble, have you? Is that even possible?" Yang Heng replied with a hint of humor. "Good to hear. Focus on your work at the temple and strive for an early promotion," his father encouraged. "By the way, I have great news. I am now the head of the temple." Yang Hongwei, on the other end, was somewhat astonished. His son had only recently taken up the mantle of a Taoist priest, and now he was claiming to be a master. What could possibly be the matter with this rascal? Surely he wasn't dabbling in some dubious practices? It seemed improbable. After all, it was merely the abbot of the Sanqing temple who recognized his exceptional talent and took him under his wing, even bestowing upon him a temple of his own. Yang Heng chose to share only the joyous news, concealing the fact that he had been assigned to this remote temple from his father. Upon hearing his son's words, Yang Hongwei breathed a sigh of relief. The phone was then seized by Yang Heng's mother, Wang Guilin. Thus, the family engaged in conversation for over half an hour before concluding their call. Following this, Yang Heng made a phone call to Yang Kong, explaining that his phone had been malfunctioning for several days and had only just been repaired, thereby glossing over his recent absence. Once these matters were settled, Yang Heng gathered his belongings and sought out a reasonably suitable room in the backyard to serve as his bedroom. Subsequently, he began to explore the Tung Tian Temple, as it would be his abode in the modern world, and he felt it prudent to familiarize himself with his surroundings. To his dismay, he discovered that the facilities within Tung Tian Temple were far inferior to those of a modest land temple in another realm. Although that land temple was smaller in scale, it was well equipped with all necessary provisions, unlike the seemingly grand Tung Tian Temple, which was devoid of any essentials. Particularly disheartening was his inspection of the kitchen, where he found it completely barren of grains or vegetables. How could one possibly survive in such circumstances? Sighing, Yang Heng surveyed the desolate Tung Tian Temple, contemplating the hardships that lay ahead. However, his fortune soon changed when he stumbled upon a small, secluded room filled with Taoist scriptures. As he entered, a cloud of dust billowed forth, indicating that it had been long since anyone had ventured inside. It was understandable in modern society. Taoist priests often had their basic needs met and seldom devoted time to studying such texts. Initially indifferent to these scriptures, Yang Heng reconsidered, as a Taoist priest, He ought to possess some understanding of ritual practices. This reflection brought to mind his past experiences in another world, where he had performed rituals for a certain benevolent figure. The performance had been riddled with flaws, and any knowledgeable Taoist present would have found it laughable, leaving Yang Heng feeling somewhat embarrassed even now. Determined to rectify his shortcomings, he began to sift through the pile of texts, ultimately uncovering several volumes that appeared to be of considerable significance. With these books in hand, he returned to his room, eager to study them. Yet, as hope soared, so did disappointment. Yang Heng had initially anticipated learning some mystical arts from these scriptures to impress the devotees who came to pay their respects. However, he soon discovered that these texts were profoundly arcane and challenging to comprehend, written entirely in classical Chinese. Though Yang Heng could barely decipher those traditional characters, he found himself perplexed when they were strung together. A profound disappointment washed over him. He pondered how ancient scholars could write so obscurely, employing cryptic phrases like yubu without elucidating their meaning. Merely stating these two characters left one in utter confusion. Certain incantations required the recitation of spells, such as the solar spell or the divine light spell, yet clarity regarding the content of these incantations was sorely lacking. It seemed there was little hope for enlightenment from these texts. Thus, Yang Heng resorted to the Duren Jing, a scripture gifted to him by his master when he received his talisman. Familiarity with this text would at least enable him to guide wandering souls in their passage. Consequently, he spent the afternoon engrossed in his studies within his chamber. By evening, he offered incense to the three pure ones in the main hall and recited the Tao Te Ching before the deities, marking the completion of his evening rituals. Ordinarily, evening practices were quite elaborate. However, as he was the sole occupant of the small temple, he streamlined the proceedings as much as possible. Yet, an ensuing dilemma plagued Yang Heng, for he found himself without anyone to prepare his meals. Back in his previous life, he had the comfort of his mother and ex-wife's cooking. After traversing to this realm, he had relied on a servant girl in the local shrine, never worrying about sustenance. Now, returned to the modern world, he faced the dire predicament of being unable to procure food. Whom could he turn to for resolution? Chapter 010. The arrival of the ghostly infant Yang Heng found himself with no option but to retrieve a few pastries from his belongings, which he consumed with some cool water, serving as his dinner for the evening. Fortunately, he had already dined in the world he traversed from before returning to the modern era. Otherwise, he would have been left starving, with stars dancing before his eyes. Nonetheless, he was awakened in the middle of the night by hunger at least once. As dawn broke the following day, Yang Heng could no longer endure his hunger. He rose early, first offering incense to the Grand Master of the Three Purities, then secured the temple doors before hastily making his way down the mountain. The journey from his modest temple to the Sioux family fort at the mountain's base was long and arduous, comprised entirely of winding paths. By the time he descended, over half an hour had passed. Upon entering the village, Yang Heng paid no heed to anything else and directly proceeded to a small eatery where he indulged in a serving of fried dough sticks. These treats, which he typically regarded as mere junk food, now appeared to him as an exquisite delight. After satisfying his hunger, he patted his belly with contentment, finding himself lethargic and reluctant to move. The proprietress of the eatery, observing Yang Heng attired in his Taoist robe, curiously inquired, "Are you the new Taoist from the small temple on the mountain?" Yang Heng quickly performed a respectful bow and replied, "Blessings of the infinite celestial sovereign. Indeed, I am the Taoist from the mountain." After hearing his response, the proprietress scrutinized him from head to toe before asking with intrigue, "How long have you been residing at the temple? Have you noticed anything unusual?" Yang Heng was momentarily taken aback by her question. What could possibly be unusual within the temple? "What do you mean, dear lady?" Seeing that there were no other patrons, the proprietress pulled up a chair and sat next to Yang Heng, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "You may not be aware, but that small temple is said to be haunted." Yang Heng's expression was one of disbelief. Setting aside any notions of the existence of ghosts, he mused about the audacity of such entities to manifest before the Grand Master of the Three Purities. Was that not akin to courting death? Noticing Yang Heng's skepticism, the proprietress pressed on, "Do not dismiss it so easily. Some time ago, the previous Taoist fled the temple in the middle of the night, proclaiming to the entire village that there were ghosts. Ever since, he has refused to return to that temple." At this revelation, Yang Heng began to piece together the puzzle. It appeared that the former Taoist did not leave due to loneliness, but rather was frightened away by the alleged haunting. However, he was still unconvinced about the existence of ghosts. "Dear lady, let us not propagate rumors. In this vast universe, how could there possibly be ghosts?" With that, he settled his bill, shook his head, and departed. The proprietress, observing Yang Heng's calm demeanor and noting that he did not appear to be haunted, began to harbor doubts of her own. Heng then wandered through the village's small shop, purchasing some instant noodles and other provisions before shouldering his belongings and returning to the temple on the mountain. For the next few days, Heng spent his time in the small temple in solitude, rather uneventfully passing the hours. In the end, Heng found himself unable to endure the solitude any longer. The primary reason for his discontent was that for several days he had subsisted solely on instant noodles, to the point of feeling nauseated. Thus, he resolved to venture into another world, seeking a distraction to prevent himself from succumbing to illness. Without hesitation, Heng secured the door of the small temple and activated the stone ring, promptly vanishing from the modern realm. When he next opened his eyes, he discovered he had returned once more to the land deity's temple. The exterior was still shrouded in darkness, leaving him uncertain about any occurrences within the temple over the past few days. However, with night still enveloping the surroundings, he deemed it impractical to inquire further and decided to rest, allowing himself to adjust to the time difference. Comfortably, he lay back down, covering himself with a blanket, preparing for another serene slumber. However, shortly after settling into bed, he was startled by a scratching sound against the window, akin to a rodent foraging. Initially, Heng intended to ignore it, yet the persistent noise continued, scraping against the window frame. Eventually, his patience frayed, and in a fit of irritation, he turned over, rose from the bed, and flung open the window, eager to uncover the source of the disturbance. To his shock, upon opening the window, he found himself locking eyes with the very entity outside. As he discerned its nature, he felt as though he had been immobilized by an incantation, paralyzed by fear. It was not a mere rodent, but rather a pallid, wrinkled infant with canine teeth, devoid of any color, its expression eerily devoid of emotion. It was evident that this being was no ordinary child. Who among us has seen an infant with teeth capable of climbing onto a windowsill unaided? Upon noticing Heng, the ghastly infant began to crawl towards him. In that moment, Heng's senses returned, and he instinctively recoiled in terror. However, he soon found himself retreating to the edge of his bed, with no further escape available. The infant crawled closer, reaching Heng's ankle with its cold, pale hand. A shiver surged through him, coursing from his feet to the crown of his head, as he felt his body begin to stiffen with an unnatural chill. As the infant continued its relentless ascent, inching towards his chest, Heng finally reacted, letting out a piercing scream while forcefully pushing the infant away. To his astonishment, the creature seemed weightless, crashing against the wall before swiftly rebounding back to his knees. Panic-stricken, Heng grasped at a nearby object, his fingers closing around something solid. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung it down towards the infant's head. A burst of crimson light erupted upon impact, and the infant emitted a heart-wrenching wail, retreating rapidly from Heng's room, vanishing into the night. Still trembling with fear, it took Heng a considerable time to regain his composure. As the chilling encounter lingered in his mind, he sat alone on the bed, gasping for breath, pondering, what on earth was that? It nearly cost me my life. As he contemplated, a sudden thought struck Heng. Could this little creature be a ghost? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that it must indeed be a specter. After all, how else could it appear and vanish without a trace? Even more suspicious was the fact that, despite the ruckus he had just caused, screaming and smashing things, his neighbor, Arya, had shown no reaction whatsoever. This was clearly the work of a ghostly enchantment. At that moment, Heng realized with a shudder that ghosts truly existed in this world. And it was far from safe. He longed to return home. He did not wish to linger in this realm any longer. His thoughts of home immediately directed his gaze to the stone ring in his hand, but what he saw filled him with disappointment. It appeared that this world had reverted to its illusory state once again, and it would take some time before it could restore itself, quelling his desire to flee. However, recalling that he had struck the ghost with an object, causing it to retreat at once, he wondered if that item possessed some protective properties. With this in mind, he promptly began lighting several candles around the room, searching for the object he had thrown. Eventually, he discovered a red cloth bundle tucked away in a corner. Upon examining it, he realized what lay within. It was none other than the copper seal his master had bestowed upon him during his initiation into the modern world. This seal bore the inscription of the title he had received after his ordination, the Taoist official of the Supreme Purity, the Left Palace of Tai Chi, responsible for the command of the celestial decree. As Heng rubbed the copper seal in his hands, he felt a sense of disbelief. Could this seal truly possess such formidable power? It seemed implausible. If it were an antique, it might have some capabilities. But this seal was freshly minted, brand new. As he contemplated the seal, his mind whirled, seeking to uncover the reason behind its newfound might. After much deliberation, he arrived at a single conclusion. His ordination had been genuine in the modern era. Yet, due to certain circumstances, that time had devolved into an age devoid of spiritual illumination. However, having traversed into this new world, which indeed seemed to harbor ghosts and deities. The copper seal he had used during his initiation now radiated divine authority. If this were true, then perhaps in this realm, he could indeed be considered a celestial official. A smile involuntarily crept onto Heng's lips, as his earlier fears began to fade. If his hypothesis held water, it followed that many of the so-called fraudulent Taoist texts and spells from the modern era might actually be efficacious in this world. Particularly, numerous Taoist scriptures that promised to elevate one to celestial status, or, at the very least, to refine the golden elixir and achieve the nascent soul. With this thought, Heng's heart ignited with fervor, no longer burdened by the sudden appearance of the ghostly infant. For if his reasoning was correct, he could simply pick any book on exorcism from the modern age, and it could banish this ghostly infant without a trace. Hengyue's excitement grew with each passing moment. He yearned for the ability to utilize the stone ring at once, to return to the modern world, find a few suitable books, and immediately commence his journey into cultivation in the path of immortality, ultimately achieving the status of a celestial being and eternal life. However, he swiftly regained his composure. Realizing that such thoughts were of little consequence, his immediate priority was to navigate through the current crisis. Simultaneously, he pondered the reason behind the malevolent spirit's assault upon him. After all, he had only recently traversed into this world and had not yet offended anyone, suggesting that he had no enemies. Yet, despite his reflections, he could find no clarity. Ultimately, Hengyue surrendered to his thoughts, closing the window and collapsing onto his bed. Nevertheless, he clutched the copper seal tightly to his chest, as if its presence alone could offer him solace amidst the turmoil. Chapter 011. The immortal Wang Xiangu as Heng lay awake. Restless due to his encounter with a ghost, in a neighboring village over 20 miles from Kaoshantan, a sinister courtyard flickered with the faint glow of candlelight. Within a dim room of this eerie abode, an elderly crone with a malevolent countenance recited incantations incessantly. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind flung open the window, revealing a glimmer of green light that settled before the old witch. Startled, she gazed upon the ethereal light, which enveloped a wrinkled, pallid infant. This ghostly child emanated an intermittent green glow, while dark vapors continuously seeped from its form. Unlike others, the old witch understood that this spectral infant had sustained grievous injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, she cradled the ghostly child in her arms and made her way to the main hall. There, prominently displayed, was a shrine dedicated to the revered Granny Husan. Gently, the witch placed the ghostly infant before the altar and knelt in fervent supplication. After a time, she retrieved a porcelain jar from the side, and upon opening it, revealed the desiccated corpse of an infant. The witch then took the ghostly child and cast it into the jar, where it vanished into the lifeless body. Having sealed the jar once more, she returned it to the altar, continuing her incantations. After a spell of time, the witch straightened her back, her eyes half-lidded as she fell into a trance. Suddenly, in a voice that seemed disjointed and unfamiliar, she began to speak. "What is happening? You summoned me at this moment. Great immortal, the ghostly infant is in peril. It has been harmed today." To any observer, the stark contrast in her voice would suggest two distinct entities were speaking, though the ghostly infant was newly formed, born under the most ominous of celestial alignments. Who could possibly inflict injury upon it? Great immortal, a Taoist has recently arrived in Kaoshantan, meddling in affairs that do not concern him. He audaciously performed a rite for Qiaoyun. I intended to teach him a lesson tonight, but unexpectedly, he displayed considerable skill and managed to injure the ghostly child. What did I warn you? To tread carefully and avoid provoking practitioners of the Tao. Yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Great immortal, it has been decades, aside from you, I have encountered no other practitioners of the Tao. I grew complacent. Learn from this lesson. That insufferable Taoist possesses some measure of power if he can harm the ghostly infant. Do not provoke him further. I shall ascertain his capabilities once I emerge from seclusion. Yes, I shall heed your command, great immortal. Upon uttering these words, the witch's head drooped, and after a moment, she reopened her eyes, now gleaming with a glacial light. This time, the Taoist had jeopardized his own significant undertaking. Could he truly escape unscathed? The witch, in a fit of frustration, ultimately sighed in resignation. The celestial being had already spoken. Should she act impulsively and incur the wrath of the deity, her fate would be dire. It seemed prudent to set this matter aside for now. Once she retrieved the young girl and performed the life restoration ritual, she would address other concerns. On the following morning, the witch tidied her garments and slowly departed from the village, making her way toward the nearby Kuaishan village, situated 20 miles away. Along her journey, she was greeted by numerous villagers. Where is Wang Xiangu headed? To the neighboring village, where a girl is in distress. I intend to check on her. We truly appreciate your efforts, Wang Xiangu. Encountering you is a stroke of immense fortune. One must not speak so. Saving a life surpasses the construction of a 7-tiered pagoda. As practitioners of the way, we cannot stand idly by in the face of suffering. Indeed, Wang Xiangu has a kind heart. After exchanging pleasantries with several others, Wang Xiangu finally exited the village and proceeded toward Kuaishan village. The journey was arduous, spanning nearly 20 miles, and by the time she arrived, 2 hours had passed, leaving her weary and breathless. Wang Xiangu straightened her back, gently tapping her waist, and sighed heavily, acknowledging her declining strength. With this thought lingering, she gazed eagerly in the direction of Kuaishan village. After taking a brief respite at the village entrance, she ambled into the village. Upon her arrival, she was immediately surrounded by a throng of women, clearly indicating her popularity. Celestial being, you haven't visited our village in quite some time. I have been preoccupied with family matters, she replied, somewhat evasively, while continuing her path into the village. Noticing Wang Xiangu's distracted demeanor, the women ceased their chatter and returned to their own affairs. After freeing herself from their attention, Wang Xiangu walked a bit further and paused in front of a courtyard in the village's center. Just as she was about to knock, a woman in her 30s emerged from within. Upon seeing Wang Xiangu, the woman's face lit up with joy. Celestial being, you have come. Please, come inside. While ushering Wang Xiangu into her home, she called out, Mother, Wang Xiangu has arrived. This announcement immediately stirred those inside the house. Who is it? Mother. It's Wang Xiangu. No sooner had this been said than Wang Erden's elderly wife appeared from inside. Upon spotting Wang Xiangu, she hurriedly approached and grasped her hand. Celestial being, you have finally come. I was just about to visit you in a few days. With that, she invited Wang Xiangu into her home. Erden's wife. Stop dawdling over there. Quickly fetch water for the celestial being. Yes, mother, I will do so. The woman, upon receiving her mother-in-law's command, promptly dashed outside to prepare hot water for Wang Xiangu. Once the daughter-in-law had departed, Wang Xiangu turned to Wang Erden's elderly wife and inquired, Madam Huang, have you given thought to the matter we discussed previously? Wang Erden's elderly wife hails from the Huang family, and everyone affectionately refers to her as Huang Dinyang. It is settled then. It is indeed settled, but this poor girl has suffered greatly. However, if she is not sent away, it may bring misfortune upon your entire household. Who can deny this? These past few days, with the girl absent, I have noticed that the affairs at home have run much more smoothly. Wang Xiangu raised an eyebrow. Perplexed, what do you mean? Is the girl not at home? Indeed, did you not say, Wang Xiangu, that she must be sent to a practitioner? Otherwise, she may inadvertently bring about the demise of the family? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiangu was immediately filled with agitation and stood up abruptly. Have you already sent her away? Where has she been sent? Huang Dinyang, noticing the change in Wang Xiangu's expression, felt uncertain about where she had erred. We sent her to the village's earth god temple, where a capable Taoist priest has recently arrived. My husband and I deliberated and thought it best to send her there. Upon hearing Huang Dinyang's words, Wang Xiangong's expression grew even darker, and he was about to admonish her. At that moment, the doors swung open once more, and Wang Erden entered from outside. Wang Xiangu, I heard you were here, so I hurried back from the village entrance. Upon seeing someone enter, Wang Xiangu had no choice but to suppress her anger temporarily and reseat herself on the earthen Kong. Once she calmed her temper, she spoke. I tell you, not every Taoist is a true practitioner. Should he be a charlatan, not only would he fail to resolve your girl's predicament, but he may even exacerbate it. Wang Erden quickly stepped forward to clarify, I understand. This time, the Taoist from the Earth God Temple is quite capable. Sending our girl there should pose no issues. How do you know he is capable? Is it written on his face? Wang Erden was momentarily taken aback by Wang Xiangu's inquiry, unsure of the source of her ire. Nevertheless, he continued, you see, a few days ago, there was a haunting at Wang Dashan's home, and it was thanks to this master that calamity was averted and fortune was restored. Wang Xiangu's curiosity was piqued, and she pressed on, is this Taoist from the Earth God Temple the same one who exorcised the spirits at Wang Dashan's home? Yes, indeed he is the one. Wang Xiangu fell silent, realizing that fate had intertwined their paths once more. She had intended to let the matter of this unsavory Taoist rest for a while, but it seemed he had thwarted her plans again. Thus, she resolved to act without mercy. Huang Dinyang, sensing Wang Xiangu's silence, anxiously inquired, Xiangu, sending the girl to the Earth God Temple, there will be no issues, will there? Wang Xiangu let out a cold laugh and replied, we shall see in a few days. If this Taoist is indeed capable, all will be well. Otherwise, within a few days, the girl may bring about her own demise. After speaking, Wang Xiangu rose and strode towards the door. Wang Erden and the others hurriedly followed her out, and only after she disappeared from sight did they return inside. As they entered, they found the second daughter-in-law sitting there, cracking sunflower seeds. Huang Dinyang, upon witnessing this scene, immediately became displeased. Did I not ask you to fetch water for Wang Xiangu? The people have departed, yet no one has seen the water rise. That old witch has returned to sow discord. My daughter, Arya, has finally found a good place, but she seems intent on whisking her away for reasons unknown. It turns out that this second daughter-in-law is none other than Arya's mother. Previously, Wang Xingu had threatened to take Arya away, claiming that if she did not, the entire family would meet with misfortune. At that time, she was only half convinced. However, the old man and woman were steadfast in their beliefs, and these past few days, due to the matter concerning Arya, the mother has been unable to eat or sleep peacefully. Finally, a capable Taoist priest arrived in the village, and only then did the elder couple relent, deciding to send Arya to the village's land temple. This arrangement allowed for both parties to remain in close proximity, easing the mother's worries. To her dismay, today, Wang Xingu has come knocking once more. It seems this old hag harbors ill intentions, possibly seeking to sell their Arya elsewhere. Wang Erdan and Huang Dinyang felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing their daughter-in-law's words. Had it not been for their insistence, Arya would not have been sent to the temple. Thus, they refrained from further confrontation and retreated to their respective rooms. Chapter 012. The tenets of Tai Jinhua. Once again, Wang Xingu hastily departed from Kaoshantan, returning to her abode. Seated upon her bed, her anger intensified with each passing moment. She had been on the verge of mastering the Ghost Mother technique, only to find the essence of the Ghost Mother suddenly vanished. The precious elixir she had painstakingly acquired for prolonging her life had been brazenly seized by that insufferable Taoist. Such indignities were intolerable. In a fit of rage, she hurled the teacup from her grasp, shattering it upon the floor. Rising, she turned and strode towards the secluded little cottage. Upon entering, a wave of hesitation washed over her. The Taoist had proven capable of vanquishing the ghostly infant, indicating he possessed considerable skill. It was worth noting that her own abilities were derived from esoteric practices, and should he unravel her techniques, it would undoubtedly leave her severely weakened. Contemplating this, Wang Xingu found herself in a quandary. Ultimately, she resolved to bide her time until the Fox Immortal completed her period of cultivation, at which point they could devise a plan together. Meanwhile, young Heng, having returned to the ancient past, found himself at ease once more. His daily routine consisted solely of morning and evening rituals, leaving him with little else to occupy his time. After completing his morning duties, he discovered that the courtyard and home had been tidied up by Wang Arya, who had even laid out breakfast for him. Following dinner in the evenings, it was naturally Wang Arya who cleared the dishes, ensuring that Yang Heng had no opportunity to lend a hand. Thus, he lived like a parasite for several days. Eventually, the moment arrived when the stone ring materialized once more, allowing him to traverse dimensions. As was his custom, he briefed Arya on the affairs of the temple before activating the ring to return to the modern era. Upon his return, Yang Heng wasted no time and immediately immersed himself in the library. However, after a thorough search, he found himself overwhelmed. The sheer volume of text was daunting, each tome beginning with exhortations on becoming an immortal ancestor. At that moment, he was uncertain which book to choose. Ultimately, he decided that he must first obtain a genuine text on cultivation. Without such a foundation, countless methods would be rendered useless before him. Moreover, the principal aim of cultivation is not merely to attain power or wield spells. Rather, it is the pursuit of longevity. Otherwise, regardless of the number of spells or the strength of one's abilities, death renders all efforts futile. Consequently, Yang Heng sifted through the myriad of texts for hours. He dismissed those that were overly complex, as he lacked the comprehension to even begin studying them. He also avoided those with peculiar titles, as he could not ascertain whether their practices were virtuous or malevolent, fearing he might establish a flawed foundation. After much deliberation, he finally settled on a volume titled The Tenets of Tai Jinhua. His choice was influenced by the book's renowned reputation he had encountered online previously. Allegedly authored by L. Dongbin, this work was widely circulated and had been extensively annotated by many true Taoists. More importantly, it was a profound text directly addressing the path to the golden elixir. Unlike other books, which may obscure or reveal their true essence, this one does not shy away from articulating the genuine methods of cultivation. With the profound dual cultivation technique contained within this tome, it is only natural to seek a supplementary spellbook for protection. However, after much deliberation, it appears that most texts within the Ascending Heaven Pavilion predominantly require a certain level of mastery to be effective. For instance, summoning or invoking deities yields no results without adequate power. Furthermore, many of the scripture necessitate the establishment of altars for such invocations, and given Yang Heng's current abilities, the celestial beings would scarcely acknowledge his presence. After much scrutiny, Yang Heng finally stumbled upon a secret tome suitable for his current capabilities, the illustrious Luban book. To the uninitiated, this may seem merely a manual for carpenters, yet such an assessment is misleading. The first section indeed showcases Luban imparting various construction techniques to his descendants. However, The second section diverges dramatically, encompassing an array of bizarre and sinister arts, such as methods for enchanting beauty, seizing souls, and inciting madness, which evoke a chilling sensation. Most intriguingly, this volume appears to require no magical energy to execute its arcane techniques. While it seems highly convenient, it is in fact a perilous practice. For those who study the Luban book must sacrifice something significant, be it widowhood, orphanhood, solitude, or disability, thus earning it the ominous moniker of the Book of Missing Pieces. Heng surmised that the lack of required magical energy does not imply an absence of power. Rather, it suggests that those who wield the spells may lack the energy, or that the upheaval of the cosmos has rendered the cultivation of such power impossible. Hence, the Luban book carves a new path, allowing practitioners to substitute their own fortune for magical energy in the execution of its secret arts. Upon acquiring this book, Heng felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, reflecting upon his current state of estrangement from his family, he realized he fit the criteria of the missing piece. In addition to this tome, he utilized his phone to gather various publicly available spells online, regardless of their efficacy. It was prudent to have them stored on his device. One could never tell when they might prove useful. Once he had completed these tasks, Heng descended the mountain and procured several portable chargers from a small shop in Su family fortress. He intended to take his phone along to facilitate his studies upon arrival. Having deemed himself adequately prepared, he pondered the time spent by Arya working for him without compensation. Thus, he resolved to purchase a few small tokens to win her favor. Consequently, he selected some charming plastic hair accessories from the shop, spending merely a few coins, which he considered a modest gift for Arya. After organizing his belongings, Heng bundled everything together and returned to his ascending heaven pavilion with a cheerful disposition. Upon his arrival, noticing the late hour, he hastily prepared a simple bowl of noodle soup for dinner. Following this, he picked up the Tai Jinhua Zongji, meticulously perusing its contents before commencing his cultivation practice as instructed within its pages. However, after half an hour had passed, Heng felt drowsy, with a sore back and aching waist, resulting in no discernible progress in his cultivation. Several times, he believed he had perceived a golden light gathering before him, only for it to swiftly vanish. Disheartened, Heng realized that achieving success in cultivation within the confines of modern society was no simple feat. Perhaps it would be worth attempting in another realm. Who knows what success might lie ahead? He then secured the door and offered incense to the three purities, beseeching their blessings for a smooth journey in the new dimension. Once these rituals were completed, Heng activated the stone ring, instantly vanishing from his current plane and arriving in another world. Upon his return, he surveyed his room and found it exactly as he had left it. With a few hair ornaments in hand, he pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, calling out to Arya's room. "Arya, look what delightful treasures I have brought you." At the sound of his voice, Arya's room stirred, and with a creak, she hurried to stand before him, her innocent eyes fixed upon him. Through his observations over the past few days, Heng recognized this as her expression of longing. He then took out a delicate pink cloth pouch from his bosom and slowly opened it before her, revealing two butterfly-shaped hair ornaments. Under the sunlight, these ornaments shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, adorned with small faux diamonds at the eyes and antennae of the butterflies, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. Arya's eyes were transfixed by the ornaments, yet she refrained from reaching for them. "Go ahead and take them. You're usually so carefree. What is holding you back today?" Heng inquired. Despite her fixation on the ornaments, she murmured, "They're too expensive." "Expensive, you say? They're yours, so take them. Why utter such superfluous words? If you don't want them, I shall discard them," he retorted. At his words, Arya's eyes sparkled with joy, and she slowly extended her hand to accept the two ornaments, clutching them tightly to her chest. "Go ahead and admire them. I have matters to attend to. Just call for me when it's time for lunch," he concluded, waving his hand as he retreated to his room. Arya, gleefully cradling the ornaments, returned to her own space. Once inside, Heng firmly closed the door, determined to explore the efficacy of the Tai Jinhua Zongji in this world. Following the instructions within the text, he settled cross-legged on his bed, striving to relax his entire body, with the tip of his tongue touching the roof of his mouth. He half closed his eyes, methodically focusing on each part of his body, gradually releasing tension in his head, crown, forehead, brows, eyes, nose, mouth, jaw, ears, neck, and shoulders, while breathing deeply and slowly. As he settled into relaxation, he redirected his consciousness to the tip of his nose. This cultivation session proved markedly different from his experiences in modern society. It was long before he perceived a radiant light at the tip of his nose, akin to the rising sun. He could even feel waves of warmth, an experience he had never encountered before in the modern world, filling him with a surge of joy. However, as soon as he entertained this fleeting thought, the radiant light and warmth before him vanished without a trace. After the disappearance of this ethereal glow, Yang Heng opened his eyes. Though the luminous warmth had only graced him for a brief moment before being shattered by his own distraction, he felt no remorse. His face adorned with a smile. It appeared that his intuition was correct. In the modern era, something essential was lacking in the space around him, rendering the practice of Taoist secrets exceedingly difficult. Yet, upon entering this new world, the essence of Tai Jinhua once again radiated its brilliance. In the following days, Yang Heng devoted himself solely to the morning rituals and secluded himself in his chamber, diligently cultivating the essence of Tai Jinhua. As time passed, his perceptions deepened significantly. Initially, he merely sensed a faint gathering of sunlight before him, but ultimately, the light intensified magnificently. According to the text, Yang Heng discerned that the moment was ripe, and he was prepared to proceed to the next stage. Chapter 13, The Dark Arts with Preliminary Validation Achieved. Yang Heng commenced the next phase of his cultivation of the Tai Jinhua doctrine, which involved guiding the radiant light that had manifested before him into his body. This step required patience. He understood that the light would naturally illuminate this path, and in due time, the profound orifice would be unlocked. After approximately 5 or 6 days of diligent practice, Yang Heng succeeded in absorbing the gathered light into his being. At this stage, he had merely scratched the surface, as the subsequent journey entailed long-term nurturing. According to the texts, a foundational period of roughly 100 days was necessary. Essentially, the light that initially emerged was merely a glimmer of sight, not the divine radiance or the essence light. After 100 days of introspection and tranquility, where water and fire harmonized, the heart would attain clarity, leading to the emergence of the essence light. This essence light transcends mere illumination. It is the innate tranquility of one's true self, the golden radiance within. Thus, through reflective inward cultivation, the balance of water and fire would foster the natural culmination of a sacred embryo. Time passed imperceptibly as Yang Heng engaged in his practice, spanning over a month. During this period, as his power deepened, the essence light within him began to manifest, albeit in an unstable manner, flickering in and out of existence. Yang Heng experienced a profound sense of harmony in body and mind, with a continuous flow of energy. When he sat in meditation, the world around him fell silent, and a full moon shone brightly above, filling him with vitality, impervious to the elements. Furthermore, he sensed a luminous orb consistently hovering at his heart center, seemingly within his control. Meanwhile, while Yang Heng pursued the Tai Jinhua doctrine, Wang Xingu remained restless. Although she had previously abandoned her intentions of retribution against Yang Heng, she found herself increasingly agitated. Initially, she dismissed this discomfort as a temporary imbalance, believing it would dissipate with time. However, as days passed, her unease intensified. Despite not practicing orthodox methods, her decades of association with the fox spirit had endowed her with some understanding of cultivation. Gradually, she recognized that her plight was not merely a matter of discomfort, but rather a portent of impending disaster. Upon sensing this foreboding, Wang Xingu set aside all else. On a quiet, moonlit night, she once again attempted to summon the fox spirit. Yet, it seemed the spirit was preoccupied, as her summons went unanswered. After several fruitless attempts, despair settled in, compelling her to analyze the source of her misfortune. Through careful deliberation, she concluded that her time was drawing near. Previously, the fox spirit had warned her of her dwindling lifespan, which was why it had imparted to her the secret of longevity. Just as she prepared to gather the necessary components, the crucial elixir had been preemptively seized by a foul priest from the local shrine. Upon reaching this conclusion, Wang Xingu exhaled deeply. It appeared that she would have to confront the loathsome priest, otherwise, the precious elixir would remain out of reach, and her lifespan would be irretrievably lost. Resolute in her decision, she departed the sanctuary dedicated to the fox spirit and made her way to the secluded chamber where she typically performed her rituals. In the dimly lit corner of the room, Wang Xingu delicately retrieved a book, running her fingers over its surface for an extended period, her expression shifting from joy to despair. Ultimately, she seemed to resolve to place the book back on the shelf. For the next half-day, she began to prepare the materials for her ritual. First, she procured several roosters, followed by lengths of red string, and then glutinous rice among other items. When the clock struck midnight, Wang Xingu donned a resplendent crimson robe and proceeded to slaughter the roosters, allowing their blood to drip into a bowl. After this, she carefully tied the strands of red string into an exceedingly long cord. Subsequently, she soaked this cord in the rooster's blood. Upon completing this task, she retrieved a small altar from beside her, lifting the lid to reveal layers of bone ash within. She scooped several spoonfuls of the ash into the bowl containing the blood-soaked string, mixing it thoroughly before consuming it in one swift motion. Once this was accomplished, she secured one end of the blood-soaked string around her ankle and the other end to the plaque of the main deity, the god of 5 passages, enshrined in the small room. Following this, she snipped a lock of hair from her head and held it in her palm. After completing these preparations, Wang Xingu returned to the offering table and began to chant incantations. Before long, she felt a sense of disorientation wash over her. At that moment, she realized the time was ripe, and she leaped forward with great fervor. Suddenly, she felt weightless, glancing back to see her physical form still seated at the offering table. Now, a spectral glow of pale white and blood red enveloped her, with a lock of hair entwined within her essence. Seeing that her ritual had succeeded, a radiant smile spread across her face as she thought, "You insolent Taoist, today you shall witness my formidable prowess." This arcane art practiced by Wang Xiangu was the technique of releasing the Yin spirit. However, it was not a legitimate Taoist practice. Rather, it was an unintentional acquisition of dark sorcery. This method harnessed bone ash and rooster blood, empowered by the God of Five Passages, in combination with specific incantations, allowing her soul to depart her body freely. Furthermore, once her spirit was liberated, it wielded tremendous power, rivaling that of the Taoist method of releasing the Yin spirit. Although this technique appeared simple and wielded immense strength, it bore a fatal flaw. The use of bone ash during the ritual infused her with Yin energy, consequently diminishing her lifespan with each execution of the spell. Thus, while she could traverse streets and ascend mountains, she could manifest yet not disperse, roam the mortal realm but could not soar or transform. If the sun were to shine brightly, she would instantly turn to dust. Moreover, without the presence of a corporeal vessel, the Yin spirit could not endure. It was for this reason that Wang Xiangu chose her hair as the tether for her spirit's journey. The Yin spirit of Wang Xiangu stirred a gust of chilling wind within the room, then passed through the walls, exiting her home and heading straight for the nearby village of Kaoshantan, several dozen miles away. Along the way, she encountered no obstacles and effortlessly arrived at the entrance of Yang Heng's land shrine in Kaoshantan. Upon reaching this point, Wang Xiangu hesitated to advance further. Unbeknownst to her, the authenticity of the land deity within this temple remained shrouded in uncertainty. Was it real or merely an illusion? If this indeed was the sacred domain of the land god, with her limited capabilities, merely approaching the temple would likely result in her detection. At such a moment, escape would be futile. Consequently, Wang Xiangu wandered outside the temple, cautiously observing and probing its mysteries. After a considerable time, she discerned that the temple was devoid of any divine radiance, enveloped instead in an utter pall of darkness. Now convinced that no land deity resided within, but rather that it was merely an abandoned shrine, she gathered her courage, summoned a chilling wind, and surged towards the interior. Once inside the temple, she scanned her surroundings and noticed a flickering red light emanating from the eastern chamber. Wang Xiangu promptly concluded that this must be the abode of that odious Taoist. The red glow, she surmised, was likely the protective aura of the vile practitioner. With her target identified, she swiftly maneuvered through the shadows into Yang Heng's chamber. Upon entering, she beheld Yang Heng seated cross-legged upon the bed, inhaling and exhaling in a rhythm that allowed a stream of luminous energy to flow into his being. This sight elicited a laugh from Wang Xiangu. It was indeed true that the king of hell demanded one demised by the third watch who could survive until the fifth. The detestable Taoist, engrossed in his cultivation, was likely bereft of the capacity to resist, presenting the perfect opportunity for her to strike. Thus, without hesitation, Wang Xiangu propelled herself towards Yang Heng. Typically, upon being struck by her ethereal form, an ordinary individual would find their spirit utterly extinguished. Yet, this time she miscalculated. The moment her shadowy essence made contact with Yang Heng, she was met with an intense heat radiating from him, akin to that of glowing embers. Wang Xiangu's spectral form felt as though it might dissolve under such fiery pressure. As if that were not enough, a surge of red light from Yang Heng's embrace collided with her shadowy essence, forcefully repelling her from his presence. At that moment, Yang Heng, disturbed from his meditative state, regained consciousness. Ordinarily, he would not perceive specters. However, the combination of Wang Xiangu's semi-visible form, enhanced by the chicken blood she had consumed, and the illumination from the red light in his arms rendered her completely visible. Thus, he immediately recognized the woman before him as a ghostly apparition. Alarmed, Yang Heng realized he had encountered malevolent spirits twice within mere days of arriving in this realm. The first was the ghostly infant, and now he faced a specter clad in crimson robes. It seemed this world, while replete with opportunities for cultivation and immortality, was fraught with peril, as various demons and spirits roamed the earth, ready to claim the unwary. Fortunately, Yang Heng had prepared himself for such encounters. Spotting the red-robed ghost, he swiftly grasped a peachwood sword from beside him. The peachwood sword was discovered by Yang Heng in a land deity temple, and during this period, he devoted himself to its ritual refinement. The method Yang Heng employed for the ritual was sourced from contemporary online resources. While uncertain of its efficacy, he had little else to occupy his time amidst his cultivation, and thus followed the prescribed technique to refine the sword. Traditionally, the process of ritualizing a peachwood sword should take 49 days. However, Heng had only completed a little over 30 days of refinement, leaving him somewhat short of the required mastery. Nevertheless, he could not afford to dwell on this now. With the peachwood sword in hand, Heng swiftly descended from his bed and struck at the female ghost with a single thrust. Wang Xiangu, having just endured 2 significant blows, found herself in a weakened state when Heng's strike landed upon her. The impact felt akin to being branded by a searing hot iron, causing her to emit cries of anguish. Observing the effectiveness of his strike, Heng unleashed a flurry of blows with the peachwood sword directed at Wang Xiangu's ethereal form. This unfortunate turn of events left Wang Xiangu in dire straits. Already wounded in her ghostly essence, the relentless assault from Heng left her writhing in pain, with little opportunity to flee. Chapter 14. The Life-Seizing Incident. Wang Xiangu, tormented beyond endurance, thought to herself that if she did not devise a solution soon, she might meet her demise in this place. Therefore, she cried out desperately, "Spare me! O celestial being, spare me!" Upon hearing her pleas for mercy, Heng gradually lowered his sword. However, he was not foolish enough to let his guard down completely. With a peachwood sword in his right hand and a copper seal in his left, he remained poised to strike should this female specter show any sign of treachery. Seeing that Heng had finally ceased his assault, Wang Xiangu let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, Heng stepped forward, demanding, "From whence do you come, you wandering soul? How dare you disrupt my temple?" Wang Xiangu, upon hearing his inquiry, quickly assessed the situation and realized that this man was unaware of her true identity. Thus, she decided not to disclose the truth. "O Great One, I am but a wandering spirit from a forsaken graveyard. Sensing the presence of incense offerings here, I stealthily approached the earth god's temple to partake in the offerings. Alas, I inadvertently stumbled into your chamber. It is truly a grave misfortune." Heng listened to her explanation, uncertain of its validity, and scrutinized the spirit before him. "Do not fabricate tales. How could a mere wandering ghost dare to intrude upon the earth god's temple? Do you not value your life? O celestial being, you are unaware that this temple harbors no divine presence. Were it otherwise, I would not possess the audacity to enter," Wang Xiangu replied. Heng was taken aback. In his understanding, the world was filled with both the strange and the divine. The temple had evidently been maintained for a considerable time, suggesting the presence of a deity. Yet, according to this wandering spirit, it was merely a wild shrine. If that were truly the case, why had the benevolent Wang expended such resources to construct this temple and continually provide offerings? As Heng pondered this perplexing dilemma, Wang Xiangu, lying on the ground, seized the opportunity presented by his distraction. With a sudden leap, a chilling wind swirled around her, and she swiftly floated towards the exit. Heng, startled by the gust, snapped to attention. Upon glancing up, he realized that the wandering spirit was making her escape. Instinctively, he hurled the copper seal from his left hand towards the specter. The official seal, glowing with a crimson light, struck the spirit with force. Previously, the mere radiance of the seal had caused Wang Xiangu's ethereal form to suffer, and now, being struck directly by the solid object, her spirit wavered like a candle in the wind. Recognizing the peril of her situation, Wang Xiangu bit her lip and invoked her final life-preserving secret technique. Upon its activation, her spirit immediately split into 2 halves. One half surged with remarkable strength, enveloping her essence as it charged directly at Heng, while the other half, appearing dim and weak, swiftly escaped the room, vanishing into the courtyard. Heng, undeterred by the half that had fled, wielded his peachwood sword and struck at the shadowy specter that lunged toward him. This time, the apparition seemed particularly fragile, dimming significantly after just a few blows before dissipating entirely, leaving only a wisp of hair that floated gently to the ground. With the specter vanquished, Heng kicked open the door and stepped into the courtyard, surveying his surroundings only to find that the fleeing spirit had vanished without a trace. He spat in frustration, acknowledging her swift escape, but vowed that should they meet again, he would ensure her soul was shattered. His commotion, kicking doors and shouting, awoke Arya, who lived across the hall. Draped in a garment, she emerged from her room, puzzled by the sight of Heng brandishing a peachwood sword and displaying bravado in the courtyard. "Taoist, what has transpired?" she inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Seeing Arya approach, Heng's face beamed with pride, though his words were nonchalant. "Nothing of consequence. Merely a blind and wandering spirit that sought offerings here, which I have successfully dispatched." Upon hearing that a ghost had recently visited, Arya instinctively tightened her clothing, her eyes flitting nervously around the darkness, sensing malevolent presences lurking everywhere. Noticing her trepidation, Heng chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. "Do not fear. With me here, I shall handle any specters that dare approach." Arya promptly clung to his arm, seeking solace in his presence. After offering her a few comforting words, Heng escorted her back to her room, urging her to retire for the night. As she watched him return to his own quarters, A cunning smile crept across Arya's face, reveling in her successful scheming. Meanwhile, Heng entered his room, closed the door, lit a candle, and began to search the floor. He had sensed something fall when he vanquished the specter. At last, he discovered a tuft of gray hair on the ground, and as he picked it up, a shadow of unease settled over him. It became apparent that he had been deceived. This was no mere wandering spirit, but rather someone who had employed dark magic to threaten him. Now, he found himself unaware of the identity of this adversary. It is well known that while a thief may operate for 1,000 days, one cannot guard against them indefinitely. If he were to fall prey to this unseen foe, he would find himself in a place of despair with nowhere to lament. He resolved to devise a plan to teach this person a lesson and, if possible, eliminate the looming threat. With Heng's commitment to his training, his character had grown more resilient than before, a subtle transformation that he himself had yet to recognize. However, anyone who encountered him again would undoubtedly perceive a significant fortitude in his resolve. Meanwhile, Wang Xiangu, having relinquished most of her spectral forms and a strand of hair, harnessed the last vestiges of her spiritual power to swiftly return to her dwelling, her consciousness intact. This time, she soared at full speed. Returning to her abode in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, she immediately entered a dimly lit chamber and fell upon her own body. At that moment, the red thread binding her physical form to the divine essence of the five-past deity disintegrated into ashes. This red thread served as a shackle tethering her soul, as long as Wang Xiangu was willing, no matter the extent of damage to her spirit. She could harness this ethereal connection to guide her soul back into her body. This was the final line of defense that Wang Xiangu had devised for unforeseen circumstances. And it had indeed proven invaluable. Although her soul had returned to her corporeal form, her body felt as if it had been drained of vitality. Wang Xiangu sat there, gasping for breath for a considerable time before finally managing to open her eyes. As she examined her body, she realized the severity of her energy depletion if this continued. She might not even last until her imminent demise, her soul destined to scatter. Seated before the divine tablet of the five-past deity, Wang Xiangu pondered for a while before resolutely rising to her feet, albeit unsteadily, and making her way to a corner of the room. There, she discovered a water vat, and with great effort, she shifted it aside, revealing a dark, shadowy cavity beneath. Holding an oil lamp, she slowly descended into the abyss. As the light flickered within the cavern, her gaze fell upon two infants, both just a year old. Strangely, whether by enchantment or some other means, the two babies remained blissfully asleep, undisturbed by her presence. Wang Xiangu approached the infants, casting the glow of her lamp over them. Her eyes settled upon a particularly plump and fair child, and she nodded in satisfaction. Gently, she cradled the infant in her arms and, trembling, ascended the ladder back to the upper chamber. This time, she did not return the water vat to its original position but hurriedly approached the altar of the five-past deity, placing the child upon the offering table. Once there, Wang Xiangu began to chant fervently, her body swaying rhythmically. After a while, an ominous aura surged through the small room, and the tablet dedicated to the five-past deity shimmered as if bathed in golden light, transforming into a resplendent hue of gold. Upon witnessing this miraculous change, joy illuminated Wang Xiangu's face. She had initially believed she would merely invoke a trace of divine essence, yet here was a true manifestation of the five-past deity before her. With renewed determination, she bowed and prayed fervently before the golden tablet. After some time, she rose and approached the slumbering infant, adjusting the child so that it sat cross-legged upon the offering table, stepping back to scrutinize her work, ensuring no detail was overlooked. She then retrieved a steel nail from a cloth bag. Wang Xiangu approached the infant once more, her expression shifting from benevolence to a fierce intensity. She raised the steel nail high and then thrust it down with great force, piercing directly through the infant's fontanelle into the brain. Before the baby could even utter a cry, its life was extinguished on the spot. At that moment, Wang Xiangu began to chant incantations, her words quickening in pace. Before long, a golden light, tinged with the scent of blood, emanated from the divine plaque of the five spirit gods, sweeping over the infant's body. Subsequently, a surge of crimson vitality was extracted from the infant. This extracted essence immediately divided into two streams before the divine plaque. The larger portion was absorbed by the plaque, while the smaller portion flew into Wang Xiangu's body. Once this ritual concluded, the golden plaque gradually dimmed, ultimately returning to its original hue. Meanwhile, kneeling beneath the plaque, Wang Xiangu swiftly regained her rosy vitality, appearing as though she had shed several years from her age. Chapter 015. The 7 arrows of the nail. It turns out that the spell wielded by Wang Xiangu involves seizing the fortune of others to replenish her own vitality. The reason she employs infants is that their life force is most abundant. Once appropriated, it can provide decades of lifespan. Upon reopening her eyes, a smile once again graced her face, but she swiftly stowed it away, silently scanning her inner being. Soon, her expression darkened, for although she had appropriated the infant's vitality, she discovered that this energy was rapidly dissipating, and it was unlikely to endure for long. Wang Xinggu struck her thigh in frustration. It seemed she would need to seek out that precious elixir in the earth deity's temple for it to be of any benefit. The incantations of the 5 spirits had reached their limit. Henceforth, she must implore the fox spirit once more. Meanwhile, Yang Heng rose the next day, performed his morning rituals, and retreated to his chamber, where he began to search for spells on his phone that might be of use. It is worth noting that Yang Heng had made exceedingly thorough preparations for this journey through time. His phone contained an extensive array of documents totaling several dozen gigabytes. In ancient times, the knowledge contained within this small device would equate to thousands of tomes. After spending the entire morning sifting through files, he ultimately unearthed a method that would allow him to exact revenge on the individual who had assaulted him the previous day, without requiring excessive magical energy. This method, likely familiar to many, is known as the 7 arrows of the nail. However, the incantation he intended to utilize is not the traditional 7 arrows from the 36 celestial techniques. The celestial spells have transcended ordinary magic and should be classified as divine powers. It is no easy feat for even a transcendent being to master such techniques, as they demand significant fortune and opportunity. In contrast, the modern realm boasts a plethora of spells derived from the 36 celestial techniques. Most of these spells are simplifications of the celestial and terrestrial incantations, with some even twisting these divine arts into something unrecognizable. The particular spell that captured Yang Heng's interest is indeed a dark art. Although it retains the name 7 arrows of the nail, it would be more aptly termed the ritual of the straw man. The general procedure entails first procuring a hair or the birth date of the target, which is then concealed within the heart and lungs of the straw figure. Subsequently, this effigy is placed upon an altar or beneath it, after which the practitioner may perform the ritual to summon spirits, compelling them to capture the target's soul. The spirits referenced need not be celestial deities. They may also include woodland sprites or even unconscious forces of nature. While the target slumbers, they may unwittingly have one soul and one spirit drawn away. At this juncture, the captured essence resides within the straw man, and copper nails dipped in rooster's blood are driven into the effigy. The ritual is to be repeated every 7 days. After a span of 49 days, the entirety of the target's divine essence will be drawn into the straw figure. At this point, the target shall meet their demise. Should one find the process tedious, it is also possible to perform the ritual daily, completing all procedures within a week. However, such haste carries the risk of the target discovering the curse and seeking a remedy. This spell is extraordinarily powerful. While other forms of malevolent magic can be countered with protective incantations such as the golden light charm, this particular spell renders such defenses ineffective. To guard against it, one must resort to the use of a substitute effigy. This underscores the formidable nature of this dark sorcery. Yang Heng's intention to confront the adversary from the previous day revolves around the use of the 7 arrows of nail spell. However, executing this spell requires meticulous preparation. After reaching his decision, Yang Heng wandered through the mountains in the afternoon, selecting a number of long, slender grasses to bring back to the earth temple. He then rummaged through the temple's storeroom for several copper nails and instructed Arya to procure a rooster from the village for his preparations. Yang Heng began to fashion a straw man in the afternoon, yet he found himself lacking the skill. His attempts resulted in a shapeless form. Ultimately, it was Arya, observing Yang Heng's struggles, who stepped in to assist, enabling him to create a reasonably well-formed straw man. That evening, Yang Heng set up an altar, preparing an assortment of fruits and vegetables as offerings. He placed the straw man at the center of the altar and began to chant fervently, prostrating himself repeatedly. Were modern individuals to witness Yang Heng in this state, they might deem him mad, prostrating before a mere straw effigy. Yet, in this otherworldly realm where spirits exist, as Yang Heng continued his incantations and supplications, the straw man seemed to come alive, exuding a chilling aura. This was Yang Heng's inaugural attempt at true sorcery, and witnessing such an occurrence made his heart race. However, with no turning back, he steeled his resolve. He bit down on his teeth and took the lock of hair left by Wang Xinggu from the previous day, inserting it into the straw man's chest. After completing this ritual, Yang Heng produced the copper nails he had prepared earlier, dipped them in the rooster's blood, and thrust them forcefully into the straw man. Meanwhile, Wang Xinggu, several dozen miles away, had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, she was jolted awake by an intense pain in her chest, prompting her to cry out involuntarily. Yet, the pain was fleeting, soon dissipating, leaving her bewildered. She typically enjoyed good health, so the sudden discomfort was perplexing. As the sharp pain faded, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Assuming she had not rested well, she paid it little mind and returned to her deep slumber. The following morning, as per his routine, Yang Heng began to prostrate himself before the straw man. With each bow, Wang Xinggu felt increasingly lethargic from her distant perch. By the time Yang Heng completed his third prostration, she, who had initially risen with some vitality, found herself once again beset by drowsiness. However, this was merely the first day of Yang Heng's spellcasting. Wang Xinggu soon recovered, dismissing the incident as a mere consequence of the energy she had expended during their previous confrontation. As night fell on the second day, in the stillness of the deepening darkness, Yang Heng rose once more to honor the straw man. This time, his ritual was far more deliberate than the hasty morning bows. He adhered to the prescribed rites, forming hand seals and reciting incantations. Upon completing his ritual, the eerie atmosphere surrounding the straw man intensified. In the dim light, a shadowy figure swayed at the heart of the straw effigy. Yang Heng, with his modest magical prowess, could not perceive the movement of the effigy. He merely followed the incantation's instructions, picking up a copper nail once more, dipping it in Rooster's blood, and affixing it atop the straw figure. Just as Yang Heng drove the copper nail in, far away, Wang Xinggu awoke with a pained cry. This time, she sensed something amiss. Since being jolted awake by pain the previous day, she had felt a persistent heaviness, initially disregarding it. However, in the dead of night, the pain returned with a vengeance. It was clear this was not merely a physical ailment. Someone was casting a spell aimed at her life. Wang Xinggu, well-versed in the art of countermagic, had deduced over the past 2 days that someone was employing a curse to subdue her. With this realization, she could no longer afford to sleep. She hastily donned a few garments and made her way to the eerie little room, where she fervently bowed before the five-function deity. As she prayed, an unusual aura emanated from the deity's tablet, signifying its presence. Wang Xinggu, recognizing this, quickly implored the deity for assistance in breaking the curse and ensuring her safety. While a righteous god would naturally protect their followers, the five-function deity was a malevolent spirit, reluctant to expend its power unless adequately appeased. Prepared for this, Wang Xinggu descended into the underground chamber, retrieving the infant she intended to sacrifice for her own survival. Before the deity's tablet, she plunged a small knife into its heart. As the blood flowed, the sinister aura around the five-function deity intensified, almost taking on a tangible form. A whirlwind swept through, causing the infant to wither like a deflated balloon, leaving only a hollow shell behind. Once this was accomplished, a chilling essence descended upon Wang Xinggu from the deity's tablet. This was the five-function deity employing its divine power to perceive the curse afflicting Wang Xinggu and to trace its origin to the one who sought to harm its follower. As this dark essence enveloped Wang Xinggu, it transformed into a talisman that marked her forehead. Meanwhile, in the Earth Temple, Yang Heng felt a sudden palpitation. He then observed the straw figure on his altar beginning to sway, as if it were about to take flight. Yang Heng had never witnessed such an occurrence, and during his attempts to perform the nail-headed 7 arrows technique, he had consulted various methods without discovering any indication that the effigy would move of its own accord. However, he quickly surmised that this was the result of the cursed individual attempting to break free from his binding. Yang Heng could not allow this to transpire. With their enmity firmly established, he knew that failing to eliminate this adversary would result in even more malevolent tactics aimed at him in the future. Thoughts raced through Yang Heng's mind as he pondered the means by which he could thwart his opponent. After much contemplation, Yang Heng realized that, given his rudimentary skills, he was utterly incapable of halting the impending situation. Just as anxiety began to envelop him, his hand inadvertently brushed against a hard object at his waist. Upon making contact with this item, a sudden clarity washed over him. Meanwhile, the straw effigy on the altar quivered increasingly, and the hair of Wang Xinggu within the effigy began to swell outward, as if striving to detach itself from the straw figure's body. Seizing the bronze seal from his waist, Yang Heng casually pressed it onto a piece of yellow paper, which he then wrapped around the effigy. As the yellow paper enveloped the straw figure, its trembling ceased. Observing this stillness, Yang Heng finally exhaled in relief. It appeared he had temporarily subdued its movements. Chapter 16. Contest of Magic. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away at the abode of Wang Xinggu, as Yang Heng enveloped the straw figure with the yellow talisman inscribed with symbols, the divine plaque of the five passage gods suddenly emitted a burst of golden light, only to fade soon after. Observing this phenomenon, Wang Xinggu, kneeling beneath the offering table, was immediately struck with alarm. Through her years of experience, she discerned that the five passage gods had once again failed to assist her. Fear gripped her heart. If even the five passage gods proved powerless, did this not herald her own demise? No, she could not succumb to death. There must be another way. If the five passage gods could not help, then she would seek the assistance of the Fox Immortal. Resolute in her decision, Wang Xinggu hastily rose and rushed to the main hall. There, beneath the altar dedicated to the Fox Immortal, she bowed repeatedly in supplication. Yet, despite her fervent calls, the Fox Immortal remained unresponsive. It soon dawned upon her that the fox immortal had previously informed her of a forthcoming period of seclusion. Unless there was a matter of utmost importance, she would not ordinarily interrupt. However, this time it pertained to her very life, and she felt compelled to take a chance. Wang Xinggu approached a nearby cabinet and retrieved a long incense stick, imbued with a potent scent. This was a special offering incense. Once ignited, it would summon the fox immortal, regardless of her activities, to come forth and assist. In her youth, the fox immortal had shown great compassion, rescuing a litter of young foxes, an act that had brought Wang Xinggu good fortune. Shortly after returning home, she had dreamt of the fox immortal's guidance, leading to her rise as a renowned shaman, gradually overshadowing her original name, with all referring to her simply as Wang Xinggu. Before the altar of the fox immortal, Wang Xinggu reverently lit the incense and knelt, awaiting a response. After a considerable time, she suddenly felt a chilling breeze rush towards her. Having experienced this sensation many times, she recognized it as the fox immortal preparing to possess her, and thus she offered no resistance. Moments later, Wang Xinggu's voice emerged, raspy and strained. "What is the matter? Did I not inform you that I am in seclusion?" Yet, the next response echoed her own voice. "O Divine One, I have fallen victim to another's treachery. My life hangs by a thread, and I am compelled to disturb you." The fox immortal's sharp laughter rang out in reply. "You are indeed a fool, spending your days hunting geese, only to be pecked in the eye by them. Pray, save me. Did you not venerate the 5 passage gods?" The fox immortal retorted. "Did that wretched beast not come to your aid?" Wang Xinggu's heart sank at the fox immortal's words. According to tradition, since she had established an altar for the fox immortal in the main hall, she should not have also favored the 5 passage gods. This was a desperate measure she had resorted to in her pursuit of forbidden arts. Thus, she found herself unable to justify her actions and could only plead earnestly for the fox immortal's assistance. The fox immortal, having once benefited from Wang Xinggu's kindness, had over the years formed a reciprocal bond with her, earning some merit in the process. Therefore, it would indeed be unbecoming to abandon her in her time of need. "Very well, I shall extend my assistance. However, you must understand that one cannot be indecisive." Upon hearing the words of the fox spirit, Wang Xinggu comprehended the implication. She was to devote herself wholeheartedly to the worship of the fox spirit, severing any ties with the 5 past god. At this juncture, Wang Xinggu was willing to comply with any request that promised salvation. She resolved to heed the commands of the great immortal without hesitation. The fox spirit appeared exceedingly pleased, and soon Wang Xinggu felt a warm current coursing through her being. After a considerable while, this warmth emanated from her body, enveloping her in a golden radiance. Subsequently, a chant to dispel evil manifested within her heart. Recognizing this as guidance from the fox spirit, she did not delay, rising immediately to concentrate her thoughts and focus her energy. With her right hand placed upon her lower abdomen and her left hand resting on her back, she stood in a T-shaped stance and recited the incantation. Heavenly Tao is complete, the 3 kings established, sun and moon together, the universe is clear, Qi is the Tao. Encircle my form, connect with the true spirit, reveal divine might, and bring calamity upon those adversaries. Wang Xinggu recited the incantation 7 times, then spat upon the ground before stamping her foot 3 times. Unexpectedly, upon completing the incantation, the warmth within her surged forth, transforming her entire being into a golden hue. A mysterious force began to ripple around her, expanding instantaneously to the earthly temple several dozen miles away. Meanwhile, in the chamber where Heng was performing his rites, as this peculiar force reached the straw effigy, the yellow talisman wrapped around it suddenly shone with a crimson light, effectively repelling the power of the incantation. The 2 forces engaged in a struggle within the confines of the room, each attempting to overpower the other. Ultimately, however, their strengths were evenly matched, and neither could inflict harm upon the other. After a time, the encroaching force began to dissipate. The yellow talisman enveloping the straw effigy abruptly split in 2, falling onto the offering table. In this confrontation, the fox spirit returned empty-handed. Yet, having cultivated in the remote mountains for many years and practiced the orthodox methods of the Xianmen, she possessed a profound sensitivity to Taoist talismans. During the moment of contention, she sensed the presence of authentic symbols of the Xianmen on the talisman, indicating the practitioner was indeed a high-ranking Taoist. In light of this revelation, the fox spirit found herself perplexed. While skilled practitioners of magic were rare, they were certainly not non-existent. However, among these practitioners, the truly initiated were likely few. After careful consideration, the fox spirit resolved that, since her opponent possessed considerable expertise, it was unnecessary to create enmity. Instead, she would personally visit the Taoist to ascertain his background before making any decisions. Having reached this conclusion, she conveyed to the possessed Wang Xinggu, "This Taoist possesses some skill. I shall pay him a visit in the coming days to discern his true nature. Wang Xinggu, realizing that even the fox spirit could not contend with the Taoist, felt a deep sense of regret, wishing she had never provoked someone so formidable. However, it is too late to speak now. It is better to seek the fox spirit's protection for my life. Great Immortal, that Taoist has employed some unknown method, and at the stroke of midnight, I feel as though a sword is piercing my heart. I beseech you, Divine One, to employ a miraculous technique to spare me from this calamity. The fox spirit remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. It is not that I do not wish to save you. I simply lack the ability. The Taoist's method is unlike the usual practices. I have thoroughly examined your body and found no trace of anomaly. As the fox spirit uttered these words, her mind raced as she sought to uncover the spell the Taoist had used. This was not due to ignorance on the part of the fox spirit, but rather a reflection of the esoteric nature of this world of Taoist arts. When someone acquires a secret technique, it is invariably kept under wraps, never revealed to others. This situation leads to a lack of circulation of various secret arts, causing practitioners in this realm to rely solely on a single manual and a few spells, gradually exploring their paths. However, Yang Heng was different. He had access to another world, replete with countless publicly available secrets of the mystical arts and various unorthodox techniques from which to choose. The fox spirit, feeling helpless, finally said, I do possess a method that can provide temporary concealment. Please, Divine One, impart it swiftly. In that case, I shall bestow this method upon you. Dig a pit 4 feet deep by your bedside. At dusk, lie within the pit, placing a lamp at your head and another at your feet. You may use rice or porridge, scattering a handful over yourself and laying some wild grass around. Beyond that, you need not concern yourself. I shall naturally perform the rite when night falls. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinggu was overjoyed and expressed her gratitude to the Great Immortal. However, after calling out several times, she received no response, indicating that the fox spirit had departed. At this point, Wang Xinggu finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, for she knew of the fox spirit's prowess. In all these years, she had never witnessed the fox spirit falter. Therefore, the following day, Wang Xinggu began to dig a deep pit before her bed. When dusk arrived, she lit a lamp at both ends of the pit, then lay down within, scattering some rice and straw over herself, becoming silent thereafter. Later that night, as shadows flitted through the courtyard, a beautiful woman in white appeared once everything settled. This enchanting figure held a sword in her hand. Upon her arrival, she commenced the rite, her hair flowing as she wielded the sword, stepping with determination, forming hand seals, enchanting incantations. Meanwhile, Yang Heng, situated dozens of miles away, remained oblivious to these events. He continued his routine from previous days, approaching the altar to pay homage to the straw figure. After 3 bows, he observed that today's straw figure was somewhat different. In the past, after each worship, the figure would exhibit peculiar movements, twitching or wavering. Yet today, the straw figure stood completely still, devoid of any signs of change. Yang Heng, possessing only rudimentary knowledge of the arts, had learned everything from a few books, and having just begun to grasp these concepts, remained unaware of the unfolding events. Although Yang Heng could not fully comprehend the situation, he diligently followed the final step of the incantation, using copper nails and rooster's blood to pierce the straw effigy. Once this was accomplished, he washed up and retired for the night. Meanwhile, at the home of Wang Xinggu, several dozen miles away, the hour had passed midnight. Wang Xinggu lay in a pit, feeling none of the intense pain she had previously endured, and she realized that she had narrowly escaped this time. In the courtyard, the fox spirit paused at this moment, sheathed her sword, and wiped the sweat from her brow with her left hand. In her endeavor to save Wang Xinggu's life, she had exerted herself to the utmost, employing a spell to temporarily obscure the heavenly secrets. Though this concealment was but fleeting, it would safeguard Wang Xinggu for a few days, until she could ascertain the origins of the threat and devise further measures. Chapter 17. The Art of the Golden Blade. After a restful slumber, Yang Heng awoke the following day and once again arrived at the small chamber to pay his respects. However, this time the ritual was devoid of any unusual occurrences, as if he were venerating an inanimate object. At this juncture, even Yang Heng, despite his naivety, realized that his incantations had likely been detected. His adversary must have employed some form of countermeasure that rendered his spells ineffective. Yet, he was not overly apprehensive. For having vanquished his opponent twice, he had successfully seized 2 souls and 2 spirits. Now, even if his foe were to regain consciousness, it was likely only a temporary state, as they would predominantly remain in a drowsy stupor. As long as the effigy he had consecrated remained secure from being reclaimed by the other party, there was little chance of a complete recovery. Contemplating this, Yang Heng felt that his defenses were rather lax. Should the adversary truly attempt to seize the effigy, he was uncertain if he could withstand the assault. It seemed imperative to devise a strategy for fortification. After much deliberation, he returned to his dwelling and meticulously searched through the volume of the Lu Ban book he had brought along, ultimately formulating a plan. With his scheme in mind, Heng exited the room and approached Arya, who was preparing breakfast. "Arya, do we have any scissors in the house?" he inquired. Upon hearing Heng's question, Arya hastily set aside her task and approached him. "Taoist, if there is a task you require, I am at your service," she replied. "It's nothing urgent. I was merely curious." However, Arya lifted her gaze and scrutinized Heng intently before responding. "We do not possess scissors in the temple. On my first day here, I searched for needles and scissors to mend your garments, but despite scouring the entire temple, I found none." Pondering for a moment, Heng retrieved several copper coins from his pocket and handed them to Arya. "Then please run to the village and purchase a few pairs of scissors. And while you are at it, acquire some needles and threads as well." Arya accepted the coins with a bow and swiftly made her way to the village. Before the incense could fully burn, she returned, panting, with 2 pairs of scissors and various sewing supplies in hand. "Taoist, I have brought everything you requested." Heng inspected the items, taking only one newly sharpened pair of scissors, and said, "You may keep the rest of the needles and threads. I have no need for them." "Understood, Taoist. Should you require any clothing mended in the future, do let me know," Arya responded. Then she produced 3 or 4 copper coins from her pocket. "This is the leftover change, Taoist. Please count it." Heng declined to take the coins, patting Arya's head with a smile. "You should keep the money for yourself. In case you need to purchase vegetables or fruits, it may come in handy." Upon hearing this, Arya smiled brightly and tucked the coins into her pocket. After dismissing her, Heng returned to the small shrine in his sleeping quarters, placing the scissors carefully before the altar. This shrine had been erected solely for the veneration of the 3 Pure Ones since his arrival. In the Land God Temple, it is customary to enshrine the 3 Pure Ones within the main hall, relocating the Land God to another area. However, after much contemplation, Heng realized that this temple belonged to the Land God, and as a mere guest, it would be inappropriate to displace the rightful owner. Consequently, he established a shrine for the 3 Pure Ones in a room adjacent to his bedroom, where he would offer his daily prayers, demonstrating his respect as a disciple. Now, Heng placed scissors before the shrine and bowed deeply to the 3 Pure Ones. He then performed a hand gesture and recited incantations. "I beseech the Jade Emperor of the Netherworld, may the Lingxiao Palace radiate light. Swiftly, I implore the deities of the golden and azure heavens, come forth, O Queen Mother, bestow upon me the golden scissors from the Yellow River, to sever the hemp rope with unyielding precision. Should any sorcerers or malevolent cults attempt their dark arts, let the heavens strike them down with thunder. I beseech the Southern Dipper and the Northern Dipper, I serve the Supreme Laojun, as commanded." Upon completing the incantation, Heng swiftly inscribed a talisman on a piece of yellow paper, sealed it with his copper stamp, and affixed it to the scissors. Once these rituals were complete, he took the newly acquired scissors to the room designated for his practices and hung them above the door. With this, Heng felt a modicum of reassurance. Though uncertain of the efficacy of his methods, he reasoned that if the nail-headed 7 arrows proved effective, then the golden blade and sharp scissors technique must hold merit as well. During the day, with nothing to occupy his time, he returned to the room that evening to repeat the nail-headed 7 arrows rituals. Yet, as before, there were no unusual occurrences. Nevertheless, Heng sensed a subtle barrier obstructing his efforts with the nail-headed 7 arrows. This barrier appeared to be quite fragile, having been considerably diminished over the past 2 days, and it seemed on the brink of collapse. Upon recognizing this anomaly, Heng nodded in satisfaction, confident that no protective spells could thwart the might of the nail-headed 7 arrows. Though he had experienced peace over the past few days, once this barrier was worn away, the potency of his previous rituals would be unleashed upon her, potentially more formidable than any daily sacrificial offerings. If she were physically weak, she might not withstand it and could face dire consequences. After concluding his rituals, Heng retreated to his quarters to continue his cultivation of the essence of Tai. However, shortly after his departure, a gust of wind stirred within the temple grounds, and when it subsided, a beautiful woman appeared in the courtyard. This woman surveyed the surroundings and noticed a flicker of golden light emanating from Heng's room, indicating that he was engaged in the cultivation of authentic teachings from the mystical school. Seeing this, the woman mused to herself, "No wonder his repulsion techniques are so formidable. He too is a practitioner of the mystical school. It seems he wields righteous power while employing dark spells, a combination that has thwarted my efforts thus far. Yet this time, I shall dismantle his spells and demonstrate that the Fox Immortals are no less capable." Once the Fox spirit had made up her mind, she silently employed her mystical powers to sense her surroundings. She was seeking the whereabouts of Wang Xiangu's soul. Soon, she detected the presence of Wang Xiangu's spirit in a secluded room. A smile graced the fox spirit's face as she hurried towards the abode. However, upon her arrival at the door, an explosion of golden light erupted from the beam above. Within that radiant glow, a pair of golden scissors darted toward her with ferocity. The fox spirit was taken aback, yet despite her alarm, she maintained her composure. What a remarkable fox spirit she was! With a swift turn, she transformed into a gust of wind and fled into the distance. Alas, she was a moment too late. The golden scissors descended upon her, severing the tail of her fleeting form. A chilling scream echoed, followed by a pool of blood that fell to the ground. Nevertheless, the gust of wind did not linger. It swiftly leapt over the walls of the temple and vanished into the night. The piercing cry roused Heng, who was practicing his craft. He hastily withdrew his mystical energy, adjusted his attire, and stepped outside. As Heng entered the courtyard, he was met by Arya, who rushed out in her own garments, her face filled with urgency. "Taoist, what has happened? I just heard a woman scream," she inquired. "Nothing to worry about. It was likely a wandering spirit, unaware of its place, daring to intrude upon our courtyard, and was consequently wounded by my spell," Heng replied. Upon hearing this, Arya shivered momentarily, glancing around warily, as if fearing a fearsome ghost with green skin and sharp fangs would suddenly emerge from the darkness. Heng chuckled inwardly at her adorable expression, reassuring her, "Do not fear, that entity has already fled. You may return to your slumber with peace of mind." "Oh," Arya replied, rubbing her eyes sleepily before stumbling back to her rest. After she had returned to her room, Heng resumed his examination with an oil lamp. He soon discovered a pool of blood and a furry object within the courtyard. Approaching, he picked up the furry item and recognized it instantly. It was a fox's tail. Contemplating the tail, Heng mused that a fox spirit had visited, likely possessing some degree of skill, for otherwise, she would not have escaped with her life. Subsequently, he made his way to the front of the room where he had performed the spell, gazing at the scissors hanging from the beam. He noted that the new scissors he had purchased that morning were now rusted and in disrepair. Sighing, he acknowledged that this golden scissor spell could only be utilized once. He would need to procure another pair come morning. However, he surmised that the night would be uneventful, for even the boldest of fox spirits would likely think twice before returning. With that, Heng discarded the rusted scissors into the refuse pile and retired to his chamber for the night. Meanwhile, the fleeing fox spirit, frantic as a fish out of water and as distressed as a lost dog, hastened to Wang Xiangu's residence. Upon arrival, she transformed back into her human form and boldly entered Wang Xiangu's bedroom. This time, she did not resort to her previous supernatural antics, relying solely on her ethereal powers. Rather, she manifested her true self before the pit where Wang Xiangu lay. Addressing her directly, she exclaimed, "What formidable being have you entangled yourself with, to bring about such calamity upon me?" Wang Xiangu, nestled within the earth, was reveling in her recent stroke of luck, contemplating that the fox spirit's visit to that insufferable Taoist would surely result in the retrieval of her spirit, allowing her to return to tranquility. However, just as she was lost in her jubilant thoughts, the fox spirit stormed back, visibly agitated, with bloodstains marring her garments, which caused Wang Xiangu to gasp in shock. "Great Spirit, have you been harmed?" she inquired. The fox spirit, still fuming, had no desire to engage in lengthy discourse. "That Taoist is exceedingly formidable, and I am unable to save you. You must fend for yourself," she declared. With a flick of her sleeve, the fox spirit exited the courtyard, transforming into a gentle breeze as she ascended toward the distant mountains. Chapter 018. Soul shattered. As the fox spirit departed, Wang Xiangu felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. If even the fox spirit could not save her, could it be that her life was truly forfeit this time? In her current state of disarray, her mind was clouded, and after a brief period of contemplation, she succumbed to a heavy slumber. When daylight broke the following day, Wang Xiangu awakened to a profound weakness, finding herself lying in a pit of earth, unable to rise. Nevertheless, her instinct for survival compelled her to struggle and crawl towards a secluded shrine, where the five-channel deity was enshrined. Aware that the fox spirit, injured the previous day, would no longer protect her, she realized that only this malevolent deity could offer her salvation. Despite her fervent vows, the deity's tablet remained unmoved. Yet, undeterred, Wang Xiangu spent the entirety of the day beseeching the five-channel deity. Ultimately, upon witnessing the continued silence of the god, she gritted her teeth and made a solemn pledge. If the deity preserved her life, she would offer a young woman in sacrifice on the 1st and 15th day of each month henceforth. This desperate act was born from her understanding of the deity's lecherous nature, hoping that in exchange for the offerings, she might be granted a reprieve. Remarkably, as soon as she uttered her vow, the deity's tablet responded. A beam of light shot forth from the distance, alighting upon the tablet, which then emitted a ghastly green glow, enveloping the entire room. In that moment, Wang Xinggu felt an unseen guidance, instructing her to remain within the confines of the room for the next few days without deviation. Overjoyed by this revelation, she hurried to her storeroom to gather provisions and blankets, resolutely deciding to live in the room dedicated to the five-channel deity, vowing never to leave. Meanwhile, on the mountainside, a beautiful woman stood before a cave, gazing at Wang Xinggu's abode. Noticing the flicker of green light, a cold smile crept across her lips. How naive is this five-channel deity? Does it truly believe that the power amassed through lascivious sacrifices can withstand that individual? On the fifth night, Heng, as per his ritual, returned to the chamber of incantation to commence the seven nails arrow spell. However, he soon found the endeavor exceedingly arduous. Each bow seemed to drain him of all strength. He recognized that his adversary was once again obstructing him, but his modest tricks had reached their limit. With all his might, he completed 3 bows, and upon concluding the third, he sensed that the barrier which had previously impeded the descent of the nails had been entirely worn away. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, Wang Xinggu felt her spirit tremble, as the remnants of her soul were irresistibly drawn towards the powerful force, yearning to escape her corporeal form. However, at that moment, the 5 divine talismans radiated a brilliant light, attempting to stabilize the soul of Wang Xinggu. Yet, the green light proved utterly ineffective. The spell appeared to operate in a void, offering no resistance to the alluring force. Subsequently, Wang Xinggu's spirit was drawn forth, materializing instantaneously within the effigy before Heng. Following this, Heng, adhering to the method of the 7 arrows with nails, took a copper nail, dipped it in chicken blood, and secured it onto the effigy. This time, however, was markedly different. As soon as the copper nail penetrated the effigy, it trembled violently and then fell still. Heng, bewildered by the occurrence, was still a novice in these arcane arts, comprehending the mechanics without grasping the underlying principles. Nevertheless, he resolved to follow the incantations precisely as outlined in the scripture, believing that as long as he adhered to the instructions without deviation, all would be well. Thus, he meticulously completed the subsequent procedures and carelessly left a pair of scissors at the entrance before retiring for the night. Meanwhile, Wang Xinggu lay bereft of soul and spirit, her body devoid of vitality save for a faint warmth in her chest, rendering her akin to the deceased. If this continued, without sustenance for a day or two, it was likely her body would perish without any further aid from Heng. In the final days, Heng diligently performed the 7 arrows spell at the witching hour, offering daily tributes. Upon the culmination of the 7 days, he set the effigy, now laden with copper nails, ablaze. As the effigy burned, Heng distinctly heard its anguished wails, the sound so piercing that it sent chills down his spine. At that moment, Wang Xinggu's soul, trapped within the effigy, was unable to escape. With the final flicker of the flames extinguished, her essence was irrevocably shattered. Today, Heng could affirm that he had completed the 7 arrow spell. According to the teachings, the individual should now be utterly vanquished. Yet, as this was his inaugural experience with such a spell, he remained cautious, unsure if the entity was truly dead. Consequently, he could not afford to relax, fearing potential retaliation from a being that might not yet be completely extinguished. Over the ensuing days, Heng procured 7 or 8 pairs of scissors, employing the sharpest blades and affixing them at every entrance of the earth deity's temple. Observing Heng's peculiar behavior of hanging scissors on all the doors, Arya regarded him with a bemused expression, as if he were a lunatic. Heng found himself at a loss. He could not reveal that he had cast a spell upon the scissors, nor could he disclose his fears of a possible ambush. However, in the days that followed, tranquility reigned, and no one sought to disturb him. Only then did Heng's concern abate. It seemed that the 7 arrows had indeed borne fruit. The individual must either be deceased or gravely injured, nursing their wounds in solitude, preoccupied with their own plight. After contemplating, Heng finally felt at ease and resumed his dedicated practice of the Tai Jinhua doctrine. One day, after having lunch with Arya, he was leisurely digesting in the courtyard when suddenly, Arya's grandmother, Granny Huang, entered. Upon seeing her grandmother, Arya immediately sprang to her feet and dashed over, leaping into her grandmother's embrace. Granny Huang warmly enveloped Arya, affectionately ruffling her hair. It was not until Arya, feeling a bit shy, was released that Granny Huang took her hand and brought her over to Heng, who was smiling nearby. Taoist, has Arya been obedient these past few days? Granny Huang inquired. Arya has been wonderful, truly diligent. She has been a great help to me during this time, Heng replied. That is splendid, splendid indeed, Granny Huang said, as she presented a basket from her arms to Heng. There is nothing much, just some peanuts we've grown at home. You can fry them with oil for a drink. Heng quickly declined, insisting, How can I accept this, Granny? Please take it back. Yet, Granny Huang firmly refused to retract her offering and instructed Arya, take it to the kitchen and prepare it for Taoist in the evening. Arya, ever obedient to her grandmother, eagerly took the basket and hurried off to the kitchen. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yang Heng hastened to retrieve some coins to offer Granny Huang. However, upon seeing him take out the money, her expression shifted. "Do you look down upon us farmers, Taoist? Is a basket of peanuts worth such a gesture?" This comment made Yang Heng feel awkward, and he could only return the coins to his pocket, inviting Granny Huang to sit beside him. At that moment, Arya returned with the empty basket, placing it next to Granny Huang before pulling up a small stool to sit beside her, her face reflecting a childlike dependence. Subsequently, Yang Heng began to engage in conversation with Granny Huang, initially discussing trivial matters before gradually steering the dialogue towards any recent happenings in the vicinity. "Granny, have there been any intriguing occurrences in our village lately? Please do share." At this moment, Arya's eyes sparkled with anticipation, gazing at her grandmother imploringly. It turned out that during this period, Arya had seldom ventured out to play with her friends, and upon hearing Yang Heng's inquiry, her curiosity was piqued. Noticing the eager glances from both of them, Granny Huang brightened up. "Well, there is indeed one odd event to recount." After clearing her throat, she continued. "Our neighboring village's Wang Xiangu has suddenly vanished." Upon hearing this, Arya's enthusiasm deflated. "Grandma, how is that strange? Wang Xiangu could hardly walk steadily. Isn't it normal for her to have passed away? What would a child like you understand?" Granny Huang scoffed. Before elaborating, Wang Xiangu possessed genuine skills. In our area, whenever someone was afflicted by malevolent spirits, she was the only one who could restore peace. Yang Heng's eyes brightened at this revelation. His adversary was also a woman. Could this Wang Xiangu be the one he sought? Madame Huang interjected. "Just the other day, someone sought out Wang Xiangu to exorcise evil spirits. But no matter how they knocked, the door remained steadfastly shut. Ultimately, they combined their efforts to force it open, only to discover that Wang Xiangu had been deceased in a secluded room for several days. What is so peculiar about that? With age, such occurrences are entirely possible." "You are overreacting, grandmother." Madame Huang cast a disdainful glance at Arya. Subsequently, within her chamber, they stumbled upon a pit several feet deep, resembling a grave. "Would you not deem this ominous?" Upon hearing this, Yang Heng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if such were the case, it indeed bore an unsettling quality. However, he reflected that this might be Wang Xiangu performing a ritual, attempting to escape her own entrapment. At this moment, Arya, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, eagerly inquired, "Grandmother, what transpired afterward?" Chapter 019. A century of foundation. Upon hearing her granddaughter's inquiry, Grandma Huang spoke with pride. When everyone searched her room, can you guess what they found? Arya, eager to partake in the conversation, widened her eyes and asked, "What happened?" In one of the rooms, they discovered a cellar containing the lifeless bodies of 7 or 8 children. The horror of that moment still sends chills down my spine. "And was that the end of it?" Yang Heng interjected from his seat. "What else could be done? The dead are gone. Who would we hold accountable?" Yang Heng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the grim reality that debts are settled upon death, and the living cannot seek retribution from the deceased. After this incident, silence enveloped the matter, and no one knew the precise cause of Wang Xiangu's demise. Yang Heng's life descended into tranquility as he commenced his morning and evening practices of the Tai Jinhua Zongji. The initial phase of this practice requires 100 days of foundational work. After diligently practicing for 100 days, one's essence must stabilize within the heart for the foundation to be deemed complete. However, unlike typical energy cultivation, the Tai Jinhua Zongji focuses on nurturing a golden light. Once the essence is stabilized, one may harmonize yin and yang, refine lead and mercury, and ultimately cultivate the golden elixir. Hence, these 100 days are crucial for practitioners of the Tai Jinhua Zongji. Due to prior concerns regarding potential threats, Yang Heng had been somewhat negligent. Now, he was finally able to set aside all distractions and dedicate himself to the practice of the Tai Jinhua Zongji. From that day forward, Yang Heng closed his doors to visitors, entirely shutting down the land deity temple and rejecting the worship of pilgrims. He entrusted his daily meals to Arya, while he remained seated in his room for the entire day, wholly focused on his cultivation of the Tai Jinhua Zongji. This routine persisted for over 100 days, during which Yang Heng began to sense extraordinary phenomena during his meditation. He felt as though he were seated by the sea, surrounded by tumultuous waves relentlessly crashing against the rocks upon which he sat. In the distance, the sun was setting, casting warm golden rays upon the surface of the water. Even Yang Heng felt as if he were adorned with sheets of gold leaf. The surrounding waters symbolized the highest virtue, pure and unblemished, representing the Tai Chi that evolves from the limitless, as stated in the I Ching regarding the emergence of the emperor from Zhen. Zhen corresponds to wood in the 8 trigrams, thus the image of the walking tree is employed. The scripture mentions the 7 layers of the walking tree, symbolizing the 7 orifices of enlightenment. Coupled with the sun's illumination, this indicated that Yang Heng had completed his foundational work, with his essence rising within his heart. At this juncture, he had entered the realm of the Tai Jinhua Zongji. The subsequent phase involved the slow and meticulous deepening of his foundation, preparing both minor and major elixirs, and gradually solidifying his golden elixir. Upon accomplishing these tasks, Yang Heng felt as if a layer of dust had been wiped away from his heart. He now experienced a profound clarity. Sensing the spiritual essence of all things in the universe, Yang Heng sat up from his bed, stretching lazily before stepping onto the floor. As he pushed open the door, a beam of sunlight illuminated his face, bestowing upon him a divine aura that reflected his recent breakthrough. In the courtyard, Arya, who was picking vegetables, was momentarily transfixed by his presence, causing the produce in her hands to tumble to the ground. Yang Heng chuckled at her dazed expression, approached her, and picked up the fallen vegetables, handing them back to her while gently patting her head. "What are you daydreaming about?" he inquired. Arya, still in a daze, replied, "I just saw that the Taoist seemed to have transformed into an immortal." With a smile, Yang Heng responded, "Becoming an immortal is not so easily achieved. My modest skills are merely the beginning. I am still leagues away from true immortality." "I believe you are an immortal," Arya asserted confidently. As Arya spent more time with Yang Heng, she discovered his friendly nature, allowing her to speak more freely than before. "Enough of the immortals. Today I've earned some leisure, let us indulge in meat," he declared, producing a handful of copper coins from his pocket and placing them in her hand. "Go to the village and buy some meat. We shall have braised pork for lunch." Being still quite young, Arya's eyes sparkled at the mention of braised pork, making her momentarily forget their previous conversation. "Taoist, I shall go buy the meat," she exclaimed, quickly placing her apron on a stool before darting out of the Earth God Temple. Shortly after her departure, word spread through the village that the Earth God Temple was reopening. During Yang Heng's period of seclusion for cultivation, the villagers had become accustomed to praying to the Earth God, and they felt a sense of disorientation in his absence. Now, having learned from Arya about the temple's reopening, they hurried in groups, bearing offerings to seek blessings. Yang Heng, who had anticipated a leisurely day, found himself greeted by 7 or 8 devotees shortly after sitting down. With no choice, he stood up to welcome them and took his place before the shrine of the Earth God to conduct the necessary rites for the worshippers. As an hour passed, the number of visitors only increased, as villagers from the neighboring community also arrived to pay their respects. Since the passing of Wang Xiangu, the Earth God Temple was the only place in the vicinity where incense could be burned. Thus, the reopening of the temple drew eager crowds. When Arya returned with the pork, she was astonished to find the temple bustling with activity. She quickly squeezed her way through the crowd, placed the meat in the kitchen, and cautiously approached the front hall of the temple to peek inside. There, she saw Yang Heng diligently attending to the worshippers. Completely engrossed in his duties, Yang Heng continued his labors until afternoon, only relaxing once the last of the devotees had departed. Emerging from the temple, he noticed that the courtyard was already set with a feast. Young Arya stood there, holding bowls and chopsticks, gazing longingly at the plate of braised pork. "Why not indulge, given your obvious craving?" The sudden voice of Yang Heng startled Arya. Upon turning around and realizing it was Yang Heng speaking, she exhaled in relief and replied, "Since the Taoist hasn't eaten, how could I dare to pick up my chopsticks first?" After saying this, Arya promptly rose and hurried to the kitchen. Moments later, she returned with a pair of bowls and chopsticks, presenting them before Yang Heng. He accepted the bowl, sat on a stool, and picked up a piece of meat, chewing it thoughtfully. To his disappointment, he detected a faint gamey taste, suggesting that it was not as delectable as modern pork. He pondered to himself, whoever claimed that ancient, all-natural ingredients were superior clearly hadn't tasted this. This ancient pork pales in comparison to the feed-raised pork of today. It was not entirely Yang Heng's fault for his lack of understanding. In ancient times, pigs had not undergone selective breeding, and boars had not been castrated, resulting in meat that was not significantly better than what is available today, and perhaps even less palatable. However, when Yang Heng glanced up, he saw Arya thoroughly enjoying her meal, her mouth moving ceaselessly as she swiftly transferred one piece of meat to her mouth while already preparing another with her chopsticks. Despite her enjoyment, Arya was considerate of Yang Heng, encouraging him, "You should eat quickly, Taoist. The meat today is truly fatty and delicious." Seemingly influenced by her enthusiasm, Yang Heng consumed several more pieces, but ultimately could not tolerate the taste any longer. He set down his chopsticks and said to Arya, who was still savoring her meal, "I've had enough. You may finish the rest so as not to waste it." Arya's eyes brightened at his words, and she nodded eagerly while continuing to eat. Yang Heng shook his head, placed his chopsticks down,
and was about to return to his room to meditate on the principles of Tai Jinhua, when suddenly, the door of the land temple was knocked upon with great force.
"Taoist, please open the door. I have urgent matters. Reluctantly, young Heng went to answer the door, but before he could take more than a few steps, Arya stepped in front of him. Let me handle it, she said, rushing to the temple door. When Arya opened the door, she was taken aback to find the steward, Lu, from the household of the benevolent Wang, standing outside. Truthfully, in the village of Kashan, people feared Lu more than they did Wang. While Wang often appeared kind and generous, frequently sharing treats with children in the village, Lu was quite the opposite. He oversaw the collection of rent with a group of menacing enforcers, and there were instances where he threatened families who failed to pay their dues. Thus, in the hearts of the villagers, Wang was a good man, while his steward was regarded as ruthless. Consequently, upon seeing Lu, Arya's smile vanished, and she timidly stood at the door, inquiring, "Steward Lu, you have come." Lu, already aware of Arya's circumstances, chose to overlook her presence out of respect for young Heng, merely nodding at Arya before hastily entering the land temple. Upon entering the temple and spotting young Heng, Steward Lu hastened to approach him, bowing deeply to the ground. He then spoke, "Taoist Yang, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. Our master has matters to discuss. I implore you to come at once." It is often said that one is beholden to those who offer assistance, and currently, Yang Heng relied upon the patronage of this local wealthy landowner. Thus, he swiftly inquired, "What business does Master Wang have?" "Ah, do not dwell on it. You shall understand upon your arrival. In any case, it is rather unfortunate." Yang Heng, upon hearing this, chose not to press further. "Very well, steward. Please wait a moment while I prepare a few items." "Take your time, Taoist," Lu replied respectfully. Yang Heng then nodded to Steward Lu and entered his chamber. Within, he retrieved 2 pairs of scissors inscribed with talismans, which he kept on his person. These scissors had been refined through a meticulous process involving golden blades, serving as a means of protection against any malevolent spirits. Furthermore, he secured his earliest weapon, a peachwood sword, to his back. Once fully equipped, he finally emerged from his quarters. Chapter 20. The weeping ghost Yang Heng followed Butler Lu as they hurriedly made their way to the residence of the benevolent Wang. This time, Wang greeted Yang with exceptional courtesy, having awaited his arrival at the entrance. It appeared that Yang's previous exorcism of the female ghost had earned him Wang's respect. Upon meeting Wang, Yang quickly performed a respectful bow, a habit cultivated in modern times, as he deemed it essential to make a favorable impression before his employer. "How could a humble Taoist like me trouble you, Sir Wang, by demanding your presence?" Yang expressed, acknowledging Wang's esteemed capabilities. "With such virtue, how could I dare to be remiss?" After exchanging pleasantries, Wang led Yang into the inner chambers, where they settled down, and a maidservant brought forth tea. Wang raised his cup in a gesture to Yang, took a sip, and then said, "Taoist, I have summoned you out of necessity, as peculiar occurrences have once again arisen in my household." With a sigh, he added, "This year has been fraught with misfortune, attracting these strange beings. What can be done?" Hearing Wang's lament, Yang felt a pang of discomfort. Despite Wang's outwardly amiable demeanor, his heart bore a more sinister nature. After all, how could his concubine have been tormented to death if not for his tacit approval? Although it was claimed that his wife acted independently, could a woman of her standing have dared without Wang's consent? It was likely that she felt emboldened by his silent acquiescence, allowing her to take the blame while he preserved his good reputation. Pondering this, Yang found himself intrigued by Wang's persistent efforts to uphold his benevolent image. "Sir Wang, may I inquire what strange occurrences have transpired in your home this time? Did Butler Lu not relay the details to you?" At this, Wang glanced sideways at Butler Lu, who trembled under the scrutiny of his employer's gaze. "Indeed, Butler Lu has not divulged the matters at hand," Wang acknowledged with a nod. It was evident that Wang harbored a deep aversion to the possibility of his inner affairs being mishandled or disclosed by those in his employ. Yang's inquiry seemed to satisfy him, prompting a nod of approval towards Lu. Yet, almost instantly, a frown returned to Wang's face. "Alas, it seems our household has been cursed. Unknowingly touched by some ill fate. My wife, having returned from her family home to escape the ghost, seemed to have brought back troubling incidents once more." Yang's attention sharpened at this revelation. "Pray tell, what afflictions has your esteemed wife encountered?" With a sigh, Wang elaborated, "In the initial days following her return, all appeared calm, leading me to believe that the turmoil had subsided. However, after a few days, the strange occurrences resumed." As Wang Dashan spoke, a deep sorrow etched across his face. He recounted how, of late, his wife often heard the wailing of an infant during her slumber. This haunting cry, initially faint, gradually drew nearer to her. Yang Heng, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, suspecting that it might be the work of a malevolent spirit. Yet, one could not help but wonder about the misfortunes that had befallen Wang Dashan, as these supernatural disturbances seemed to plague his household incessantly. Continuing his tale, Wang Dashan revealed that in recent days, his wife had been tormented by the cries of a baby, which had grown increasingly mournful, rendering her too fearful to sleep. At this juncture, he bowed slightly to young Heng and implored him for assistance once more. After uttering this plea, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lu, the steward, who promptly exited the parlor and soon returned, bearing a large tray. Wang Dashan rose and approached the tray, lifting the red cloth that covered it. Yang Heng beheld over a dozen silver ingots resting upon the tray, his eyes gleaming with the sight of such wealth. Observing Yang Heng's captivated gaze, Wang Dashan could not suppress a smile, reflecting on the universal allure of silver. Surely, even a skilled practitioner like Yang Heng could be swayed by its promise. This thought led Wang Dashan to regard Yang Heng with a hint of condescension, feeling a newfound sense of superiority, which prompted him to adopt a more casual tone. Master Dao, he declared, this 100 taels of silver is a token of my gratitude for your efforts. Should you resolve this issue for my family, I assure you further rewards await. Yang Heng replied with a smile, rest assured, as long as that spirit dares to show itself, I will ensure it meets its demise. Very well, then I leave everything in your capable hands, Wang Dashan said, addressing Lu, who stood nearby. I have matters to attend to. You shall keep the Taoist company. Should you require anything, feel free to retrieve it from the storeroom without needing to inform me. With that, he bowed to Yang Heng and exited the parlor. Once Wang Dashan departed, Lu appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. He placed the tray upon the table, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. After regaining his composure, he turned to Yang Heng and inquired, Master Dao, what shall we do next? Yang Heng pondered for a moment before responding. Let us first inspect the ladies' chamber. Lu's eyes widened in shock at this suggestion, as he thought to himself, how could an outsider dare to enter the ladies' quarters? Has he no sense of propriety? Noticing Lu's hesitation and the disbelief etched on his face, Yang Heng suddenly realized the impropriety of his words. In ancient times, such a transgression against societal norms was indeed a grave offense. Thus, Yang Heng promptly remedied the situation, stating, I understand this may seem somewhat impolite. Yet how can one ascertain the origins of these malevolent spirits without venturing there, or whether they are lurking in some shadowy corner? Upon hearing Yang Heng's reasoning, Butler Lu found it quite sensible. However, he lacked the authority to make a decision regarding the matter. Consequently, Butler Lu could only ask Yang Heng to wait a moment longer while he hurriedly departed to inform the benevolent Wang. Once Butler Lu had left, Yang Heng felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as he settled into his seat, taking a sip from the fragrant tea beside him, nodding in appreciation. Indeed, it was fine tea. Although Yang Heng was a humble individual unaccustomed to such delicacies, he could discern a remarkable difference in flavor compared to the teas he usually consumed. As he savored the tea, his mind began to ponder the recent occurrences at the Wang residence. Regarding the ghostly infant, Yang Heng had encountered one only once on his first day at the Earth God Temple. He had been assaulted by a ghostly child. However, since that incident, there had been no further news of the phantom. Now, with the recent incident of ghostly wailing at the Wang residence, he wondered if it was the same spirit as the one he had encountered previously. If so, then this ghostly infant must have been nurtured by the immortal Wang. Yet, had not Wang's spirit perished? How could this ghostly child have re-emerged to wreak havoc at the Wang residence? It appeared that someone was orchestrating mischief behind the scenes. While Yang Heng was deep in thought, Butler Lu rushed back into the parlor. Taoist, our master has consented. You may explore any part of the estate, he announced. Yang Heng nodded appreciatively, then rose to say, very well, let us first inspect the ladies' chamber. Upon hearing this, Butler Lu hastily led the way. The two navigated through the corridor, entered the second gate, and soon arrived at the ladies' bedroom. As they approached, Yang Heng was struck by an unsettling sensation. A wave of goosebumps rising on his skin, an experience unlike any he had felt before. Although he had encountered spirits on 2 occasions previously, none had evoked such a reaction as today. Despite the surroundings basking in bright sunlight, Yang Heng felt an unexpected chill rather than warmth from the rays. Upon entering, Butler Lu involuntarily shivered. Taoist, just ahead is the ladies' chamber. I shall go in and inform her to prepare. You may enter shortly. Yang Heng nodded, permitting Butler Lu to proceed. The butler entered the chamber, and shortly thereafter, he emerged in haste, addressing Yang Heng. All is prepared. Please enter. Taoist. Yang Heng followed Butler Lu into the ladies' chamber. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a visibly frail woman seated by the bedside, flanked by 4 or 5 burly maids wielding scissors and cleavers. Yet, despite their formidable tools, the maids exhibited uncertain expressions, with one even trembling. Yang Heng was momentarily taken aback by this scene, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Upon encountering Yang Heng, Lu the steward found himself momentarily taken aback, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, and thus began to elucidate. Revered Taoist, you may not be aware. The wails of the specter have grown increasingly mournful these past days. The lady can hear them as soon as she closes her eyes. This is why the maids are armed with scissors and kitchen knives, stationed protectively by her bedside. It is the only way she can manage to sleep for a brief while. Yang Heng nodded thoughtfully, recalling the adage that malevolent spirits fear the wicked, while humans fear ghosts to a lesser extent. As long as one maintains their inner fortitude, no apparition would dare approach. Subsequently, Lu the steward led Yang Heng before the lady, introducing him. Madam, this is Taoist Yang, a man of genuine skill. He has come to address the matter of the ghostly whales. The lady, seated upon the bed and seemingly just emerging from a stupor, regarded Yang Heng with vacant eyes. Suddenly, as if seized by madness, she leapt from the bed and knelt before him. Chapter 21. Investigation. Yang Heng was taken aback by the lady's sudden appearance. What could have transpired? As the lady knelt down, clutching Yang Heng's legs, she wept profusely while beseeching him. Please, kind sir, show mercy and save me. The little ghost comes to me daily, weeping. I simply cannot endure it any longer. Yang Heng found himself at a loss, for in ancient times, propriety dictated that men and women maintain a respectful distance. He refrained from offering physical assistance to the woman, instead providing her with verbal comfort while discreetly signaling to steward Lu to devise a means to extricate her. Lu, proving worthy of Yang Heng's trust, signaled to several robust women nearby, who promptly approached and forcibly escorted the lady back to her bed. With a sigh of relief, Yang Heng reassured himself that the lady need not be alarmed. It was merely a minor ghost, hardly worth concern. I shall perform a ritual today. If it dares to return, I shall ensure it never comes back, he declared. Upon hearing Yang Heng's words, the wife of the benevolent Wang felt a measure of relief. Noticing her calmness, Yang Heng inquired further, might you elaborate on how this ghostly entity has manifested? With trepidation etched across her face, the woman recounted her experiences to Yang Heng, suppressing her fear as she spoke. After the female ghost in our home was dealt with, my husband brought me back from my family's house, believing all was well. Yet, just days later, I began to hear the cries of an infant in the vicinity of my room while I slept. As she recounted this, the fear on her face deepened. Initially, the cries were faint and distant, but with each passing day, they grew closer. By yesterday, it seemed to be right at my bedside. Yang Heng's brow furrowed in contemplation. What manner of occurrence was this? Previously, he had encountered a ghostly infant, and that encounter had been far more perilous, with the specter seeking his life. What could have changed? Could these two ghostly infants be entirely different entities? This seemed implausible, as Yang Heng had been diligently researching ghostly phenomena during this time. Evidence indicated that while ghostly infants were notoriously fierce, exceeding even the typical malevolent spirits in strength, their formation was exceedingly rare, requiring immense resentment to manifest. Thus, he concluded that the two encounters likely involved the same entity. If indeed it was the same ghost, what could account for the stark contrast in behavior? It appeared that the motivations of the one controlling the ghostly infant had shifted. The first instance involved the ghost being directed by Wang Xiangu, whose straightforward nature prompted an immediate confrontation. However, this time, the ghost did not seek to claim the life of Wang's wife, but instead chose to instill fear, suggesting a slow and torturous approach. It seemed evident that the individual orchestrating this second encounter harbored deep-seated animosity towards the lady. Upon contemplating this, Yang Heng rose and began to traverse the confines of the room. He was not merely wandering, rather, he heightened his senses to perceive the nuances of his surroundings. Initially overlooked, Yang Heng, now fully attuned to his environment, discovered a subtle flow of yin energy within the room, emanating from beyond its walls. Guided by his instinct, he gradually moved outside, only to find that all traces of the yin energy had dissipated at the window. This revelation furrowed his brow, as it indicated that the malevolent spirit was no longer within the residence, likely having returned to the side of its master. Left with no choice, Yang Heng resolved to adopt a more rudimentary approach. Exterminating the ghostly infant at its source was beyond his means, so he must instead focus on defense. With a sigh, he returned to the room, where the lady on the bed awaited him with eager anticipation. Yang Heng, feeling somewhat exasperated, sighed once more and stated, "The ghostly entity is currently absent from the estate. It must be lurking in the shadows." Before the lady could speak, the butler, Lu, expressed his disappointment, saying, "Does this mean we cannot eliminate the specter? What shall become of the lady?" It was evident that Lu was deeply concerned for her safety. It was only natural, for the lady likely served as Lu's protector. Should she be lost, his position would be precarious. "Lu, fret not. I can leave behind a talisman affixed to the head of the lady's bed, ensuring her safety," Yang Heng assured him. Lu, still dissatisfied, remarked, "This merely addresses the symptoms, not the root of the problem. After today, will the specter not return to torment her?" Yang Heng proposed, "This evening, we shall lie in wait near the lady's chamber. With my talisman in place, the entity will dare not approach her, allowing me to confront it without concern." Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Lu's face. "Very well. I shall accompany you tonight, Taoist, and we shall capture this malevolent spirit." As he spoke, a grim expression overtook his features, revealing his deep loathing for the ghost. After finalizing their plans, Heng retrieved a pair of scissors from his robes. Adorned with a talisman, these were the very scissors he had enchanted with the method of the golden blade. He handed them to Lu, saying, "Hang this item at the head of the lady's bed. It will ensure that no malevolent being can approach her." Lu inspected the scissors with skepticism, turning them over in his hands before asking, "Taoist, can this ordinary pair of scissors truly withstand the ghostly entity?" Noticing Lu's doubt, Heng felt compelled to elucidate further. "Do not underestimate these seemingly mundane scissors. They have been imbued with my magic. As long as they remain, no mere ghost, let alone a vengeful spirit, shall dare to encroach upon her." As Heng spoke, a swell of pride enveloped him. Truth be told, this was the first spell he could wield independently. After several experiments, he had discovered the immense power of this incantation, which bolstered his confidence. With Heng's assurance in hand, Steward Lu commanded a nearby maid to hang the scissors at the head of the lady's bed. The maid gingerly accepted the scissors and approached the lady's bedside with caution. At that moment, the lady, initially consumed by fear, felt a wave of tranquility wash over her as the scissors drew near, accompanied by a long-forgotten warmth. Although the lady had been thoroughly frightened, she was not entirely paralyzed by terror. Upon sensing this comforting presence, she recognized the extraordinary nature of the scissors and urgently exclaimed, "Hurry, hang them at the head of my bed, quickly." The maid, initially hesitant, was compelled by the lady's fervent insistence and promptly arranged for a stool to hang the scissors above the bed. Once the scissors were secured, the lady felt her mind settle, and a rare wave of fatigue overtook her. She could not resist the urge to close her eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Steward Lu and several maids, witnessing the lady's slumber, were taken aback. Each of them grasped either scissors or kitchen knives, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. It had become a pattern. Whenever the lady fell asleep, the vengeful spirit of a ghostly infant would inevitably appear, growing increasingly menacing with each encounter. However, this time, whether due to Heng's presence or some other factor, the ghostly infant failed to materialize, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. Seeing that all was well, Heng inclined his body slightly and remarked to Steward Lu, "There should be no disturbances during the day. I shall return this evening." Steward Lu, acknowledging Heng's farewell, promptly escorted him to the courtyard. He then retrieved a tray of silver from the parlor and presented it to Heng with both hands. "Esteemed Taoist, you have forgotten your belongings." Heng, upon gazing at the pile of silver, did not hesitate to accept it. He requested Steward Lu to prepare a cloth bag, which he placed against his chest before departing. Steward Lu accompanied Heng to the entrance, only turning back once Heng had vanished from sight, after which he hurried back to the estate to report to the benevolent Wang. Meanwhile, Heng returned to his land temple, seated within, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Although he had earned some silver in this world, he had been consistently exploited by the so-called benevolent Wang. If this continued, he feared he might become Wang's personal enforcer. Moreover, Wang did not appear as benevolent as he seemed. After all, he would not have provoked such malevolent spirits otherwise. Having concluded this matter, Heng considered the modest savings he had accumulated and resolved to leave this small place with the silver. He yearned to explore the world and its methods of cultivation while also seeking refuge from Wang's relentless entanglement. Yet, these thoughts were for another time for now. His primary concern lay with the impending confrontation that awaited him that evening. Heng has begun to realize that this time he is contending not merely with the ghostly infant, but with the individual lurking behind it. Regarding the specter, Heng possesses the means to confront it. As long as he is adequately prepared, he fears not the number of ghostly infants that may arise. His current concern, however, lies with the enigmatic figure in the shadows, whether they wield other forms of sorcery. Should he engage the ghostly infant, that person may very well sense it, potentially leading to a fierce confrontation. The mere thought of this sends a chill down Heng's spine. In his previous life in the modern world, he was a man of utmost rectitude, but now, having traversed into this unfamiliar realm, he finds himself battling malevolent spirits and engaging in arcane arts. It seems the environment indeed has the power to reshape one's mindset. In the modern era, he leaned upon his parents as a source of support, with all matters orchestrated by them, allowing him to adopt a carefree disposition. Yet now, in this ancient society, devoid of any companions to assist him, he must rely solely on his own resourcefulness, thereby unearthing his latent potential. Chapter 022. Preparation. Heng took a moment to rest in his room before promptly getting to work. Since arriving in this peculiar world, he had encountered ghostly phenomena several times, so his demeanor was not overly tense. He first approached his desk, arranging his scholarly tools alongside his copper seal. It is worth noting that not just anyone can successfully draw a talisman. Those untrained in the art or ignorant of its secrets often produce ineffective symbols that can harm their health and fortune. ultimately leading to regrettable consequences. Thus, a practitioner must first cultivate their own qi, as possessing this vital energy allows one to avoid depleting their own fortune. Additionally, the tools for drawing talismans must include ink, which, beyond the standard, should be mixed with various blood types or cinnabar. Unfortunately, within the temple grounds, Heng had no access to cinnabar, and time was not on his side, leaving him with no choice but to use blood. The most effective ink is derived from two specific sources, the blood of a pure young male or a purine female, or the blood of practitioners and various magical beasts. The latter type of blood, when used to create ink, possesses greater potency due to its inherent spiritual essence, which facilitates the smooth operation of the talismans and amplifies their power. In light of the absence of cinnabar, Heng resolved to utilize his own blood as a catalyst for his talisman creation. He first procured a sturdy needle, sterilizing it by passing it over a candle flame. With a firm resolve, he pierced his finger, allowing a few drops of blood to mingle with the ink. The next phase was crucial. Heng began to center his thoughts and intentions, preparing for the formal drawing of the talisman. He selected the talisman he wished to inscribe and meticulously visualized its form in his mind, practicing until he felt ready to commit it to paper. This time, he chose the Tianchi talisman, created by Zhang Ruiwu, the 19th generation leader of the Tianchi lineage from Longhu Mountain in Jiangxi. This talisman is reputed to banish all malevolent spirits and is an essential tool for both home and travel, particularly in dire situations. How did Heng come to know of such esoteric symbols? His phone harbored a collection of publicly available secret techniques and talismans. The Tianchi talisman, in particular, is extraordinarily powerful, imbued with a considerable amount of yang energy. Upon striking a ghostly entity, it can inflict severe harm, if not death. Next, Heng closed his eyes in meditation, seeking to attune with the celestial beings, hoping they would sense his presence and bestow their divine assistance. In this moment of meditation, he focused on Zhang Tianchi, as he, being a disciple of the Zhengyi school, was likely to receive a more pronounced response. Whether he truly received a response was uncertain. But as was customary, Heng followed the conventional practice. The final step involved harmonizing his energy, simply put, concentrating the qi he had cultivated into the tip of his brush to facilitate the drawing of the talisman. However, in this regard, Heng exhibits certain deficiencies. For he cultivates the essence of the Tai golden flower, which lacks qi and solely embodies light. Currently, Heng possesses a remarkable adaptability in the absence of qi. He concentrates his thoughts on channeling light to the tip of his brush. Subsequently, he deftly maneuvers the brush, effortlessly crafting the talisman. This accomplishment is not merely a product of Heng's innate talent. Rather, it appears that an inexplicable inspiration descended upon him at the onset of his talisman creation, causing his hand to move almost of its own volition. Thus, the talisman was swiftly completed. Yet, the talisman he has now inscribed, the Heavenly Master Exorcism Talisman, differs significantly from the one he initially beheld. A sense of unease envelopes Heng, as the previous experience instilled a profound fear within him. The vividness of that moment suggests the involvement of an unknown entity that guided his hand in the creation of the talisman. This contemplation leads him to ponder whether his current transposition was also orchestrated by some external force. Nevertheless, he quickly dismisses such thoughts, recognizing his insignificance in the grand scheme of powerful beings. To be but a pawn in their game is, after all, a form of fortune in itself. Countless ordinary individuals yearn to be pieces on the board yet lack the capacity to do so. With these reflections calming his mind somewhat, Heng proceeds to the final step of talisman creation, sealing it with a stamp. The nature of the talisman dictates that the seal must vary according to its specific requirements. However, Heng finds himself limited, possessing only the official seal bestowed upon him by his master during the initiation. Yet, this seal suffices for his current endeavors. He retrieves the copper seal from his belt, dips it into the ink, and presses it onto the inscribed talisman. At that moment, the talisman seems to undergo a transformation beyond his comprehension, emanating an aura of mystique. However, this sensation quickly dissipates, rendering it ordinary once more. Upon completing this series of procedures, Heng feels a wave of fatigue wash over him. He sinks into a chair, taking a moment to catch his breath before rising to finalize his earlier ritual. Ultimately, he crafts 10 Heavenly Master Exorcism talismans before ceasing his efforts. It is not that he is unwilling to create additional ones for unforeseen circumstances. Rather, he finds himself seeing stars and realizes that persisting further may lead him to a precarious state of exhaustion. In the ensuing hours, Heng begins to practice the Tai golden flower's principles in his room, seeking to restore some of his vitality. It is not until dusk, when Arya calls him for dinner, that he concludes his practice and joins her for a relatively sumptuous evening meal. After dining, Heng commences the preparation of his supplies, for a fierce battle awaits him that night. Failing to ready his equipment in advance could spell disaster. The items he prepares include the 10 talismans he inscribed that afternoon, a pair of scissors he had previously enchanted, and the peachwood sword he has been refining during this period. Among his possessions, it is the peachwood sword that possesses the most formidable power. Although the ordinary peachwood sword possesses some power, its efficacy is rather limited against formidable malevolent entities, necessitating the rituals conducted by Taoist practitioners. The method employed by Heng for the consecration of the peachwood sword was learned from the Maoshan lineage. However, Heng does not possess the orthodox inheritance of the Maoshan sect. Rather, he has gleaned this technique from publicly available resources. The general procedure entails the establishment of a ritual altar, where the peachwood sword is placed before it, followed by hand gestures and the recitation of incantations, invoking the spirit of the peachwood sword, beseeching it to traverse the realms, instilling fear in those who would harm it, summoning the flying sword to vanquish evil beings without mercy, and declaring the command of the ancestral sword. This ritual is performed thrice each morning, noon, and evening. This practice continues daily for a total of 49 days, at which point the peachwood sword is considered fully consecrated. It can be said that Heng has spent a significant portion of his time in this alternate realm performing the consecration of the peachwood sword, rendering it a sufficiently respectable magical artifact in the eyes of those knowledgeable in such matters. The ease with which he crafted this artifact does not stem from an extraordinary mastery of power, but rather from his extensive knowledge of spells and the meticulousness of each ritual's procedure, which serves as Heng's inherent advantage. Unlike the practitioners in this world, who hoard even the slightest fragments of spellcraft, it is indeed a Herculean task to acquire even a modicum of incantation here. After Heng meticulously organized all his belongings, he proceeded to perform a protective incantation. This time marked Heng's formal engagement in a contest of magical prowess, prompting him to prepare thoroughly. Should the opponent employ any insidious spells, a moment of inattention could result in him falling victim to their treachery. With his eyes closed, Heng began to contemplate the golden light charm, channeling his energy into a golden seal at the center of his forehead, envisioning himself enveloped in golden radiance. He repeated this 3 times, completing the golden light incantation. While for others, the casting of the golden light charm often serves merely as a psychological comfort. Upon Heng's invocation, an enigmatic force from an unknown dimension descended upon him. Had an adept observer been present to witness this moment, they would likely be astounded. For in their sight, Heng appeared entirely enveloped in golden light, resembling a divine golden general. As Heng was finalizing his preparations, Steward Lu hurriedly entered the room. Second young lady, upon seeing Lu, felt a surge of irritation, for she was acutely aware that their Taoist priest had devoted the afternoon to preparing for an evening exorcism. Such endeavors, let alone contemplating them, were fraught with peril. Despite second young lady's visible annoyance, Steward Lu paid her no heed, as he regarded her as inconsequential. He approached Heng directly, inquiring, "How are the preparations, Taoist priest?" With a smile, Heng replied, "All is in readiness. This evening, the malevolent spirit shall come, but it shall not return." At this juncture, a confident expression adorned Heng's face. Hearing these words, Steward Lu exhaled a long breath of relief. Throughout that afternoon, Steward Lu was engulfed in a state of unease. His perturbation stemmed from the directive of the benevolent Wang, who had requested that Lu accompany Heng for the evening. However, upon witnessing Heng's unwavering confidence, a sense of tranquility began to settle within him. Very well, he thought. Tonight I shall entrust everything to the Taoist priest. Heng, perceiving the steward's trepidation, reassured him, "There is no need for concern, for with my presence, your safety is assured." After uttering these words, Heng retrieved the talisman from his bosom, theatrically reciting an incantation before handing it to Steward Lu. "This talisman, crafted by my own hand, will protect you from any malevolent spirits as long as you keep it close." Steward Lu accepted the talisman, his face alight with gratitude, and carefully placed it against his chest. "Thank you, esteemed Taoist. After tonight, I shall surely convey to the master the efforts you have expended." At that moment, both Lu and Heng exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding binding them in solidarity. Chapter 23. The onslaught of the ghost infant Heng and butler Lu exited the Earth Deity Temple, hastening their steps until they swiftly arrived at the residence of the benevolent Wang. In the parlor, they encountered the esteemed Wang once more. Upon seeing Heng, a long sigh of relief escaped Wang's lips. The recent days had been nothing short of tormenting for him. First, there was the female ghost, and now a ghost infant had emerged. At this rate, he would be left with no choice but to engage solely with these supernatural entities. "Taoist, I entrust this matter to you tonight," Wang said, hurrying a few steps to bow respectfully to Heng. "The boundless blessings of the heavens are upon us. There is no need for you to be afraid, for I am here," Heng reassured him. Wang nodded, acknowledging the assurance. "In that case, I shall leave the matter in your capable hands. I have some other matters to attend to." so I will not remain here to accompany you, he concluded hastily. Disregarding young Heng's presence, and with a courteous gesture, he quickly departed the parlor. At that moment, young Heng understood that Wang was undoubtedly frightened, not daring to linger in the house, and had opted to seek refuge elsewhere. This reaction was entirely human. Who could remain calm with a ghost residing in their home? Meanwhile, Butler Lu observed Wang's retreating figure with a look of dismay, akin to a forlorn puppy yearning for its owner to return and take it away. Regrettably, Wang paid him no heed and soon vanished from sight. With no other options, Lu could only hope that Yang Heng's formidable skills would resolve the predicament that night. Taoist. Let us proceed, Butler Lu said, his voice lacking vigor. Please lead the way, Yang Heng requested. Lu nodded and moved ahead, but after a few steps, he halted. Glancing back at Yang Heng, it was only when Yang Heng was but a step behind him that he resumed his path. Yang Heng shook his head, noting that the entire household seemed profoundly affected by the specter of the ghost infant. The two men arrived outside the lady of the house's chamber. Taoist. What shall we do next? Lu inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Heng replied, let us seek a small room nearby to take refuge in. When the ghost infant arrives, I shall take action. Lu quickly nodded and hurried to make arrangements. He cleared out a chamber designated for a maid adjacent to the lady's bedroom. Once inside, Lu and Yang Heng concealed themselves, awaiting the ghost infant's arrival. As time passed, the darkness deepened, and soon the sky was adorned with twinkling stars, while the courtyard below was engulfed in utter darkness. Just as Yang Heng was on the verge of dozing off, a sudden shriek erupted from the lady's room. The sound shattered his drowsiness, and he sprang from his chair, hastening to the window to listen intently. The chamber echoed with piercing cries. At that moment, Lu stirred awake, leaning beside Yang Heng, and whispered, this has been the scene for several days. We hear the ghost infant's chilling wails, yet it remains unseen. Yang Heng pondered for a moment before inquiring, but the lady claims she sees that ghostly infant every day? Steward Lu contemplated the matter as well, scratching his head in confusion, as it seemed only the lady could perceive that spectral being. Upon hearing this, Yang Heng found himself in a rather challenging situation. How could he confront an adversary he could not even see? At that moment, he began to envy the legendary Sun Wukong and his fiery eyes. If only he possessed such vision, that ghostly entity would surely not escape his sight. However, he could not afford to remain idle. So he forcefully kicked open the door and swiftly made his way to the lady's chamber. Upon bursting into the lady's room, he was met with chaos. Robust maids wielding scissors and kitchen knives were shouting wildly before the lady's bed. Meanwhile, the lady herself cowered beneath the covers, her entire form swathed in blankets, incessantly pointing in various directions, urging the servants to strike at the air. A bystander, unaware of the circumstances, would undoubtedly think the occupants of the room had lost their sanity, engaging in a battle against nothingness. As Yang Heng entered, the lady immediately spotted him and exclaimed urgently, the apparition has arrived, make haste. Yang Heng could only manage a wry smile. He wished to act, but how could he when he did not even know the location of the foe? Yet, he could not reveal his own uncertainties. He maintained an air of confidence as he skillfully dodged the frantic swings of the maid's knives and approached the lady's bedside. Madam, what is the situation with this ghostly entity today? Upon his arrival, Mrs. Lu appeared to calm somewhat but still bore signs of fear. Taoist. The specter approached my bed today, as if it intended to reach for me, but suddenly seemed to be restrained by some force, letting out a piercing wail before darting about the room. Yang Heng nodded thoughtfully before responding. It appears that the scissors I instructed you to hang at the head of your bed have proven effective. This ghostly being must have been harmed by my talisman. After explaining, he continued, now, where is this ghost? Point it out to me so that I may subdue it. Mrs. Lu looked at Yang Heng with a mixture of surprise and confusion, wondering if the Taoist could not see the ghostly infant either. However, this thought was fleeting, as she quickly redirected her attention to the malevolent presence, tremblingly pointing to a corner and saying, it is there, the ghostly child is there. Yang Heng followed her, yet saw nothing. Nevertheless, he could not afford to appear powerless. He needed to maintain his professional image. Thus, he drew his peachwood sword from behind his back and retrieved a talisman from his robes, cautiously advancing toward the indicated corner. However, after only a few steps, Mrs. Lu cried out once more, Taoist, be careful, the specter is approaching you. Yang Heng was momentarily startled by her words, a shiver coursing through him, and he quickly brandished the peachwood sword in a frenzied manner around him. Yang Heng wielded the peachwood sword with wild abandon, inadvertently striking the ghostly infant suspended in the void. The ghostly child had intended to creep up on Yang Heng and deliver a swift blow, but before it could advance, it was struck by Yang Heng's sword. The impact felt to the ghostly infant like a branding iron searing its flesh, eliciting a cry of agony far more piercing than before. Yang Heng, now attuned to the wretched sound, seized the opportunity to retrieve a talisman from his robe, the Heavenly Master's exorcism talisman, and hurled it in the direction of the sound. The talisman did not float languidly like ordinary paper. Instead, it shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards the unknown. Upon contact, it appeared as if something had adhered to that path, radiating a blinding crimson light. The ghostly infant's wails intensified, and as the talisman affixed itself to the specter, its form gradually became discernible. Heng immediately recognized this apparition. It was the very entity that had attacked him the previous day at the Earth God Temple. He was aware that this ghost was under the thrall of the deceased Wang Xianggu. Had someone ventured to her abode? Yet, such thoughts flitted through Heng's mind in an instant. There was no time for contemplation. He resolved to dispatch this little fiend first. With swift determination, he advanced towards the specter, extracting the ritualistically refined golden scissors from his robe, and thrust them towards the ghostly child. This golden scissors technique was a formidable spell harnessing the legendary power of the golden cicada scissors of the Three Nights goddess. Though it appeared to be an ordinary pair of scissors, it was imbued with a trace of the cicada-s energy. As Heng's scissors descended, the already injured ghostly infant began to dissolve into the ether, as if it could vanish at any moment. Satisfied with this development, Heng contemplated delivering a few more strikes with his peach-wood sword to ensure the specter's ultimate demise. However, before he could act, a dreadful green peach-wood sword hurtled towards him from a distance. This sword had its sights set squarely on Heng. Engrossed in his confrontation with the ghostly child and lacking sufficient combat experience, Heng failed to notice the impending threat until it was nearly upon him. The dreadful green sword approached rapidly, its malevolent glow intensifying. By the time Heng became aware of its presence, it was too late to evade its strike, and he braced himself for impact. At that critical moment, an unprecedented golden light erupted from Heng's being. As this radiant energy expanded outward, it swiftly suppressed the dreadful green glow emanating from the sword. The once swift approach of the peach-wood sword became erratic, and when it reached Heng's side, it could no longer sustain its momentum, falling limply at his feet. At the very moment Heng's attention wavered, the previously severely injured ghostly infant seemed to be infused with newfound vigor, suddenly surging back to life with a ferocity that was startling. It trembled forward, dislodging the talisman meant to subdue it. Instantly, it revealed its form and lunged menacingly at Heng with a fearsome roar. However, just as before, as it drew near, it was once again repelled by a radiant golden light. The moment this spectral child was illuminated, it emitted an ear-piercing howl that reverberated through the air. Seizing this opportunity, Heng raised his peach-wood sword high above his head and brought it crashing down upon the ghostly infant. The force of the blow sent the creature sprawling far away. Heng, now drenched in cold sweat, was filled with trepidation in the blink of an eye. What he believed to be a certain victory had turned into two unexpected assaults. Had he not prepared the protective golden light incantation in advance, he might have met his demise on this very day. Chapter 024. Escape the ghostly infant, cast out by Heng, seemed to have come to realize the extent of his power. In a swift motion, it darted through the wall and emerged outside the courtyard. Heng, fully aware of its intent to flee, could not allow such an escape. If it were to get away, it would undoubtedly return to launch a surprise attack in the future. Thus, he accelerated to his utmost speed, rushing out of the room and into the courtyard, determined to eradicate the ghostly being. However, events did not unfold as he had hoped. As soon as Heng appeared in the courtyard, a swirling black mist enveloped him, seemingly imbued with a life of its own. The mist roared around him, attempting to penetrate his being. Fortunately, the golden light incantation surrounding Heng radiated brilliantly, creating a barrier that kept the malevolent fog at bay. Nevertheless, the sight startled him momentarily. With little time to spare, Heng abandoned his pursuit of the ghostly infant, wielding his peach-wood sword to strike at the encroaching black mist. Each swing of the sword sliced through the fog, gradually thinning its presence. Observing the effectiveness of his strikes, Heng became more fervent in his assault. After a flurry of about 10 strikes, the mist had diminished to a mere wisp. Yet, when he aimed to vanquish that final remnant, his efforts proved futile. Each time he paused, the black mist seemed to regenerate, slowly coalescing once more. Growing increasingly anxious, Heng recognized the danger of allowing this malevolent entity to linger around him, fearing it could spell disaster in the future. At this juncture, he decided to act decisively, retrieving several talismans from his robes and casting them towards the black mist. As the talismans neared the fog, they soared forward like swallows returning to their nest, emitting a radiant red light. This crimson glow, akin to flames, swiftly consumed the indomitable black mist, reducing it to nothingness. With a sigh of relief, Heng finally turned his attention to locating the ghostly infant. However, upon searching the surroundings, he found no trace of the creature. It seemed the ghost had seized the opportunity while Heng was preoccupied with the mist to make its escape. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Heng had initially believed that his recent studies in Taoism would empower him to vanquish this ghostly entity, only to discover that the reality was far more complex. At that moment, Lu, the steward, cautiously emerged from the house, having noticed the silence outside. He approached Yang Heng, inquiring, "How did it go, Taoist? Has the ghostly infant been vanquished?" Turning to Lu, Yang Heng met his hopeful gaze, but felt a wave of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose and replied, "I fear this ghost is still under the influence of another. Just as I was about to eliminate it, someone from a distance disrupted my efforts, allowing the ghostly infant to escape." Upon hearing Yang Heng's words, Lu's expression changed dramatically. If this malevolent entity was not eradicated, it could return once it had recovered, posing a significant threat. "Taoist, you must contemplate a solution. Otherwise, if one day you are unable to attend to matters, and the ghostly infant launches a sudden attack, what shall we do?" Initially, Yang Heng dismissed his concerns, believing that a mere ghostly infant could not possess such cunning. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this ghostly entity was manipulated by a human, whose intentions could be far more malevolent than those of mere specters. Consequently, the possibility of a surprise assault by the ghostly infant became all too real. Yang Heng pondered for a moment before responding, "This matter is likely not so straightforward. Tomorrow, I shall meet with Lord Wang and recount the situation truthfully, in hopes of devising a means to resolve this issue once and for all." Upon hearing Yang Heng's decision to stay, Steward Lu exhaled in relief and hurriedly instructed his staff to prepare a guest room for Yang Heng, allowing him a moment of respite. Meanwhile, Madame Lu in the rear courtyard, relieved that the ghostly infant had retreated, felt a weight lift off her shoulders. For several nights, the ghostly infant had plagued her from dusk until dawn, but after encountering Yang Heng, it seemed to have been deterred, granting her the prospect of a peaceful slumber in the latter half of the night. Having endured a restless night, Yang Heng finally found the opportunity to rest. And as soon as his head touched the pillow, he succumbed to slumber. When dawn arrived, Yang Heng awoke to the diligent attentions of a maid who assisted him in grooming, followed by a lavish breakfast. After satisfying his appetite, Steward Lu entered Yang Heng's guest room. Yang Heng, still savoring his meal, felt a twinge of exasperation at the timing of his visit, just as he had finished eating. The steward appeared. Unperturbed by Yang Heng's demeanor, Steward Lu approached and respectfully announced, "Taoist, our master has completed his affairs and is now awaiting your esteemed presence in the parlor." With no alternative, Yang Heng, having accepted the remuneration, accompanied Steward Lu to meet the benevolent Lord Wang. Upon entering the parlor, Yang Heng observed Lord Wang seated with a weary demeanor, dark circles under his eyes indicating a night of poor rest. Steward Lu, noticing Lord Wang's lackluster appearance, promptly interjected, "Master, Taoist Yang has arrived." At that moment, Lord Wang seemed to awaken, shaking off his lethargy before rising to greet Yang Heng with a bow. "I apologize for neglecting you, Taoist. I was preoccupied with family matters last night and could not find rest. I hope you will not take offense." "Not at all, esteemed Lord Wang. You are too courteous," Yang Heng replied, and after exchanging pleasantries, they both took their seats. Lord Wang inquired, "I have heard from the steward that although you managed to repel the ghostly infant yesterday, the issue remains unresolved. What is the situation?" With a sigh, Yang Heng responded, "It is not that I lack effort. I was unprepared for the revelation that this ghostly infant is being directed by someone. Moreover, this individual possesses considerable power. Although I inflicted significant harm upon the ghostly infant yesterday, I was still unable to prevent its escape. Then, Taoist, what shall our next course of action be?" Yang Heng contemplated for a moment, realizing that merely dealing with the ghostly infant would not deter the unseen observers lurking in the shadows, who would likely continue to harass him intermittently. It would be far more prudent to resolve the matter in its entirety. "Master Wang," he began, "this ghostly infant was originally a little spirit nurtured by Wang Xinggu. We must first visit her residence to ascertain what transpired there." Upon hearing Yang Heng's words, the benevolent Wang Dajing expressed his surprise and inquired, "How does the Taoist know that this little ghost is connected to Wang Xinggu?" Yang Heng felt a pang of regret for having so hastily divulged this connection. Yet, it was too late. He resolved to share only what he could without raising Wang Dajing's suspicions. "What you may not know, Master Wang, is that on the very night I took residence in the temple, Wang Xinggu sent this ghostly infant to attack me. However, given my abilities, the infant was unable to approach me." Wang Dajing was taken aback, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Why would Wang Xinggu target this newcomer, who had no ties to the locals? Then he recalled that this Taoist had vanquished the female ghost haunting his home. Could it be that Wang Xinggu harbored resentment and dispatched the ghostly infant to exact revenge? The more he pondered, the more sense it made. Furthermore, the female ghost that had troubled his household recently seemed to be a product of Wang Xinggu's machinations, clearly intended to vex him. The sudden demise of Wang Xinggu might also imply that this Taoist, Yang Heng, had discovered her intentions to harm him and thus employed arcane methods to end her life. The reasoning began to resonate with Wang Dajing, and his regard for Yang Heng deepened. Previously, he had viewed Yang Heng as merely a competent Taoist. However, having the power to silently take the life of Wang Xiangu suggested that he could just as easily endanger Wang Dajing's own existence. Humans often possess an innate reverence for those who are more powerful and wield authority over their fates. Having arrived at this understanding, Wang Dajing respectfully addressed Yang Heng. Very well, this matter is trivial. You may proceed at your convenience. As for affairs with the local authorities, I shall manage them, so you need not worry. Yang Heng nodded, stating, then let us not delay. Today we shall visit Wang Xiangu's residence to uncover the peculiarities that lie within. Eager to resolve the issue promptly, Wang Dajing instructed the steward Lu, who had been standing nearby, to accompany Yang Heng and assist him. Under Wang Dajing's arrangements, Lu guided Yang Heng in a horse-drawn carriage. And after half an hour's journey, they arrived at Wang Xiangu's home in the neighboring village. Upon disembarking, Yang Heng observed the dilapidated state of the residence. The main door had been inexplicably removed, leaving only an empty frame. Witnessing this desolation, Yang Heng furrowed his brow, deducing that it was likely the nearby villagers, seizing the opportunity presented by Wang Xiangu's absence, had pilfered whatever useful items remained. With the arrival of Yang Heng and steward Lu, a throng of idle elders and village women gathered at the entrance of the home of Wang Xiangu. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Heng leaned toward steward Lu and whispered, send someone to inquire if any strangers have visited Wang Xiangu's residence in recent days. Steward Lu, instantly comprehending the implication, beckoned the coachman standing nearby and conveyed his instructions. The coachman, having received Lu's directives, promptly approached the cluster of villagers. Although he served the Wang family, his humble origins allowed him to connect easily with the ordinary villagers, and soon they were engaged in lively conversation. After a short while, the coachman returned to steward Lu, brimming with enthusiasm, and murmured a few words in his ear. Chapter 25, The Secret Chamber. Upon hearing the words of the coachman, butler Lu's spirits lifted, as if he had received a significant piece of news. Indeed, he soon approached Yang Heng and whispered in his ear, a few days ago, a young man arrived at the home of the immortal Wang Xiangu. When the villagers inquired about his origins, he claimed to be a distant relative of hers. Yang Heng furrowed his brow and replied, is it merely because of this statement that the villagers allowed him into Wang Xiangu's home? Butler Lu chuckled softly. How could that be possible? Wang Xiangu is quite renowned in the vicinity, and her household possesses some wealth. The villagers were even preparing to cut off her lineage. How could they permit someone to partake in their fortunes? Subsequently, the villagers, citing the vagueness of his journey, expelled the young man from the village, and thereafter, he was never seen again. Yang Heng, still frowning, sensed that there was something amiss. How could the young man seeking kinship so easily abandon his quest? However, he decided to set aside these thoughts for the moment and suggested, let us first investigate Wang Xiangu's home to uncover any peculiarities. With that, he led the way into the courtyard of Wang Xiangu, with butler Lu closely following. Upon entering the main room of Wang Xiangu's residence, they discovered that most of the furniture had vanished, yet a divine tablet remained intact at the center. It appeared that the villagers held some superstitions, refraining from moving sacred objects. While the villagers were apprehensive, Yang Heng felt no such trepidation. He approached the altar to examine the deity enshrined there. Upon closer inspection, Yang Heng realized it was the spirit of Granny Hu. Just by the name, he could ascertain that she was a fox spirit. He then began to scrutinize the area around the altar, hoping to uncover some clues. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment. Aside from the tablet and the incense burner, there was nothing else to be found. Completely disheartened, Yang Heng decided to explore other rooms in search of further hints. After a thorough examination of Wang Xiangu's house, he stumbled upon a secluded chamber where the tablet of the 5 spirits was enshrined. Upon seeing this tablet, Yang Heng immediately understood why Wang Xiangu had employed such sinister practices involving curses and malevolent spells. This knowledge must have originated from the 5 spirits. As for why Yang Heng did not suspect the fox spirit, he believed that although fox spirits are indeed entities of mischief, they possess considerable humanity and would not resort to such underhanded methods to undermine their own abilities. At this moment, Yang Heng was rather presumptuous. Indeed, fox spirits can sometimes be more treacherous than other beings. Nevertheless, despite the nefarious nature of such spells, they could wield immense power when applied correctly. With this thought in mind, he began to rummage through the modestly sized room. The space was small, and aside from the central altar dedicated to the 5 spirits, everything was readily apparent. In a shadowy corner of the room, Yang Heng's gaze fell upon yet another dark abyss, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Approaching the entrance, he peered into the depths, but the dim light rendered visibility nearly impossible. He summoned steward Lu, inquiring whether anyone had ventured into the cave. Lu, lacking knowledge on the matter, suggested consulting the coachman for further information. Before long, the coachman returned with news. Steward Liu, esteemed Taoist, I spoke with the villagers outside. They mentioned that someone had indeed descended, but the stench was unbearable, and thus they ceased their interest. Yang Heng's eyes brightened at this revelation, if that were the case. Perhaps the elusive secrets of Wang Xinggu lay hidden within. He ordered a lantern to be prepared and, making his way to a nearby ladder, descended into the cave. The moment he arrived at the bottom, a nauseating odor assaulted his senses, causing him to grimace. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and illuminated the surroundings with his lamp. To his astonishment, the cave had been excavated into a small chamber. The floor was cluttered with various debris, and remnants of human bones lay scattered about. No wonder the villagers had dared only a fleeting glance before retreating. The place was both foul-smelling and eerie, a true test of one's fortitude. Yang Heng picked up a wooden stick and began to sift through the detritus. His hopes were soon dashed, for he discovered only tattered old garments, swarming with insects that elicited a wave of revulsion. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the likelihood of returning empty-handed. He carelessly tossed the stick aside, eager to escape the repugnant atmosphere. However, as the stick struck the ground, the sound it produced was unexpectedly crisp, starkly contrasting the usual dull thud of a stick hitting the earth. It became evident that the spot where the stick landed concealed a hollow space beneath. Intrigued by this discovery, Yang Heng took his time, approaching the area where the stick had fallen and crouching to knock upon the surface. The hollow resonance confirmed his suspicions. With renewed determination, he began to clear away the loose earth. As he pushed aside the debris, he uncovered a wooden lid. Gently lifting it revealed yet another dark opening below. Wang Xinggu had indeed been meticulous, crafting a labyrinth in concealment. Initially, he tossed a random object into the void, and from the sound of its descent, it seemed not too deep. Next, he lowered his lantern on a length of rope, discovering that the flame remained alight, indicating a breathable atmosphere below. With this assurance, Yang Heng finally dared to descend into the depths of the cave. Descending into the depths, Yang Heng cautiously illuminated his path with an oil lamp, gradually feeling his way forward. At length, upon rounding a corner, he once again stumbled upon a hidden chamber. Here, a smile finally graced Yang Heng's face, for within this secret room stood a table, accompanied by a nearby bookshelf. Approaching the bookshelf with his lamp in hand, he observed that the collection of books was rather meager, predominantly comprising mundane accounts of ghosts and spirits. His heart sank in disappointment. He had anticipated uncovering treasures, only to find commonplace fare. With a sigh, he returned to the table, plopping down onto a chair beside it, contemplating that yet again, his efforts seemed in vain. Just as despair began to settle in, Yang Heng noticed something peculiar about the table before him. Its surface appeared thicker than that of an ordinary table, instantly revitalized. He circled the table, knocking and probing, yet ultimately uncovered no secrets. Reluctantly, he retrieved the enchanted scissors from his pocket, opting for brute force to dismantle the table. The ancient scissors, forged from wrought iron, were no match for the task at hand, as typical scissors would have faltered after a few strikes. Fortunately, his enchanted pair was significantly sturdier, allowing him to painstakingly split the table into halves. In his fervor, Yang Heng discovered a hollow space within one of the table legs. Upon unveiling this secret, his excitement surged, and with a few deft motions, he dismantled the table leg into fragments, ultimately revealing a roll of silk. He unfurled the silk beneath the lamp's glow, his eyes catching sight of the inscription, the secret record of ancient spirits. Flipping through the pages, he found them filled with sinister spells, encompassing everything from summoning minor spirits to casting curses, and even methods for corpse refinement. However, his attention was particularly drawn to the final section, which described a method for achieving divinity through incense offerings. The moment he encountered this technique, known as the path to divinity through incense, a jolt of excitement coursed through him, but the text lacked a detailed practice guide. This absence of specificity left Yang Heng disheartened. According to the description, mastering this technique would enable the practitioner to transform the collective will of beings into magical power, returning it to the master. This concept bore a striking resemblance to the notion of divinity found in Western legends. An intriguing thought crossed Yang Heng's mind. If this book's promises were indeed attainable, could he not bring this knowledge back to the modern world and, through the path to divinity, elevate himself to godhood? While he lacked concrete methods at present, Yang Heng committed this idea to memory. He reasoned that in this otherworldly realm, such a technique as the path to divinity could not be considered elite. Otherwise, even a local which would not possess knowledge of such esoteric matters. Suppressing his disappointment, he conducted one final search of the chamber, finding nothing else of particular interest. With that, Yang Heng ascended the ladder, returning to the surface. At this moment, the anxious steward Liu, who had been waiting nearby, contemplated summoning a few individuals to investigate further. Just then, Yang Heng ascended. Upon seeing Yang Heng, the steward stepped forward eagerly, grasping his sleeve and inquiring, "What news? Have any clues emerged from below?" Yang Heng shook his head and replied, "It appears that someone has already visited the area. The vital items have vanished without a trace." The steward, upon hearing this, was filled with disappointment. The thought of not uncovering the mastermind and allowing them to lurk in the shadows sent shivers down his spine. However, Heng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "There is no need for undue concern, steward. I have discovered a tome containing the art of nurturing spirits. With this technique, I can temporarily exert control over the minor ghost and engage in a battle of wits with the one behind the scenes." Heng's confidence stemmed from having perused the methods of spirit cultivation earlier, which indicated that regular blood offerings were required for nurturing. This practice was intended to foster a connection between the spirit and its master. However, it also bore significant risks should the spirit be seized by another or destroyed. The master would suffer grave consequences. Chapter 26. The captured soul. Heng and steward Lu emerged from the abode of Wang Xiangu and returned to the residence of the benevolent Wang. Wang, who had remained in the parlor, hastily instructed his servants to welcome them back upon their arrival. After exchanging courteous greetings with Wang, Heng took his seat along with the host. "Taoist Yang, did you uncover anything of significance during your visit to Wang Xiangu?" Wang inquired. "Esteemed Wang, the ghostly infant that Wang Xiangu had been nurturing has vanished without a trace, and it seems that someone has entered her secret chamber," Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Wang turned to steward Lu, who promptly nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, master, Taoist Yang speaks the truth. I inquired among the villagers, and it appears a young man had come to inquire about Wang Xiangu's residence." Wang's brows furrowed at this revelation. It seemed he had indeed attracted unwelcome attention. "What do you suggest we do, Taoist?" Yang contemplated for a moment. He realized that mere magical confrontations would not suffice to resolve the issue. They needed to identify the mastermind behind these events. "Esteemed Wang, I propose you enlist your resources to investigate whether there are any unfamiliar young men in the surrounding areas. I suspect that this individual is orchestrating the ghostly infant incident." Wang nodded in agreement. Although he was not skilled in the arts of combating spirits, he was confident that, with his long-standing reputation and the wealth of the Wang family, locating the individual would be a manageable task. "Let it be as you suggest, Taoist," he declared resolutely. Afterward, he turned to steward Lu, instructing, "Disperse our personnel and inform the village elders to ensure this person is found." "Yes, master, I shall see to it immediately," Lu replied. Once Lu had departed, Wang turned to Heng and queried, "Do you think the ghostly entity will make another appearance tonight?" Yang pondered briefly before responding. "If I remain within the estate, it is likely that the ghost will refrain from coming forth." Wang nodded, but internally he was aware that this matter needed swift resolution. It was impractical to have Taoist Yang residing in his home as a guardian indefinitely. An idea sprang to his mind. "Taoist, how about this? You leave my residence openly and return stealthily at night." Heng immediately grasped Wang's intention. The plan was to feign departure while secretly laying in wait. Once he vacated the premises, the ghost would likely return, and he could strike from the shadows when necessary to vanquish the entity. "Your strategy is sound, esteemed Wang. I shall return quietly tonight," Yang affirmed. Wang nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lu. "Tonight, you must assist Taoist Yang from the shadows, remaining concealed near the lady's chamber, and observe whether the ghost dares to return." "Understood, master," Lu replied. Having reached a consensus, the strategy for this evening was thus established, and Heng took his leave with a respectful gesture. This time, the benevolent Wang personally escorted Heng to the threshold of his residence. As it was a bustling hour, many onlookers witnessed Heng's departure, which was precisely the effect Wang sought to achieve. Upon returning to the Earth Deity Temple, Heng promptly sequestered himself in his chamber, retrieving the tome he had acquired from Wang Xiangu. With careful deliberation, he opened it, focusing intently on the section regarding the rearing of minor spirits, a preparation for the night's undertaking. However, the art of nurturing these spirits lacked a method of restraint, necessitating an alternative approach. Heng diligently combed through the text and eventually discovered the technique of soul binding, originally devised to address the frequent soul wanderings of children. This method had later been corrupted by malevolent practitioners, transforming it into a sinister spell for capturing human souls. Heng intended to employ this soul-binding technique to temporarily ensnare the spirit of the minor ghost, subsequently unearthing the identity of the orchestrator behind it. He first inscribed several soul-binding talismans and then prepared a pristine porcelain vial. Once these items were at hand, he recited the binding incantation multiple times. For referencing the text during the operation would be rather embarrassing. By the time Heng felt adequately prepared, it was noon. After sharing a modest lunch with Arya, he isolated himself once more. As night fell, with the moon at its zenith, Heng noticed that Arya had succumbed to slumber, allowing him to stealthily emerge from his room, opting to scale the earthen walls of the temple rather than use the door. In the past, such a wall, towering over him, would have left him in despair. However, since achieving foundational mastery in the Tai Jinhua Zongji, he found this once insurmountable barrier no longer posed a challenge. Upon exiting the temple, Yang Heng surveyed his surroundings and, reassured by the silence that enveloped him, he stealthily made his way toward the residence of the benevolent Wang. Upon reaching Wang's abode, he refrained from climbing walls and, adhering to their prior agreement, gently rapped on the back corner door. Almost immediately, a crack in the door opened, revealing the head of Steward Lu. Recognizing Yang Heng, Lu said nothing further and opened the door wider, allowing Yang Heng to slip inside. The two exchanged no words, proceeding silently through the darkness until they arrived at the Lady's chamber. This time, they refrained from entering the Lady's courtyard, instead taking refuge in a small woodshed nearby. In the stillness of the night, they remained vigilant, waiting until the early hours. Just as Yang Heng began to suspect that the ghostly entity might not appear that evening, a sudden, piercing scream erupted from the Lady's chamber. Yang Heng and Steward Lu exchanged glances, and without further ado, they swiftly exited the woodshed, hastening toward the Lady's courtyard. Upon reaching their destination, Yang Heng kicked the door open and both of them leaped into the courtyard. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Steward Lu bellowed as if addressing the lady of the house. But has that specter returned? Meanwhile, within the confines of the bedroom, the cries of maidservants and matrons echoed incessantly. Their hearts seemed to find solace in Steward Lu's voice, prompting them to exclaim one after another, "That ghostly doll has indeed returned, yet it cannot approach the Lady's bedside. It is currently wreaking havoc within the room." It turned out that the enchanted scissors left behind by Yang Heng had remained suspended above the lady's bed, untouched. Thus, although the ghostly doll had made its presence known, it could not draw near, causing it to become enraged and disrupt the room further. At that moment, a piercing scream pierced the air. Old Wang had perished. Hearing this, Steward Lu grew anxious and hastily urged Yang Heng, who stood nearby, "Taoist, please act swiftly." Yang Heng nodded in response. He first retrieved a porcelain vial from within his robes and removed its cap, holding it aloft. Then, he began to chant an incantation, "Bright azure sky. Part the purple clouds." The two immortals, Zhu and Li, summoned the souls. The three souls returned to their essence. The seven spirits returned to their protection. The Green Emperor safeguards the soul. The White Emperor attends to the spirits. The Red Emperor nurtures the vital energy. The Black Emperor connects the blood. The Yellow Emperor governs the center. All deities heed my call. Living souls hasten forth. Departed souls swiftly retreat. For the next gathering, may they return. Respectfully invoking the Southern Dipper's 6 stars and the Northern Dipper's 7 stars, I beseech the Supreme Laojun, urgently as decreed. Upon completing the incantation, a chilling scream resonated from within the Lady's chamber, followed by a verdant light soaring forth, ultimately landing within the porcelain vial that Yang Heng held aloft. Recognizing that he had captured the malevolent entity, Yang Heng did not dare to linger. He promptly sealed the vial and affixed a soul-binding talisman to it. With the creature contained, he finally exhaled in relief, only to find the vial beginning to tremble violently, striving to escape his grasp. Yang Heng tightened his hold and commenced the next segment of the incantation, Chi Hu 11 and Xiang Ko La Sehi. Once he completed this chant, the agitation within the vial gradually subsided. At this juncture, Yang Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him and turned to Steward Lu, saying, "The sorcerer must be within 100 paces. Quickly dispatch someone to search." Upon hearing Yang Heng's directive, Steward Lu sprang into action without delay, hastening forward. Before long, the residence of the esteemed Wang began to buzz with activity. In a short span, the front gates swung open, and dozens of robust youths embarked on a thorough search in all directions. Furthermore, chaos erupted throughout the nearby village, as all tenants of Wang's lands armed themselves with hoes and pitchforks, encircling the entire community. In this manner, the vicinity was fortified like an impregnable fortress, making it nearly impossible for anyone to depart easily. Meanwhile, Yang Heng found himself in a state of repose, having been assigned to a side room near the parlor. After approximately an hour, a cacophony of noise approached the vicinity of the parlor. Shortly thereafter, Steward Lu excitedly knocked on Yang Heng's door, exclaiming, "We have captured it." Seeing the exhilaration on his face, Yang Heng knew that they had finally captured their adversary. "Taoist, our efforts over the past few days have not been in vain. We have successfully apprehended this scoundrel." Yang Heng felt a sense of joy at the news. Capturing him was a relief. However, he was uncertain about how Lord Wang would proceed. "The master is already awaiting us in the front hall and has specifically sent for you, Taoist." "Very well. In that case, let us meet the individual for whom we have expended so much effort." After uttering these words, Yang Heng strode purposefully towards the exit, with Steward Lu hurriedly following behind. Along the way, Steward Lu enthusiastically recounted the details of how they managed to capture this individual, his excitement palpable. Chapter 27. The sequence of events. As the two individuals entered the hall, they were greeted by a brilliant display of light. illuminating the space where dozens of servants stood vigil outside. At the center, the esteemed Wang Das Hanren sat upright, his demeanor grave. Before him knelt a figure, obscured in appearance and bound tightly, flanked by two imposing henchmen. Heng stepped into the hall and respectfully bowed to Wang Das Hanren, who promptly rose to his feet, moved forward a few steps to assist Heng, and with a beaming smile, expressed his gratitude. There is no need for such formality, esteemed Taoist. I must extend my heartfelt thanks for your unwavering support. Without it, I would not have been able to alleviate the burdens plaguing my heart. Wang Das Hanren's continuous smile suggested that the pressure from his adversaries had been substantial, but now, with the clouds finally parting, his spirits were lifted. He personally guided Heng to a prominent seat beside him before returning to his central position. Once seated, however, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a sinister expression as he addressed the young man below him. I, Wang, have no grievances with you. Why then? Do you resort to malevolent sorcery to harm my family? The young man, already bruised and battered, maintained a defiant demeanor. Bah, shameless old fool. My enmity with you runs deep. Now that you have captured me, do as you will, kill or maim. I care not. Yet, in 20 years, I shall return as a man of valor to exact my revenge. Wang Das Hanren's anger intensified upon hearing this. Foolish child. It seems you require a lesson to understand the gravity of your situation. With a subtle gesture to Steward Liu, the latter promptly grasped the intent and summoned 4 or 5 burly men from outside the hall. They approached the young man, forcefully pinning him to the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of lashes. Despite the young man's anguished cries, he uttered not a single plea for mercy. Observing from the sidelines, Heng felt a twinge of sympathy for the young man's resilience, yet refrained from speaking up, knowing that his words would carry little weight in the face of Wang Das Hanren's palpable fury. After a while, Wang Das Hanren waved his hand, signaling the executioners to step aside. Well then, will you speak? The young man glared at Wang Das Hanren with hatred before finally responding. Very well, since you wish to know. I shall recount the deeds you have committed that betray your conscience for all present to hear. Wang Das Hanren stroked his beard and replied, in my years, I have repaired bridges, provided for the weak, and aided the impoverished. Though I do not claim to have performed all good deeds, I believe I have not committed any acts of conscience. I am eager to hear what you deem to be such vile actions. How did Xiaoyun meet her demise? The young man retorted. Wang Das Hanren paused, taken aback, and then replied, she was indeed my concubine, and having betrayed me with another, she reaped what she sowed. I hold no remorse for her fate. My reasoning stands firm. The old scoundrel, how dare you speak? In the past, when Xiaoyun and I were deeply in love, you, relying on your meager wealth, forcibly took her as your bride, only to later bring about her demise. I can never reconcile with you. Upon hearing this, the benevolent Wang, at last, comprehended why Xiaoyun had suddenly become pregnant. It was due to her illicit affair with this wretched spawn from the underworld. Initially, while Wang feigned anger, his rationality still lingered, but upon learning that this kneeling individual had cuckolded him, an inferno of rage surged within him. Strike him hard, he commanded. The household servants, witnessing Wang's genuine fury, hesitated no longer. They took turns mercilessly lashing the young man with whips. At first, the youth gritted his teeth and endured, but eventually, he could no longer withstand the torment and began to roll on the ground, howling in agony. Yet no one showed him mercy, regardless of his cries. The whips continued to rain down upon him. After nearly half an hour of this relentless punishment, the young man, utterly defeated, began to plead for mercy. Seeing this, Heng, who had been seated nearby, felt a twinge of compassion. He rose and, with a respectful gesture towards Wang, spoke, Master Wang, let us temper our wrath and inquire how this young man acquired such sorcery, and whether he has someone backing him. We must be prepared for any potential threats. Wang pondered Heng's words and realized the wisdom in them. If the young man had no one supporting him, how could he have learned such dark arts? He waved his hand, and the servants immediately stepped aside. Wang then inquired, from where did you learn this wicked sorcery? Is there someone orchestrating this behind the scenes? The young man, having reached his breaking point from the beating, began to spill the truth like a bamboo shoot bursting with beans. He revealed that he was a distant nephew of Wang Xiangu, who had no descendants or family of her own, thus placing great importance on him. Consequently, the young man, influenced by her, had learned some dark arts, albeit in a rather clumsy manner, far inferior to Wang Xiangu's mastery. The ghostly infant under Wang Xiangu's control was none other than the child of Xiaoyun, extracted secretly from her corpse before her burial by agents working for Wang Xiangu. As for why Wang Xiangu would employ the child within Xiaoyun, it was due to their shared bloodline, having transformed him into a ghostly entity through secret methods. She could easily manipulate him. Even Xiaoyun's soul was seized by Wang Xiangu, who intended to practice the art of ghostly motherhood. thereby amplifying the power of the ghostly mother in conjunction with the ghostly child. However, contrary to her intentions, the ghostly mother, burdened by overwhelming resentment and a thirst for vengeance, temporarily broke free from Wang Xiangu's control and approached Wang's household with the intent to slay his wife. Yet, as fate would have it, the power of the law protects the noble. Wang's eldest son was serving as a magistrate in a distant land, and even his family received a measure of divine protection. It was this circumstance that spared Madame Lu from immediate demise, however. Had Yang Heng not arrived in a timely manner, it would have merely delayed the inevitable. Once her fortune was depleted, she would have succumbed to the grasp of malevolent spirits. Following this incident, the situation became clear to all. Yang Heng fortuitously encountered the female ghost causing havoc and, through a fortunate twist of fate, inadvertently guided her to the underworld for reincarnation. Subsequently, the immortal Wang Xiangu, unbeknownst to the source of her misfortune, met her end on the spot. This young man, fully aware of the plight of the mischievous spirit, clandestinely entered Wang Xiangu's residence in the dead of night to retrieve the spirit. He then employed his rudimentary ghost-controlling techniques to seek vengeance against the Wang family, which led to the events of the previous days. Upon hearing this tale, Wang Dasharan feigned deep emotion, momentarily suppressing the fury etched upon his face. He expressed astonishment at the unfolding events, remarking that had the young man sought his counsel earlier and divulged the truth, he might have shown mercy out of respect for their profound affection. At this juncture, Wang Dasharan sighed deeply, seemingly lamenting the untimely fate of Chowan. After a brief silence, he appeared to lose interest, instructing the steward Lu at his side, find a physician to attend to his injuries, then escort him to the magistrate. Lu promptly acquiesced. Yang Heng, witnessing the resolution of the matter and understanding that although the young man had endured some tribulations, Wang Dasharan's inclination was to spare his life, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then clasped his hands in farewell. Wang Dasharan, now devoid of the inclination to feign further pleasantries with Yang Heng, merely sat in silence, his demeanor clouded with melancholy, saying, "Taoist, travel safely. I shall not see you off today." Yang Heng, perceiving his mood, hastily replied, "No need for your lordship to trouble himself. I shall take my leave." Wang Dasharan then instructed the steward Lu, "Prepare 100 taels of silver to be delivered to the Taoist's residence tomorrow." "Yes, my lord," Lu responded. Hearing of the additional 100 taels, Yang Heng felt a swell of satisfaction. In total, he had garnered over 200 taels from this encounter. Such a sum in ancient times was no trifling amount, sufficient to purchase several acres of land. With a beaming smile, he expressed his gratitude to Wang Dasharan once more before departing. After Yang Heng had left, Wang Dasharan gestured for the young man to be taken away, having never inquired about his name, indicating his utter disregard for the individual. Shortly thereafter, Steward Lu brought a cup of fragrant tea to Wang Dasharan's side. "My lord, please enjoy your tea." Once he noted that no one else remained in the front hall, Wang Dasharan's countenance darkened once more. He raised the cup and took a fierce sip before hurling it onto the table. "That little brat dares to tread upon my head." It was evident that Wang Dasharan remained deeply troubled by the young man who had caused him such humiliation. Standing nearby, Steward Lu, with a glint of cunning in his eye, inquired, "My lord, the use of malevolent sorcery may not warrant a death sentence. What are your plans?" Master Sun cast a chilling gaze upon Steward Lu, and then I gritted my teeth and said, "Send a message to the jailer. I wanted to be trapped in a living hell." Upon hearing this, Steward Lu immediately grasped Master Wang's intention. He had previously dispatched men to deliver the young man to the yamen, partly to conceal his own secrets from Yang Heng, and partly with the hope that this young man would endure a life of torment from that moment onward. In the mind of a man like Master Wang, sometimes living is more excruciating than death itself. Furthermore, investigate which individual within the manor facilitated Wang Xiangu's convenience. Without that person, our estate would not be plagued by such chaos in the future. Chapter 28. Nurturing. After Yang Heng departed from the residence of the benevolent Wang, he returned to the land temple. As he scaled the wall, he noticed the glow of light emanating from Arya's window. Thus, he called out from the courtyard, "What are you doing awake at this late hour?" At the sound of his voice, Arya's door swung open, and she rushed to Yang Heng's side, clinging to his arm with unwavering resolve. "Taoist, where have you been?" "I was terrified." "What happened?" he inquired. "I heard chaos erupting throughout the village. With shouts of 'Catch the thief!' I went to your room to find you, only to discover it was empty." As she recounted her tale, her face bore a look of distress, her large, shimmering eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Yang Heng, as if he had committed some unspeakable offense. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yang Heng scratched his nose, realizing that he had previously agreed with Sun the Benevolent to keep today's events a secret. All right, I was in the wrong today. In the future, I shall be sure to inform you whenever I step out." Upon hearing Yang Heng's apology, Arya's face brightened with a hint of a smile. though her grip on his arm remained steadfast. "It's all right now. There's no trouble outside. I have returned, so you may rest easy. We can discuss matters in the morning." At Heng's urging, Arya reluctantly released her grasp and, casting lingering glances back, retreated to her room. Heng lingered in the courtyard until he was certain she had shut her door before he returned to his own chamber and lit the oil lamp. From within his robe, he retrieved the porcelain vial that contained the ghostly infant. His expression had shifted, the earlier calm had dissipated. The reason he had refrained from vanquishing the ghostly infant was that he intended to keep it under his command, allowing him to dispatch it on future endeavors. However, the young man had failed to disclose the location of the hidden altar that harbored the ghostly infant's true form. In front of Wang, Heng had presented himself as a paragon of virtue and righteousness, making it inappropriate to inquire about such nefarious practices. Yet, he did not desire to let the ghostly infant fade away with time. After all, it had undergone training and could prove to be a formidable spell in his possession. After pondering for some time, while seated on a stool, Heng resolved that to avoid prolonged uncertainty, he would venture out once more that night to locate the altar of the ghostly infant. Having made up his mind, he swiftly changed into a more casual attire. Shedding his Taoist robe, extinguished the oil lamp, and pressed his ear against the window, listening intently. Following the recent uproar, the entire hillside village had fallen into silence, suggesting that everyone had returned to their slumber. After waiting a while longer and seeing the first hints of dawn approaching, he took the porcelain vial containing the ghostly infant, stealthily opened his bedroom door, and once again scaled the wall to leave the land temple. This time, Heng departed from the earth temple with heightened caution, advancing through the shadows while attentively observing the movements of the ghostly infant in his embrace. However, after traversing the entire village, he found no signs of activity from the infant, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. If dawn broke without his having located the urn, all his efforts would be in vain. A thought crossed his mind. If the urn was not within the village, it must surely lie in the fields beyond. Resolutely, he quickened his pace towards the outskirts. Fortune favored Heng this time, as he exited the eastern village gate and had not walked far. He felt the ghostly infant begin to tremble incessantly, as if filled with excitement. Realizing he was onto something, a smile finally graced his face. Following the infant's instinct, he swiftly discovered a small altar nestled within a sorghum field. Upon the altar sat a modest gray urn, accompanied by offerings of incense and candles. As Heng approached the altar, the ghostly infant grew even more animated, and had it not been for the suppressive talisman, it likely would have leaped out and entered the urn. Understanding that he had indeed found the right object, Heng carefully cradled the gray urn in his arms. As he did so, the infant began to calm, as if it had received some form of solace. Heng, now emboldened, hurried back to the earth temple where he resided. Fortunately, the villagers had spent the previous night in revelry, leaving them asleep at home, allowing Heng to return to his room unnoticed. Once back, he placed the urn on the table and retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket. He then removed the talisman affixed to the vial and opened its mouth. The moment the vial was uncapped, Heng appeared to see a shadowy figure escaping from it and merging with the urn. A broad smile spread across his face as he gazed at the urn, for it held the potential to be transported to the modern world. Although its power would diminish significantly upon arrival, it remained a true artifact of sorcery. And with the ghostly infant's aid, Heng could wield considerable influence in the contemporary realm. The following day, as the sun illuminated the sky, Heng remained ensconced in his blankets, indulging in much-needed rest when a thunderous knock reverberated at the temple door. Hearing the commotion, he had no intention of rising. He merely buried his head beneath the covers, seeking to continue his slumber. However, the other occupant of the room, Arya, could no longer tolerate the disturbance. Grumbling, she awoke, dressed hastily, and with a frown, ventured out to the temple entrance. "Who is it? Is there no peace to be had in the early morning?" "It is I." Open the door quickly. Upon hearing the voice of Steward Lu from within, Arya was startled into full awareness and promptly unlatched the door. As it swung open, Steward Lu hurried inside. Noticing Arya but failing to see Heng, he inquired, "Where's Taoist Yang?" Erasing the unnecessary punctuation and promotional content. The refined translation is as follows. Arya lowered her head timidly and said, "After returning yesterday, I fell asleep quickly. He should still be in bed." Upon hearing this, Steward Lu felt a twinge of annoyance. He had toiled through the night without rest and was now tasked with delivering silver to Heng. To his dismay, Heng seemed to enjoy his slumber, still not having risen. "Go and urge him to wake up, telling him I have urgent matters." In truth, Steward Lu had no pressing matters. It was merely the delivery of silver, which could have been done at any time. However, he did not wish for Heng to remain in such comfort and insisted that Arya rouse him. Though reluctant, Arya did not dare to defy Steward Lu's wishes. She cautiously approached Yang Heng's door, gently knocking and whispering, "Taoist, Steward Lu has arrived." After several knocks, silence ensued from within. Behind her, Steward Lu was almost amused by his frustration. With a voice as faint as a mosquito's, "Who could hear you?" He then swiftly stepped to the door, pulling Aryu aside, and began to knock firmly. "Taoist, please open the door. I have urgent matters to discuss." Yang Heng, enjoying a comfortable slumber, was jolted awake by the loud knocking. Upon recognizing Steward Lu's voice, he assumed something serious had occurred and hastily left his bed, hastily draping himself in a few garments before opening the door. What has happened? Is there still an unaddressed spirit? To his surprise, he found Steward Lu standing there, grinning while holding a package. Realization dawned upon Yang Heng. He had been tricked. Annoyed, he closed the door and returned to gather his clothes. Once dressed in his Taoist robe, Yang Heng opened the door again and said to Steward Lu, "Let us speak in the main hall." With that, he led the way to the main chamber of the Earth God Temple. Inside, Yang Heng lit a stick of incense for the deity before taking a seat on a nearby chair. Steward Lu followed suit, offering incense to the deity in a similar manner before sliding the package toward Yang Heng. 100 taels of silver. Our master instructed me to deliver this early in the morning. Yang Heng pulled the package closer and opened a corner, revealing several ingots of shimmering silver. A smile finally graced his face upon seeing the silver. "This is too generous. Since my arrival, Master Wang has been exceedingly supportive. Such a small matter hardly warrants this much silver." Despite his words, he clutched the package more tightly. Across from him, Steward Lu chuckled but chose not to argue. "Taoist, this morning several tenants discovered something suspicious while working in the fields." Yang Heng's smile faded, and he asked seriously, "What is it?" "In the sorghum field, a small altar was found, but the offerings placed upon it have mysteriously vanished." Upon hearing this, Yang Heng immediately understood that these individuals had likely discovered the true altar of the ghostly infant worshipped by the young man. Was there not a true altar above? The true altar? It is the vessel that contains the essence of the ghostly infant, perhaps housing either the desiccated remains of the infant or its ashes. This, however, has not been uncovered. Is it of great significance? It was once crucial, yet now it holds little menace. Might the Taoist priest elucidate further? If the ghostly infant had not been subdued by me, others could exploit this true altar to employ malevolent sorcery, regaining control over the infant for their own purposes. Hearing this, Steward Lu was also taken aback. "What should we do, Taoist?" "There is no need for concern," the priest reassured. "The ghostly infant is now under my dominion, and the true altar has lost its potency. As time progresses, the bond between the infant and the altar will weaken, ultimately leading to its disintegration." Chapter 29. The Awakening of the Third Eye. Upon hearing this, Steward Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. For some time, the household had been plagued by various malevolent forces, leaving him, as the steward, unable to eat or sleep well. If this continued, he would find it impossible to maintain his position. With his doubts finally laid to rest, Steward Lu took his leave. Yang Heng merely accompanied him to the temple gate before returning to catch up on some much-needed rest, rising lazily only when the sun was high in the sky. During this period, Yang Heng had been living in a state of constant tension, either cultivating the essence of the Tai doctrine or exorcising demons. For an ordinary person like him, it was both a stressful and bustling time. Now that the critical matters had been settled, he could finally enjoy a brief respite. With his newfound leisure, Yang Heng decided to return to the modern world for a while. After spending a few days there and catching up with his family, he recharged his phone and spare battery before returning to the other realm. Why did Yang Heng prefer to stay in the other world? The answer lay in the stark contrast between his two existences. In modern society, he was but a pitiful soul beaten down by life, forced to masquerade as a fake Taoist for survival. In the other realm, however, he was a revered practitioner of the Tao, held in high esteem by the villagers around him, which brought him immense satisfaction. With the haunting at Wang Dashan's residence resolved, the Earth Deity Temple reopened. Due to the events surrounding Wang Dashi, Yang Heng's reputation had spread far and wide. People from neighboring villages flocked to the temple, eager to pay their respects to the capable Taoist within. Yet, Yang Heng found little joy in the burgeoning popularity of the Earth Deity Temple. In his heart, he knew he would soon leave this small place, and no matter how thriving the temple became, it would merely serve as a garment for another. Thus, he delegated the temple's affairs to Arya, who, after only a few days of guidance from Yang Heng, had become quite adept at managing the temple's operations. Now, the villagers respectfully referred to Arya as Little Wang Xiangu, to distinguish her from the previous Wang Xiangu, lest they simply call her by that name. Arya herself reveled in her newfound status. Once a neglected girl burdened by ill repute, she had now transformed into a figure of admiration, receiving compliments wherever she went. Consequently, Arya took her responsibilities at the temple to heart, diligently overseeing its affairs. This significantly alleviated Heng's burdens, allowing him to pursue his interests without distraction. Once he had settled into this newfound tranquility, Heng began to reflect on his shortcomings during this period. It was through this introspection that he identified his greatest weakness, his inability to perceive the supernatural. Despite having cultivated some mastery of the Tai essence, he had repeatedly failed to see the malevolent spirits during his exorcisms at Wang Dashi's household. Had it not been for the revelation of the supernatural entities, uncovering their presence would have demanded considerable effort and might have even exposed one to their stealthy assaults. With this notion in mind, Heng commenced his quest on his mobile device for methods to perceive the ethereal. His phone was replete with esoteric content, and after an extensive search, he unearthed a few techniques that could, albeit marginally, fulfill his aspirations. For instance, one method involved excavating a small puddle in an open space, covering it with glass, and peering into it until dusk's final rays faded, revealing visions of the underworld. On rainy days, one could place a patch of damp earth atop their head and conceal themselves in a corner, observing locations notorious for calamity. At midnight, disrobing from the waist up and leaning one's chest close to the ground for a period would render the internal energies ineffective, allowing glimpses of wandering spirits. Additionally, collecting dew from the Qingming festival, sealing it with willow branches, and avoiding light for 3 days before applying it to one's eyes could momentarily unveil apparitions. However, these methods were merely temporary and only allowed the sighting of minor spirits, leaving Heng profoundly dissatisfied. He yearned for a genuine sorcery that would enable him to open his celestial eye at will, rather than relying on external aids. Ultimately, he identified 2 approaches among the myriad of techniques that could grant him a prolonged access to the yin-yang vision. The first method was strikingly simplistic, swallowing a raven's eye whole. Yet, this approach came with limitations, as activating the yin-yang vision necessitated spiritual power, which an ordinary person lacked. Without such energy, one would deplete their own vitality, leading to severe detriment to their health over time, thereby explaining the brevity of life among those endowed with this vision. The second method involved incantations and talismans to gradually cultivate one's eyesight to perceive the supernatural. This approach bifurcated into righteous and malevolent practices. The malevolent path required no particular cultivation. With determination and perseverance, success could be attained. However, this success would result in a drastic decline in vision in one eye, rendering the practitioner unable to clearly see the mundane world, merely catching glimpses of shadows. Naturally, Heng rejected this method, unwilling to risk blindness in pursuit of the yin-yang vision. Moreover, scriptures state that with deepening cultivation, one would naturally awaken the heavenly eye, allowing them to observe both the celestial and the infernal realms. Thus, Heng ultimately opted for the righteous method. Although it progressed at a slower pace, it would not inflict any harm on his body or future cultivation. The general procedure of this practice involved aligning with the 12 earthly branches, facing varying directions during daily exercises. Whether standing or sitting, one would light an incense stick and observe its flame, silently reciting the mantra, allowing spiritual light to enter through the crown of the head and circulate around the eyes. This method, unlike the previously mentioned techniques, required a prolonged commitment to training. With ample time at his disposal, Heng resolved to embark on the cultivation of his yin-yang vision through this method. This method is one that requires years of dedication, and Heng has yet to reap any benefits from it. However, troubles do not wait for him to master his skills. One day, just after he had finished practicing the yin-yang eye, he intended to step out for a drink of water. At that moment, Arya dashed in, exclaiming, "Master, you must hurry outside. Something significant has occurred." Although Arya spoke with urgency, Heng noticed her expression was one of excitement, her eyes sparkling with an almost luminous glow. Initially, Heng felt a twinge of concern, but observing Arya's demeanor brought him a sense of calm. "What has transpired? Pray, enlighten me," he prompted. Arya had been eagerly waiting for this invitation. Upon hearing his question, she immediately replied, "Master, you are unaware that strange happenings have befallen the tavern in our village." With that, she gazed at Heng with wide eyes, her expression urging him to inquire further. Amused, Heng thought to himself that despite her appearance of maturity, Arya was still very much a child. Thus, he indulged her curiosity by asking, "Oh, what peculiar event has occurred?" Arya's excitement surged as she exclaimed, "Master, you cannot imagine. A significant quantity of liquor from the tavern has been stolen daily, to the point where the owner, Mr. Qian, is unable to conduct business." Heng shook his head in response, "And what of it? If liquor is missing, he should report it to the authorities. Why concern yourself?" "Ah, Master, you do not understand. Mr. Qian has indeed alerted the officials, but after a brief inspection, they departed, leaving him with the message that this matter does not fall under their jurisdiction." They advised him to seek someone skilled in exorcism, Arya explained. Yang Heng's interest was piqued at this point. Could it be that the liquor was being pilfered by a ghost? Precisely, Arya affirmed eagerly. The tavern's owner claimed that the constables watched over the liquor store for an entire night, only to witness the wine mysteriously vanish from the jars in the dead of night. Additionally, strange sounds emanated from the cellar. Yang Heng pondered this information, considering the possibility of supernatural mischief, as Arya had suggested. It was intriguing that this specter chose to steal wine rather than harm anyone. After recounting the events, Arya cautiously glanced up at Yang Heng before continuing. Today, the owner of the tavern sought out our earth deity, hoping we might intervene to deal with this creature. As she concluded, Arya discreetly retrieved a small sum of silver from her pocket, hesitantly offering it to Yang Heng. This is what Mr. Qin gave me. Yang Heng regarded the small ingot of silver in her hand, but did not accept it. Since it was given to you, you should keep it, he advised. Arya, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his words, fidgeted for a moment before ultimately placing the silver back into her pocket. After contemplating for a while, Yang Heng addressed Arya. Since the matter has come to your attention, it seems only fitting that you should handle it. Upon hearing this, Arya's expression changed dramatically. She was merely an ordinary little girl, and although she assisted Yang Heng in presiding over the land temple, being affectionately referred to as Little Wang Xiangu, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. When faced with ghosts and monsters, she could only hope to keep her distance. Yang Heng, perceiving Arya's anxiety, gently patted her head and said with a reassuring smile, "Do not fret. During this time, have I not instructed you to offer incense daily at the altar of the ghostly infant?" Yang Heng had been exceedingly busy lately, striving to cultivate both the principles of Tai Jinhua and the method of opening the heavenly eye, which left him little time to tend to the newly acquired ghostly infant. However, this spirit also required daily ritualistic offerings. Otherwise, its essence would gradually fade, and its power would diminish significantly. Thus, he entrusted this responsibility to Arya. For the past few days, she had diligently visited the altar 3 times a day, offering incense and reciting incantations to enhance the spirit's vitality and potency. Chapter 30. Arya's first action. It was only after Yang Heng's reminder that Arya recalled the peculiar occurrences she had experienced recently. "Master," she began, "during the time I have been offering to that ghostly infant, I frequently hear the laughter of a little girl, and in my dreams, I often play with her." As she spoke, Arya's complexion began to pale, and she sensed the oddity of the situation. Yang Heng pondered for a moment and considered it to be a positive sign. Perhaps Arya was inherently sensitive to the spiritual realm, even without extensive cultivation. Her ability to perceive certain spirits was remarkable. Now, after prolonged worship, establishing a connection with the ghostly infant was a natural progression. This could serve as an opportunity for Arya to hone her skills. After all, if she continued to accompany someone like him, remaining an ordinary person would likely lead her to suffer in the future. Gently stroking Arya's head, Yang Heng reassured her, "There is nothing to worry about. It seems that the little ghost enjoys your company and wishes to play with you. You need not fear, simply allow things to unfold naturally. For that ghostly infant will never harm you." Upon hearing Yang Heng's comforting words, Arya exhaled in relief, believing wholeheartedly in Yang Heng's formidable abilities and trusting that he would never deceive her. In light of Arya's situation, Yang Heng continued, "Since that boss Qian has sought your assistance, you should take the ghostly infant to his hotel in a couple of days. With the infant's power, it should be quite easy to eliminate the little ghost that has been stealing the wine." However, he soon realized that, like himself in the past, Arya could not see spirits, and this might hinder their progress. Thus, Yang Heng advised her, "Tonight, go to Wang Dashan's cattle shed and collect some cow tears. Store them in a porcelain vial, and when you arrive at the hotel, drop these tears into your eyes. This will temporarily grant you the ability to see spirits, facilitating your spellcasting." Arya's expression was a mixture of excitement and hesitation. She had been following Yang Heng and had learned about spirits and spells. Now, she finally had the chance to experiment herself, which thrilled her. However, being a young girl, the prospect of venturing alone to capture a ghost naturally instilled a sense of fear within her. Yang Heng perceived her trepidation and smiled. "What is there to fear? Bring along the true form of that little ghostly infant, and it will handle any malevolent spirits for you." With this encouragement, Arya reluctantly departed from Yang Heng's side. Initially, she had hoped for his intervention, only to find that he had delegated the task to her. Upon returning to the main hall of the Earth God Temple, Arya encountered a middle-aged man dressed respectably, who approached her eagerly. "Young immortal," he greeted, clasping his hands together. "What did Taoist Yang say?" Although Arya felt a flutter of anxiety within, she maintained a composed demeanor in front of the middle-aged man. "I have already spoken to the Taoist priest at my home. However, he has been quite occupied lately and lacks the time to address this trivial matter." Upon hearing Arya's words, the middle-aged man was filled with disappointment, realizing that if this continued, his modest hotel might soon close its doors. The daily loss of a few jars of wine represented a significant financial blow for his small establishment. Yet, the subsequent words from Arya instilled a glimmer of hope within the hotel owner. Considering your modest business is not easy, our Taoist priest has decided to send me in his stead to deal with the thief. As she spoke, Arya proudly puffed out her small chest, her face alight with satisfaction, displaying none of the earlier fear she had shown before Yang Heng. Upon hearing Arya's declaration, the hotel owner's eyes brightened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and scrutinized her from head to toe. Although this young girl had been well fed under Yang Daoist's care and had grown a bit taller, she remained a petite child. Could she truly handle this task? Noticing the skepticism in his gaze, Arya felt a sting of hurt. It seemed the owner looked down upon her. Do not be deceived by my youth, for I have learned the true teachings of the Taoist. These petty ghosts pose no challenge for me. With this assertion, she dramatically swung her fist in the air, as if vanquishing the very specter before her. The hotel owner, resigned, found himself compelled to trust Arya. However, if she faltered, it was likely that Yang Daoist would intervene. For if the mischievous spirits were to harm this young girl, it would be the elder who would step in. Very well, when can the little fairy visit my hotel? After some contemplation, Arya replied, Tonight, I must prepare as per the Taoist instructions to visit Wang Dashan's cattle shed. Therefore, it shall have to be tomorrow evening. All right then, I shall return to escort the little fairy tomorrow night. Arya demurely nodded in response. The hotel owner, feeling somewhat helpless, offered a courteous bow to her before departing from the land temple. Once he had left, Arya instantly reverted to her youthful demeanor, dashing to the side hall of the temple, where the ghostly infant was enshrined. Approaching the altar dedicated to the ghostly child, she lit a stick of incense before taking a seat beside it and began to murmur softly to the spirit. Little one, tomorrow I will be capturing ghosts, and I will take you along. You must protect me. No sooner had she uttered these words than she heard a faint giggle, followed by the sound of babbling. Although Arya could not comprehend the words, she felt an understanding of the spirit's intent. The ghostly infant seemed to convey that there was no need for her to worry, as everything would be taken care of in due course. In the past, such feelings would have left her feeling uneasy, but after Yang Heng's assurance that the ghostly infant harbored affection for her, her previous fear dissipated entirely. Let us agree on this. Tomorrow, you must ensure the safety of my sister. Upon uttering these words, Arya heard a reassuring sound. Unmistakably, the little ghost infant offering her a guarantee that no harm would come her way the following day. After exchanging a few more words with the ghost infant, she departed with a sense of relief. As the afternoon arrived, Arya closed the door of the land deity temple and made her way to the home of Wang Dashan, seeking out Steward Liu. Upon learning that Arya desired some cow tears, Steward Liu was indifferent and waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to greet her at the cattle shed. When night fell, at the stroke of midnight, Arya nervously appeared at the cattle shed, holding a porcelain vial. There are two types of cow tears, one that flows inadvertently from the cow during its daily life, and the other, tears of remorse shed just before the cow is slaughtered. The latter possesses greater power but is imbued with the cow's resentment, rendering it unsuitable for most. Arya sought the former, tears shed during sleep. Although these tears lack potency, merely allowing one to glimpse a ghost's outline, they are benign and pose no harm to humans. The process of obtaining the cow tears went remarkably smoothly, thanks to Steward Liu's prior arrangements. The attendants at the cattle shed paid no mind to Arya's peculiar actions. This enabled her to easily collect half a vial of cow tears. Throughout the following day, Arya felt somewhat distracted, caught between excitement and apprehension. When evening arrived, indeed, Boss Qian came to escort her. Arya asked Boss Qian to wait a moment as she hurried to the side hall to embrace the true form altar of the little ghost infant, her heart racing as she proceeded to bid farewell to Yang Heng. Arya no longer bore the exuberance she had exhibited upon meeting Boss Qian the previous day. Now, only trepidation marked her countenance. Observing her demeanor, Yang Heng knew he must offer her some comfort, otherwise, the young girl might flee mid-journey. He gently patted her head and smiled, saying, Our Arya is exceptionally gifted. Over this time, you have managed the land deity temple with great diligence and have even communicated with the ghost infant, an achievement I could not accomplish. This time, you shall surely succeed. Flushed with embarrassment upon hearing Yang Heng's praise, Arya, clutching the true form altar, fidgeted awkwardly for a moment. Yang Heng then produced a talisman from his robe and handed it to her, saying, Keep this talisman close. With it, no demon or spirit shall approach you. Upon hearing his words, Arya carefully accepted the talisman, placing it gently inside her garment. Very well, off you go, he encouraged. With Yang Heng's reassurance and the talisman in her possession, Arya felt emboldened. Clutching the urn of ashes, she strode confidently away from Yang Heng. Outside, Boss Qian had begun to grow anxious, pacing back and forth. Arya approached him and, with a composed demeanor, declared, "I am ready now, we may depart." Upon seeing Arya emerge, Boss Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had just feared that this esteemed lady might have had a change of heart and would refrain from proceeding. Now, witnessing the little fairy's consent to embark on their journey, a broad smile illuminated Boss Qian's face as he eagerly approached her, saying, "I must trouble you this time, dear fairy." As he spoke, he reached out to grasp the true body altar of the ghostly infant nestled in Arya's arms. However, with a gentle turn, Arya deftly evaded his hand and replied, "Allow me to carry this." Boss Qian could only awkwardly withdraw his hand, and I took the lead ahead of them. Arya followed Boss Qian as they departed from the Earth God Temple, secured the temple door, and made their way toward the village, where the only modest inn of Kaoshan Tun awaited them. Chapter 031. The appearance. After Arya followed Boss Qian out, Yang Heng stepped out from behind the door. To be frank, he harbored some unease about Arya's inaugural undertaking, prompting him to stealthily follow her. If all went smoothly, he would remain in the shadows. However, should Arya encounter an insurmountable dilemma, he would be prepared to intervene. Thus, Yang Heng exited the land temple and trailed behind Arya, arriving at the periphery of the tavern. With a graceful leap, he perched atop a nearby rooftop, observing how Arya would proceed. Meanwhile, Arya accompanied Boss Qian to the hotel. The once bustling establishment now lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any patrons. Following the incidents of hauntings, the hotel staff had resolutely refused to guard the premises at night, despite Boss Qian offering exorbitant wages. The rumors of the supernatural had spread like wildfire, resulting in a significant decline in business for Boss Qian. As night fell, the hotel resembled a haunted house, with few daring to approach. Boss Qian opened the hotel door and, lighting an oil lamp, led Arya to the wine cellar. Upon arriving, even Boss Qian hesitated to venture further. "Little immortal, this is the wine cellar, where the strange occurrences took place." Arya glanced into the cellar, noting the oppressive darkness and the faint outlines of large wine barrels within. Truth be told, her heart raced with trepidation. The dimness and the surrounding silence suggested that something ghastly could emerge from the shadows at any moment. Nevertheless, believing herself capable of assisting the Taoist priest, she endeavored to reassure herself, dismissing her fear. Feigning indifference, she responded to Boss Qian. "You mentioned that the spirits frequently manifest in this wine cellar. They won't be absent tonight, will they?" "Rest assured, little immortal, the little ghost comes nightly to steal wine. It will surely return tonight." Arya nodded. "In that case, you may leave for now. Come back tomorrow morning to hear my news." Boss Qian, eager to depart, readily acquiesced. "Then I shall trouble you, little immortal. I will take my leave." With that, he fled the small hotel as if pursued by unseen forces. Once Boss Qian vanished from sight, Arya's confidence evaporated, leaving her with only the primal fear of a child confronted by darkness. Her anxiety was soon sensed by the ghostly infant cradled in her arms, prompting a series of soft giggles and whispers of comfort to resonate in her ears. Hearing this, Arya inexplicably felt a wave of tranquility wash over her, her heart no longer racing as it had moments before. Arya inhaled deeply, carefully clutching the oil lamp as she ventured into the wine cellar, seeking refuge in a corner before extinguishing the flame. As time elapsed, the daylight waned, casting a deeper shade of gray over the surroundings. Nestled in her corner, Arya began to feel drowsy. At that moment, a sudden gust of fresh wind swept in from outside, swirling into the cellar and coalescing into a small whirlwind that ultimately settled near a wine vat. The arrival of this breeze roused Arya from her stupor, not due to any particular prowess of her own, but rather because she heard the spectral infant's admonition whispering in her ear. Straining to open her eyes in the darkness, she found nothing but an impenetrable void before her. Suddenly, the lid of the wine vat emitted a crisp sound before clattering to the ground. This noise startled Arya, sending a shiver down her spine. Despite the ghostly infant's persistent reassurances, the inexperienced Arya was drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Yang Heng, perched atop the roof, was exasperated, wondering how someone as seemingly astute as Arya could falter at such a critical juncture. What was the purpose of the cow tear she had kept hidden? Why didn't she utilize it promptly to unleash the spectral infant upon the thieving drunks? Yet, in her state of fright, Arya appeared somewhat dazed, her large, bright eyes darting around in a futile attempt to perceive the apparition's form. At that moment, the wine within the vat surged forth like a stream, abruptly leaping from its confines and vanishing into the air. Arya's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a radish. However, amidst her overwhelming terror, a semblance of clarity seemed to return. She instinctively reached into her bosom and retrieved the cow tears she had collected the previous day, pouring them into her own eyes without hesitation. As the tears trickled into her vision, a refreshing coolness enveloped her, followed by a slight, stinging discomfort. Stifling a cry, she eventually reopened her eyes. This time, the world that greeted her was vastly different. Everything appeared shrouded in a gray haze, as though veiled by a sheer curtain. Within this murky realm, a peculiar and distorted shadow lingered near the wine vat. Arya strained to widen her eyes, desperate to discern the true nature of this silhouette. Yet, all her efforts proved futile. No matter how wide she opened her eyes, the surrounding darkness seemed to obstruct her sight, preventing her from fully comprehending this altered reality. Meanwhile, Heng, still atop the roof, also perceived the strange imagery, perhaps due to the brevity of time spent mastering the Eye of Heaven technique. The visions he encountered bore no distinction from Arya's. His world, too, was enveloped in a gray mist. Besides these observations, Heng noticed a golden light emanating from his own being, parting the surrounding shadows to a degree. Within the radiance of golden light, all things appeared crystal clear. For Heng, facing such a situation for the first time, his mind inevitably wandered into contemplation. Did the ancient sages perceive the world in a manner akin to this? Only within the embrace of golden illumination could one truly glimpse the authentic essence of existence. As Heng pondered, in the distance, Arya, summoning her courage, emerged from the shadows and called out to the dark figure, "What manner of creature are you, daring to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm?" The shadow, lost in the intoxicating aroma of wine, momentarily paused at Arya's exclamation, then, as if encountering something peculiar, suddenly lunged toward her. Lacking experience, Arya froze in place at the sight of the approaching figure. However, the true body cauldron she cradled in her arms reacted. In a haze, Arya beheld a surge of green light erupting from the cauldron, hurtling itself toward the shadowy entity. Incredibly agile, the shadow evaded the impending collision by deftly maneuvering out of the green light's path. As it soared through the air, its true form became apparent, a ghostly figure with a pallid complexion, clad in tattered rags, and seemingly floating above the ground. This ghastly visage, only a few paces from Arya, incessantly morphed, resembling a multitude of faces, one moment an elderly man, the next a middle-aged individual, and eventually even a woman. Arya trembled at the sight, her body quaking in fear. Yet, the green light that had missed the malevolent spirit landed softly on Arya's shoulder. It manifested as a plump, chubby infant. However, this child was fundamentally different from an ordinary baby. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, and its gaping mouth revealed sharp, pointed teeth, while its fingers bore unnaturally keen nails. Moreover, this spectral infant seemed to inhale and exhale the surrounding mist as if it were breathing. The ever-changing ghoul, upon witnessing the ghostly infant on Arya's shoulder, displayed a look of astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Arya, emboldened by the apparition's retreat, declared, "You best vacate this place promptly, or witness the consequences of your folly." The spectral being, undeterred by her threats, gradually faded into the darkness, ultimately vanishing from sight. Believing the creature had fled in fear, Arya sighed in relief, turning her attention to the infant perched upon her shoulder. At that moment, the ghostly child's gaze met hers, a coincidental locking of eyes that sent a shiver down her spine. Yet, the infant soon erupted into a melodious laughter, nuzzling Arya's head affectionately, which eased her trepidation entirely. As this curious interaction unfolded, the surrounding mist thickened, and the temperature began to drop. A sense of foreboding enveloped Arya. She hastily relinquished her engagement with the ghostly infant and held it tightly, casting vigilant glances around her. At that moment, the ghostly infant seemed to sense Arya's apprehension. Suddenly, it emitted a piercing wail, which astonishingly dispersed the encroaching black mist that was about to envelop Arya. Following this, the ghostly infant struggled free from Arya's embrace and alighted upon the ground. "What are you doing? Come back quickly," Arya exclaimed in concern, fearing for the infant's safety as it fell. However, this time, the ghostly infant disregarded her, instead crawling deliberately towards a corner. As it commenced its crawl, the surrounding mist abruptly contracted inward. Subsequently, the mist began to swirl rapidly around a central point. With the rotation of the mist, the winds intensified, toppling numerous wine jars in the cellar. Even Arya found it difficult to maintain her footing, grasping a nearby door frame, lest she be swept away by the gusts. Chapter 32. Abundant harvest. Despite the fierce onslaught of the spirit attempting to pilfer the wine, it bore no effect on the diminutive ghost infant. Undeterred, it resolutely advanced, step by step, towards its adversary. As the ghost infant drew nearer, the resistance of the spirit waned, and by the time the ghost infant was merely 4 or 5 paces away, the spirit had revealed its form, the surrounding winds having stilled entirely. Now, the spirit stood there, trembling, uncertain whether to advance or retreat, as if bound by an invisible force. Observing this from the rooftop, Heng furrowed his brow. The ghost infant had never exhibited such prowess before. Had it possessed such abilities earlier, it could have easily dispatched him during its previous assaults. Meanwhile, the ghost infant continued its slow approach toward the spirit, extending a tiny arm to grasp its corporeal form. This action elicited a harrowing scream from the spirit, as if it were enduring immense torment. The spirit, which had been momentarily frozen in time, began to waver and flicker. In that instance, the ghost infant fully embraced its opponent, climbing along its body. With each upward movement, the spirit's anguished cries grew louder, until its wails resonated for hundreds of meters. After an arduous ascent, the ghost infant finally reached the vicinity of the spirit's head. At this moment, it opened its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, and sank its jaws into the spirit's cranium. In a single bite, half of the spirit's head was devoured, and thereafter, it ceased its cries, standing in a daze. The ghost infant appeared to regard the spirit as a mere snack, nibbling away with fervor, until, within the span of a single incense stick's burning, it had entirely consumed the spirit. Upon finishing this gruesome feast, the ghost infant smacked its lips and slowly crawled back to the shoulder of Arya, affectionately nuzzling her head. It was only then that Arya regained her senses, her eyes wide with astonishment at the recent events. She had not anticipated that this seemingly adorable ghost infant could be so ferocious, devouring such a large spirit in mere bites. However, now that the ghost infant had returned, Arya finally exhaled in relief. The spirit had been dealt with. Yet, gazing at the disarray of the wine cellar, she furrowed her brow, pondering how to explain the chaos to the innkeeper the next day. She gently patted the ghost infant perched on her shoulder and sighed. You must remember to act swiftly when confronted by foes. See how your hesitation led to such destruction. We may have to compensate for this damage tomorrow. The ghost infant, seemingly oblivious to Arya's admonition, remained nestled on her shoulder, resting its head against her, a peculiar smile adorning its face. Recognizing that Arya was now safe, Heng decided to take his leave, retreating to the Earth Temple. Heng awoke the following day only when the sun had risen high in the sky. Upon opening the door, he beheld Arya diligently tidying up the courtyard. As soon as Arya noticed Heng was up, she hastily abandoned her broom and hurried to the kitchen to prepare warm water for him to wash his face, bounding back to him with a lively step. Daozhong, you are awake. Wash your face and let's have breakfast, she exclaimed. Heng smiled and nodded, then began his morning ablutions in the courtyard. By the time he had finished, a simple breakfast was already laid out on the stone table. While enjoying his modest meal, he inquired with a grin, how did yesterday's affair go? Did that drunkard get dealt with? Standing before him, Arya's face lit up at the mention of the matter, and she animatedly recounted the events of the previous evening, emphasizing her own heroic prowess and calmness in commanding the little ghost, which had subdued the thieving drunkard. The little ghost had merely played a supporting role. As Heng listened, a smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, Arya was remarkable, capable of vanquishing demons and spirits. Feeling bashful from Heng's praise, Arya suddenly dashed to her room. Moments later, she returned, clutching a bundle. This is a gift from the innkeeper, she said. Heng accepted the package and upon opening it, discovered 2 ingots of silver and some fine fabrics within. Satisfied with the earnings, he remarked on the innkeeper's generosity. He pocketed the silver and pushed the remaining items towards Arya. This should be a special token of gratitude from the innkeeper. Please accept it. Arya's eyes sparkled at his words, but she quickly replied, how can I? It was thanks to the little ghost that I hardly contributed anything. With this, she lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Heng chuckled and, feigning seriousness, countered, how can you say you didn't contribute? You offer incense and recite spells for that little ghost daily, enabling it to grow stronger. In my eyes, your efforts this time were the most significant. Arya lifted her head, her large eyes fluttering with confusion. Does offering incense and reciting spells really count as contributing? Heng continued, without your daily rituals, the ghost child might not have recovered in time to confront the drunkard. It is precisely your devotion that has made it formidable. Thus, your merit is indeed the greatest. Seemingly enlightened, Arya's face blossomed with a radiant smile. Then I shall be even more diligent each day, striving to make the little ghost even stronger, so it can continue to assist the Daozhong. Following the events at the inn, Heng and the land god temple gained increasing renown. Even people from the county traveled great distances to offer incense and prayers at the temple. Consequently, the temple's income flourished. After a month, Heng reviewed his earnings and discovered that he had collected over 20 taels of silver solely from offerings. He found himself increasingly satisfied with his role as a Taoist priest. Although he resided in a foreign realm, within just a little over a month, he had amassed more than 200 taels of silver. When converted to modern currency, this amounted to approximately 30 to 40,000 yuan. While the upcoming month may not yield such a substantial income, observing the flourishing state of the small land temple, it seemed likely that the offerings would rise further. Thus, It appeared that he could earn around 10,000 yuan each month, coupled with the salary he received from the Sanqing Temple in modern society. This could be considered a high income. It was significantly more lucrative than his previous factory job by countless measures. Content with his earnings. Yang Heng gathered all the silver he had made during this period and sat in his room contemplating what to do with it. He reflected that, if converted to modern currency, he didn't require such a large sum at the moment. However, he felt uneasy about leaving the silver in the temple. He worried that a thief might discover the wealth and make off with it, which would cause him great distress. Ultimately, Yang Heng resolved to spend the silver on purchasing some land. Through various inquiries during his time in this ancient era, he had learned that temples and Taoist establishments often possessed substantial properties. Yet, for reasons unknown, the land temple he inhabited lacked any temple-owned land. Despite his intention to buy land, Yang Heng was unfamiliar with the process and lacked the necessary connections. Thus, one morning, after instructing Arya to keep a watchful eye on the temple, he leisurely exited and made his way to the residence of the benevolent Wang. Upon reaching the entrance, the gatekeeper greeted him warmly. "Taoist, you look increasingly spirited after a few days apart." Yang Heng recognized this as flattery, but replied, "I appreciate your kind words. Taoist, do you seek an audience with my master? If so, I regret to inform you that he just entered the county town yesterday. I am not here to see Master Wang. I wish to meet Butler Lu. Could you kindly inform him?" "Very well, Taoist. Please take a moment to rest in the gatehouse while I summon him." The gatekeeper then courteously led Lu Hai to the gatehouse and hurried inside to deliver the message. In a short while, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and the curtain was lifted as Butler Lu entered with a smile. "What brings you here, Taoist Yang?" Yang Heng responded with a grin. "Old Lu, you are becoming quite the rascal." Butler Lu stepped forward and grasped Yang Heng's hand, saying, "Come, let us speak inside." He then guided Yang Heng towards the inner quarters. They turned past the shadow wall and entered a room adjacent to the main hall, where Butler Lu typically conducted his business. Yang Heng entered without hesitation and took a seat in the chair Lu usually occupied. Yet, Steward Lu remained unperturbed. Seated across from him, and with a smile inquired, "Taoist Yang, you have become quite the busy person, with so many devotees to attend to each day. How do you find the time to seek me out?" Yang Heng disregarded the jest and replied earnestly, "I have indeed come to discuss a matter of significance." Upon hearing this, Steward Lu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Yang Heng blinked and continued, "Is it not so? Recently, Lord Wang bestowed a considerable sum, and the temple has also accumulated some offerings. I intend to use this money to acquire some land." Upon hearing this, a reserved smile graced Steward Lu's face. He discerned that Yang Heng was seeking his assistance in purchasing land, while there may have been other matters that Lu could not facilitate. This particular endeavor was well within his expertise. In years past, Steward Lu had assisted the benevolent Wang in acquiring land across the villages, thus amassing a wealth of experience in this domain. Chapter 33, Identity and Land Indeed. As Steward Lu had anticipated, Yang Heng subsequently requested Lu to assist in acquiring several dozen acres of land nearby, intended as property for the land temple. Having spent some time together, the rapport between Lu and Yang had blossomed, establishing a friendship where they could converse comfortably. Thus, Lu readily acquiesced to Yang's request. However, he paused momentarily and inquired, "Daozhong, would you prefer to register this land under your own name or under the name of the land temple?" Yang Heng was somewhat perplexed by this question, pondering what difference it could make. Lu chuckled and shook his head, realizing that this Daozhong was still somewhat naive when it came to worldly matters. Rather than explaining immediately, he rose and approached the door to survey the vicinity, ensuring no one else was present before returning to sit before Yang Heng once more. "Daozhong, to speak candidly, the ownership of the land temple where you currently reside still belongs to Lord Wang. Should you record the land under the temple's name, if Lord Wang were to turn against you, you would find yourself with nothing." Upon hearing this, Yang Heng's expression shifted dramatically. He had not considered such implications. "What do you suggest I should do?" he asked. "It would be best to register it under your own name," Lu advised, letting out a deep sigh. "I believe you possess considerable talent and will not remain in this small village for long. In the future, the land could be leased, providing you with some income each year." Yang Heng nodded vigorously in agreement. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Let the land be registered in my name." Lu, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "However, this is no trivial matter. Do you possess a deed?" Yang Heng was momentarily taken aback by Lu's inquiry. During his time in this ancient world, he had grown quite comfortable, forgetting that he was essentially an undocumented individual without an identity. Observing Yang Heng's bewilderment, Lu understood the situation, albeit it was anticipated. "Do not fret too much about this matter," he reassured Yang. "Return home for now. I shall contemplate a solution for you in the coming days." Grateful, Heng expressed his thanks repeatedly before taking his leave. Lu escorted him to the gate and watched as he departed before returning to the estate. This time, he headed directly to the second gate, greeted the maid at the entrance, and requested an audience with the lady of the house. The maid, not daring to offend Steward Lu, hurried inside to deliver the message. Before long, a voice from within summoned Lu to enter. Accompanied by a young maid, Lu made his way to the main quarters where Madame Lu, the wife of the benevolent Wang, was seated by the bedside, engrossed in a leisurely book. Lu quickly approached and bowed respectfully, saying, "I am here to pay my respects, Madam." Madame Lu appeared to have only just noticed the entrance of Steward Lu, gently placing her book aside before inquiring, "Was it Master Yang who visited earlier? What was his purpose?" At this moment, Madame Lu held Master Yang in high regard, primarily because he had resolved a matter that had plagued her for months. It is worth noting that the troublesome spirit of Qiao Yun had not afforded her a moment's peace. Had it not been for Master Yang's remarkable abilities, she could only imagine the extent of her torment. "Madam, Master Yang has gathered some silver and wishes to purchase land, seeking my assistance," Steward Lu replied. "Indeed, Master Yang has rendered our family significant aid. We ought to assist him in these minor matters as best we can." "Your sentiments resonate with me," Madame Lu affirmed. Yet what? Master Yang has only just descended the mountain. Despite his considerable talents, he lacks the necessary credentials and, thus, has no standing to acquire land. "Is that all?" Madame Lu exclaimed. "Merely a matter of credentials? Allow me to handle it." As she spoke, a smile graced her lips. She had long desired to repay Master Yang's kindness, and now she finally had the opportunity to express her gratitude. Upon hearing Madame Lu's affirmative response, Steward Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was acutely aware that in the Wang household, the true authority lay not with the benevolent Wang, but with Madame Lu. It is essential to note that Madame Lu was no ordinary woman. She hailed from the esteemed Lu family of the capital. Had it not been for the serendipitous rescue of her brother by Wang, the benevolent man would never have had the privilege of marrying her. It was this union that propelled Wang's fortunes, transforming him from a mere rural landowner into a prominent gentleman of the county. Their son, too, benefited from the assistance of Madame Lu's brother, securing a position as a governor in a distant locale. Otherwise, despite his academic prowess, he would not have ascended to such a rank at such a young age. Days later, Madame Lu summoned Steward Lu once more. This time, she presented several documents before him. "These are the credentials for Master Yang, along with a token of my appreciation." Steward Lu accepted the papers, astonished to see that they contained the official credentials issued by the government, along with a deed for 50 acres of land. He was taken aback by Madame Lu's generous gesture. Not only was she facilitating the credentials, but the land alone could fetch 400 to 500 taels of silver. Madame Lu's willingness to invest so heavily stemmed from her belief in Master Yang's capabilities. In a world where demons and spirits frequently manifested, forging a bond with a capable Taoist was undoubtedly prudent. One could never be certain when such malevolent beings might reappear, and should the Lu family face such a predicament, it was wise to have an ally. With a sigh, Madame Lu continued, "I had initially intended to transfer the land temple to Master Yang as well. However, upon sending a letter to my husband, he vehemently opposed the idea. I find it perplexing that he would react so strongly over a mere temple. You visited the land god temple and recounted my matter to Master Yang in its entirety, expressing my sincerest apologies, as it is I who have faltered in this regard." Indeed, Steward Lu harbored considerable curiosity. Since his arrival at the Wang family estate alongside Madame Lu, the temple had long been a fixture, undergoing frequent renovations. While Wang the benefactor remained unconcerned about various matters, he displayed an unusual preoccupation with the temple. Due to his status, Steward Lu found it inappropriate to inquire further into the specifics of this matter. Madame Lu, appearing fatigued, waved her hand, signaling for Steward Lu to withdraw. Once they were alone, a maidservant standing beside Madame Lu seized the opportunity to speak. "Madam, what do you suppose Master means by this?" Madame Lu did not respond immediately. Instead, she furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Initially, she had believed that marrying Wang the benefactor meant allying herself with a mere rural landowner, yet over the years, she had come to realize that he harbored secrets unknown to her. Despite her attempts to probe, Wang the benefactor remained steadfast in his reticence. Regardless of her coaxing, he deftly diverted the conversation. However, this time, Madame Lu had gleaned a hint of insight. It seemed that Wang the benefactor's secret was indeed linked to the temple. Yet, there was no need for haste. With the capable Master Yang overseeing the land god temple, she felt assured that no complications would arise, allowing her to continue her search for clues at her own pace. While Madame Lu remained ensnared in her suspicions at home, Steward Lu took the items bestowed upon him by Madame Lu and departed from the Wang residence, hastening towards the temple. Upon his arrival at the temple entrance, he was greeted by a bustling atmosphere, with a steady stream of incense bearers and even 2 food stalls set up outside. Entering the temple, he found Master Yang at the main hall, engaged in interpreting a fortune for a female devotee. This fortune-telling was a new venture for Master Yang, inspired by television, and he had set up a bucket of divination sticks in the temple's sanctum. Consequently, devotees could seek divine guidance, and if they wished for Master Yang to interpret their fortunes, they were expected to offer a monetary token of appreciation. Although he had not established a fixed fee, patrons typically contributed according to their means, with offerings ranging from a couple of taels of silver to several coins, depending on their circumstances. If Master Yang perceived that a devotee was genuinely struggling, he would waive the fee altogether. As for his fortune-telling abilities, they were derived from extensive reading. During this period, he had not been idle. In addition to his cultivation, he had delved into various Taoist texts, including the Luzhu Lingqian. This was particularly relevant since the teachings of his own cultivation lineage, the Tai Jinhua sect, were authored by L. Dongbin. Thus he approached L's works with utmost confidence. Observing from a distance, Steward Lu watched Master Yang diligently at work. As noon approached and the crowd began to thin, he stepped forward and remarked, "Master Yang, your business here is indeed thriving. I observe that the shops here are no less impressive than those in the county town." Yang Heng cast an exasperated glance at Steward Lu, then opened the drawer to place his morning's earnings into a cloth bag, which he then tucked into his bosom. Meanwhile, Steward Lu stood by, his eyes gleaming with envy. It appeared that Yang Heng had garnered at least 1 or 2 taels of silver this morning. Over the course of the month, his gains had been substantial. As for Steward Lu, serving as a steward for the benevolent Wang, he earned merely a meager sum of 10 or so taels per month. Even with some illicit income, his earnings paled in comparison to Yang Heng's. Now, Steward Lu was even contemplating taking Yang Heng as his mentor, aspiring to master his methods and eventually establish his own Taoist temple. Chapter 034. Gratitude. Yang Heng escorted Steward Lu to his quarters and personally poured a glass of water, presenting it before him. "Have you made any progress on the matter I entrusted to you?" he inquired, his anticipation palpable. Steward Lu, well aware of Yang Heng's eagerness, retrieved a paper bag from within his garments and slid it across the table. Upon receiving it, Yang Heng opened the bag to find several documents inside. One was his official certificate, and beneath it lay a contract for 50 acres of land. The sight of these papers ignited an unstoppable smile upon his face. With these 2 assets, he felt he had established a foothold in this foreign realm. Observing Yang Heng's jubilant demeanor, Steward Lu understood the thrill of a man who had risen from nothing to become part of the landowning class. How could one not be exhilarated? After a moment, Yang Heng composed himself, standing to formally bow to Steward Lu. "Brother Lu, your assistance shall be etched in my memory. Should you ever require my help, do not hesitate to ask." Steward Lu, recognizing that his support was not without ulterior motives, beamed at Yang Heng's graciousness. Yet, he was cautious not to claim all the credit for this endeavor. He knew well the repercussions should Madame find out. There is no need for such formality, Taoist Yang. Moreover, this achievement is not solely mine. I owe much to Madame's support, without which this would not have been accomplished so swiftly. Hearing of Madame Lu's involvement, Yang Heng promptly expressed his respect, saying, "Then please convey my gratitude to her on my behalf." After finishing his words, Yang Heng rose and approached a cabinet behind him, opening it to retrieve 3 talismans. He carefully wrapped them in a paper bag and, once completed, presented the package to Steward Lu. "These talismans are my own handiwork. They are the Tianti's exorcism talismans. Their power is formidable. Any malevolent spirit that encounters them will be reduced to ashes. I ask you to deliver them to Madame as a token of my appreciation." Steward Lu was well aware of the talisman's potency. Recalling how they had subdued the ghostly infant with ease, he stood with solemnity to accept the talismans. "Rest assured, Taoist Yang, I shall deliver them to Madame upon my return." However, Yang Heng's expression soon turned somewhat awkward. "Steward Lu, I noticed that the land contract indicates 50 acres. Yet my current finances are somewhat lacking. I wonder if I might be granted a few months' grace?" Steward Lu, observing Yang Heng's hesitant demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. "Taoist Yang, you are capable in many respects, yet your frugality is quite pronounced. Fear not, for this land was a gift from Madame to you, and you need not worry about expenses," Steward Lu reassured him. Yang Heng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, blushed as he replied, "I cannot accept such generosity without reciprocation." Steward Lu smiled and suggested, "If you truly feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could offer Madame another pair of scissors you used during your last ritual." The reason why Steward Lu expressed himself in such a manner was due to the previous occasion when Lu Hai presented a pair of scissors, imbued with the golden blade and sharp scissors ritual, to the lady. Particularly, as time progressed, These scissors proved to be of great significance, leading the lady to hang them by her bedside, day and night. However, as several months passed, it seemed that the scissors had encountered a grave predicament, transforming from their original pristine state to one marred by rust, visibly on the brink of complete deterioration. Even a fool would recognize that the scissors were soon to lose their efficacy. Nonetheless, the lady refrained from disclosing the matter concerning the scissors to the outside world. This was merely a whim of Steward Lu, eager to curry favor with her. He also heeded Lu's request, and without a moment's hesitation declared, "What a significant matter this is. I shall perform the ritual at once." "Very well. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to witness the esteemed skills of Taoist Yang." Lu Xiong replied, "It is certainly no trouble at all." Upon uttering these words, Yang Heng gestured for Lu to follow him to the main hall. Following this, Yang Heng led Steward Lu to the main hall of the Earth God Temple, where Arya was earnestly instructing several devotees on how to offer incense. Upon noticing Yang Heng's entrance, Arya quickly dismissed a few devotees and approached him with utmost reverence, inquiring, "Is there something you wish to attend to, Taoist?" "That will be all for today. Please escort the devotees out and then close the temple doors," Yang Heng instructed. Arya promptly complied, ushering all the devotees out of the Earth God Temple. Being a young girl who maintained good relations with the local devotees, she managed to prevent any uproar among those suddenly asked to leave. Soon enough, Arya had cleared the temple of all visitors and closed the doors, returning to Yang Heng's side. "Taoist, everyone has been respectfully asked to leave the temple." Yang Heng nodded in acknowledgement and gently patted Arya's head, saying, "You have expressed a desire to learn magic, have you not? Today, I shall teach you a powerful spell." During this period, Arya, having encountered various supernatural matters, had developed a profound yearning for magic. Thus, she had approached Yang Heng several times, seeking to learn a trick or two. Although Yang Heng had verbally agreed, he had not taken further action, which left Arya quite disheartened. Now, hearing that Yang Heng was finally willing to impart knowledge, her smile stretched from ear to ear. Yang Heng, observing her childish glee, chuckled and shook his head. Subsequently, he began to prepare the tools required for the golden blade and sharp scissors ritual. First and foremost was a pair of scissors. Since his last performance of the ritual, Yang Heng had prepared 7 or 8 pairs for use in the temple. Next were the tools for drawing talismans, brush, ink, paper, and ink stone, all readily available. The most crucial element, however, was the ink infused with Yang Heng's own blood. Fortunately, having frequently engaged in talisman drawing of late, he had ample supplies on hand, alleviating any concerns. The final step would be to commence the ritual. During the previous encounter, Yang Heng employed the golden blade and sharp scissors technique without having undergone any training. The effectiveness of the spell was largely attributed to his copper seal. Remarkably, this time, Yang Heng genuinely harnessed the spell to execute the golden blade and sharp scissors technique. The altar was dedicated to the 3 heavens goddess, and the essence of the golden blade and sharp scissors technique lay in beseeching her divine powers to endow an ordinary pair of scissors with the capabilities akin to the golden mantis scissors. Prior to commencing the ritual, Yang Heng earnestly advised Arya, stating that at her tender age and lack of training, the execution of this technique necessitated the imprint of his copper seal upon the talisman. Arya, standing nearby, nodded attentively. Subsequently, Yang Heng placed a pair of scissors upon the altar and offered 3 sticks of incense. He then began to chant the incantation. In the sacred depths of the 3 heavens cave, 2 golden dragons twist and turn. Their copper heads and iron tails shatter like fragments, while jade and gold children are bound with ropes. Should the departed remain unyielding, may they traverse mountains and stones, penetrating their very cores. I humbly summon the Southern Dipper's 6 stars and the Northern Dipper's 7 stars. I beseech the Supreme Lord with urgency, as per the celestial decree. This incantation was recited thrice by Yang Heng. Once the spell was complete, he proceeded to draw the talisman. When it was finished, he retrieved the copper seal from his waist, used the seal paste, and pressed it firmly onto the talisman. At that moment, Lu the steward and Arya, standing nearby, appeared to witness a flash of golden light emanating from the talisman, momentarily blinding. However, this brilliance was fleeting, and the talisman gradually returned to its ordinary appearance. Yang Heng affixed the completed talisman onto the scissors. Curiously, despite the absence of any adhesive, the talisman adhered firmly to the scissors. With that, Yang Heng's spell was complete. He solemnly handed the scissors to Lu the steward, saying, "Brother Lu, take this back and have the lady hang it by the bed. I assure you that no malevolent spirits shall dare approach her." Lu the steward, having witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon of Yang Heng's talisman drawing, felt the weight of the scissors as though they were 1,000 pounds. He bowed deeply to Yang Heng and took his leave. As Yang Heng escorted Lu the steward out of the temple and returned to the main hall to tidy up, he noticed Arya curiously toying with his copper seal. Yang Heng approached her with a smile, asking, "How do you find it? Do you like it?" Arya, interpreting his tone as a suggestion of gifting, nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. However, disappointment followed as Yang Heng extended his hand and reclaimed the copper seal. "This is my treasure. Possessing it could lead one to ascend to the heavens as a deity." Upon hearing this, Arya's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never conceived that owning this copper seal could grant her divinity. Yang Heng refrained from elaborating, simply encouraging her to diligently cultivate her skills and study diligently, assuring her that one day he might bestow a similar seal upon her. The reason for his words was that, at his current level, he was not yet capable of granting talismans to others. Yang Heng's intention was to provide Arya with a hopeful aspiration while simultaneously maintaining his esteemed status in her eyes. As for discussing one's rank after some time, upon returning to the modern era, one could offer a few bribes to the master in order to elevate one's position, thus resolving all matters. With Yang Heng's assurance, Arya was immediately filled with confidence. She hurried back to her room and soon presented a book before Yang Heng. "Master, will you teach me to read?" "Indeed. Arya, you do not yet know how to read." However, this was quite normal. In ancient times, few could read, especially a girl like Arya. As long as her family provided her with enough food and did not sell her to traffickers, it was already a significant kindness, let alone expecting her to learn to read. Yang Heng was deeply moved by the eager expression of Arya, so he drew her close and, in front of the main hall of the Earth God Temple, began to teach her to read. To his astonishment, Arya's memory was remarkably sharp. Anything Yang Heng taught her, she would remember clearly. Had he possessed such memory during his own studies, he would have long since gained admission to a prestigious university and would not have become a mere faux Taoist priest.